Hello and welcome everybody to day 2 of week 7 for NACL Summer Split. I'm back 2 days in a row, my first back-to-back cast of the entire summer, and I got Cubby with me this time around. How's it going, Cubby?
I'm doing great, man. Good to be with you for this cast. Also, just wanted to say, shout out to some of our team behind the scenes. Keep on buffing up the broadcast, that bumper running. A lot of work from our editor, Dire Boyd. Desrex remixed some of the music. Yeah, really cool to see as we keep on leveling things up here. And hopefully continue to see our teams level up as we get closer to playoff.
Some of them have been struggling if you were watching any of the games yesterday, but let's update everybody by taking a look at the standings to kick things off today so we all know where everybody is at now in the summer, because we are well over halfway, Cubby, and playoffs is firm in everybody's minds. 2 teams have locked their spots. Dragon Steel still undefeated in series, and Fear X Starforge with a couple of hopefuls even today trying to lock in that guaranteed playoff spot too.
Yeah, and we saw the league have a pretty big shakeup yesterday as Blue Otter, congrats to them, took down FlyQuest NZXT in that best of 3. So FlyQuest continue to drop series. We keep on saying that we feel like they might be the strongest team in the league when they do show up on the day, but we've seen a lot of days where they haven't really been there. And I really feel like we're looking at 8 competitive teams going into this playoff, Kangas.
The bottom half is also quite close, or at least that middle clump. AoE likely out of the conversation. Still technically possible for them to make it, but CCG, Blue Otter, and even Winthrop down there are fighting for the last available spots in that top 8. So let's take a look at the schedule today to see who has an opportunity to get some points, get some wins on the board as playoffs loom ever closer. Up first, DSG. One of those teams that could guarantee a playoff spot up against Supernova to kick things off. And then, like I said, CCG and Winthrop, 2 of those teams at the bottom that are hoping to make that top 8 and make it in. But starting with DSG versus Supernova, give me your thoughts on this matchup.
It's funny because each of these teams, their last series was against FlyQuest NZXT, where DSG managed to find the 2-1 win, and Supernova got blown out 0-2. As FlyQuest played very well in that series. I think a big difference were a couple of the drafts I saw. I feel like the FlyQuest drafts against DSG weren't quite as good in games 2 and 3. DSG had some good angles, and I thought had some really strong play overall, whereas Supernova played a little bit too fast at a couple moments where they couldn't against FlyQuest and ended up falling behind where they turned that into quick wins.
Well, let's talk about Supernova's roster and how they can potentially tackle this opponent in front of them today. You'll notice a lot of familiar names here. Players like Kenvi, players like Diamond having LCS stints, Lens and Faisal as well, mainstays in the NACL, and then rookie Toasty coming in the mid lane. A lot of eyes have been on him.
Yeah, and I think the strength of Supernova, it has been if they do get leads. Kenvi and Diamond can play this map very quickly. We've seen a lot of focus for them really supporting Toasty in that mid lane, making sure he is able to get through those earlier phases of the game, which Toasty has been better at this split, and that has allowed for us to see what we know Toasty can bring in those fights later on.
And you see that Supernova logo on the left, the NRG logo on the right of the jerseys that they're wearing. This is, of course, one of the affiliate teams partnered with NRG in the league, and they're going to be going up against another team now, one of the creator teams that we have in the league in Disguised, DSG. They won in Summer Split. Young was on that roster and then had a decent showing in spring, but now this time around this year's summer, they are looking to lock in their playoff position with a win here today.
Yeah, I guess you could argue they're trying to take down $1 billion org here with the NRG sponsorship, you know. But DSG, they've graduated from the t-shirts a little bit, got some good-looking jerseys, and frankly, this team's looked really good. They're on a 3-match win streak and have a chance against a quality opponent in Supernova to extend that to 4 today and pretty much lock themselves a playoff spot.
Yeah, and as we get into the draft, I want to go back to the conversation that you had started off with when you were talking about these 2 teams. The way that they both approached taking on some of the similar teams that they faced already. In your opinion, you were saying potentially some draft issues on the Supernova side, if I'm remembering correctly. Do you want to explain a little bit more about what you've seen so far?
It was mostly FlyQuest, who I feel like had poor drafts against Disguise.
Okay.
Like Disguise with good ones. Supernova, I think their drafts have been okay. It's just that sometimes they play too fast for their own good. And I think we've seen them always try and take comps that can play early, but if that goes wrong, I think once they get off script, sometimes their answers are not the best and oftentimes lean towards being a little bit too aggressive. So looking to show some restraint from that duo in Kenvi and Diamond today. as they approach DSG and a strong duo in Yukino and Poom, who have really improved throughout this split.
Yeah, I think the DSG, specifically this split, things have really started to click. Last spring, if we remember, they were on a big losing streak at the beginning. Things started to come together by the end, but by that point, it felt like it was too late. They used that momentum coming into summer, and they have continued to improve their team synergy, specifically Yukino and Poom. And I also want to give props still to Young, who's holding his own in the mid lane, and that's where I'm going to keep my eyes on this match is mid lane, because Toasty is a player that had a lot of eyes on him in the offseason going into this year, and so far, I want to see growth more in the laning phase than in the late game decision making and playmaking, which we know he's strong at. But to catch up on draft so far, we have a Renekton blue side 1 for DSG and rapid fire answers from Supernova.
Yeah, Rumble getting through for Faisal is big. I like seeing some of the different answers into Renekton, as I'm a little bit tired of seeing the Cassante get beat up on. And props to G2 today, who actually gave Renekton the Fnatic 3 games straight and had really good answers in the Ornn and the Kennen that I feel like were a big part of that series going a different way. So Renekton's been a dominant pick in the meta, but I think we're starting to see different answers into it. I always like to see Faisal as Rumble, where he is quite strong.
And Rumble, I believe, at this point is still the highest presence champion.
Yes.
Yep. It's currently highest presence, with a lot of those being just straight up bans. People do not want to play against this champion. So I think that Faisal will be happy to pick that one up, and it will be answered with the Tristana and the Brand. So far, seems like pretty stock standard, high prio picks in game 1 of a full Fearless best of 3.
I gotta say, I don't love this game for the Brand. I think that with Rumble and Corki showing early on, and now a Maokai, there's a lot of range to try and control Brand. Brand benefits the most when teams have to go into Brand. You just fire off all your spells and kind of be done with it. With Rumble Maokai, though, that actually gives Supernova a very legitimate setup to try and catch Brand at range, where he's going to be a bit weaker. So far, I actually like the answers that Supernova have, and they still have an R5 counterpick to go.
Yeah, the equalizer coming down from Rumble can just cause havoc for somebody like a Brand who's low mobility. Basically, just have to flash out of it if it's directly on top of you. Otherwise, you're taking half your health bar right there. So let's see if they can draft anything else to make things awkward for Supernova.
Supernova, for me, they have really high priority on Leona. I think Diamond's been fantastic on this champion, and it would further lean into the, hey, we're going to outrange Brand and try and get picks. That Braum ban, I assume we're going to see Rel or Nautilus taken away here. If they want to blind Leona, it is possible.
I feel like if you go for something like that Nautilus ban, you're forcing your opponent to ban out the Leona, and then you can go for the either Rel or Alistair if you want that engage for the support, but instead, they ban away the Kai'Sa. So a lot of engage support options still on the table for both teams. Leona still does feel like it's that highest priority just because the non-committal engage and the pure tanky stats that you get from your W. And it is going to be banned. So DSG recognize that and say, nope, we do not want to give them that option.
Yeah, and Supernova, they have a choice. Do they go for blind marksman or blind support? I think having support with R5 is preferable. So MF being locked in, that's going to actually lead to a lane that we've seen deprioritize quite a bit, and that is the Ornn Senna. And when we have seen DSG run this, actually is Poom playing the Senna. So curious if that stays. At the moment, Momo did lock in that Ornn, so tell me if we're going to have a Poom Senna.
Yeah, Tomo doesn't want to drop the split average 80 carry CS numbers. Senna just ruins your stats if you play Senna. So
Poom was global elite in Counter-Strike, so I feel like this is just his opportunity to still feel relevant.
He was? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, he at least gets a pew game in, with the Senna. But we do have Seraphine locked in. This is a very unique response. We haven't seen a lot of games where teams are willing to not take an engaged support because you are a lot weaker around that first grub fight, which we have seen be so important. So this does bring a little bit of a scaling aspect in for Supernova. It does still complement the Wombo with the MF. So I like the pick for Diamond this game. I think it is another tool they can use to try and outrange Brand and out-interact with him. Whereas DSG, to try and use the Ornn to close the gap with angles from the Renekton, who will hopefully be ahead in side lanes to make a difference.
I'm particularly looking at that Brand as the big counter for the Seraphine, or Seraphine rather, countering the Brand pick, because throughout the Pyroclasm, everybody just runs away. Yeah, exactly. You speed them up, you heal them up, you shield them up, and suddenly that Brand damage is way less intimidating. Now, there is still a lot of engage potential with an Ornn and then Renekton flanks to lock people down, and Brand still can pump out a lot of damage. Tristana can as well. So I think some potential scaling on both sides, even with that Senna pick here for DSG, but it will come down to execution, and Supernova feels like they're more of a kite back and maybe combo just with Seraphine and Misfortune ult.
Yeah,
I'm trying to figure out how
I mean,
they win these fights.
You have Maokai to set everything up with an Encore over the top. I do think that gives you a pretty nice window where it's doable for Supernova. So look out for those R keys. I feel like they're going to be really important.
All right, we'll have our eyes once everybody hits level 6. Who can hit their combos better as we are loaded in to game 1 of DSG versus Supernova. Disguised, a series win here will guarantee them a playoff position. At that point, they'll be fighting for seeding for the rest of their summer split. Supernova, meanwhile, a win here would actually put them past DSG in the standings. They'd be tied in series, but they would have a better overall game record.
Yeah, and own the tiebreaker too, at least with the head-to-head. That can come into play if there are 3 or more teams tied up. So at the moment, we're going to see. Yeah, Yukino getting in there bowling a little bit. He did start with the Q, so looking to start a single target camp as DSG will look to defend the other side. Roma trying to answer the board.
Also, electrocute brand. I love to see the different choices here. It is a little more burst damage if you're just trying to blow up one target in particular.
Yeah, personally, I like Conquer on the brand. I feel like it's pretty easy for him to stack that up, but I'll execute a little bit more on front damage, making sure that when you do interact with the one champion, it's going to do more. Conquer better in the longer fight. Either way, Brand going to look to get his spells off and do as much damage as he can, which we have seen is quite a bit with the current state of Brand.
You can say that, and which is again why I think Diamond on the Seraphine is a very interesting choice. We haven't seen much of, but you and I actually got a chance to during the week, and something that felt like a pretty shared experience across coaches was maybe we'll start to see more enchanters stepping up, especially when the engaged supports are either banned through the fearless picks themselves or just banned straight up.
Someone has to find an answer to all these engaged supports just being default. We saw FlyQuest fail to do that with the Janna yesterday. It wasn't quite the best game for a Janna. That old off from Quacker ran a little bit wild, but it is good to see some of our teams at least attempt a different approach rather than handshaking everything. We're hoping the Seraphine goes a little bit better. I do think you have more tools that make sense to me in this game, so I appreciate the creativity from Diamond. I'm just curious how it's going to affect the first grubs, because usually with the Rumble, you actually can contest a Renekton, which is kind of hard to do given the strength of Renekton early. But the support difference, if you are able to roam up as Poom or Tomo, that could be enough to actually make sure the first grubs do go in the Brand's favor, and it feels really good if you are playing Brand.
Brand is just so strong at taking those fast. You're able to spread that damage, consistent DPS over time against them. And it also can come down to if your lanes have push. Tristana with that natural wave clear. Right now, top lane's actually shoved in favor of Supernova, but theoretically that could bounce back unless it's frozen for Tenacity right now. But Yukino's going to be spotted on this ward, because I think he's just walking up to get some information on if Kenvy's cleared these top camps as of yet. And he's going to be caught out, actually. Yukino's all alone right now.
This is weird to me.
Locked down by Kenvy. Faisal's got the damage, and easy first blood, and also a kill bot side in the 2v2. I believe it's... Lens picked up that one. Supernova just donated 2 kills.
So Kenvy was spotted clearing the Raptors and then ended up doing a reverse clear. I just don't think that Yukino expected Kenvy to be there, because Kenvy did Raptors and then crossed over to his blue side, then worked his way all the way back. So I feel like there was just an assumption that Yukino had that Kenvy was going to be on the bottom side of the map. Was not the case, and Supernova find wins on each side of the map.
And let's see if they actually want to try this dive. I mean, the waving would be big, but I imagine Kenvy finishes back. You know, he doesn't. We're going to go for it. Tenacity has flash. Can he outplay? And Spitter on cooldown now for Faisal. I think they're going to wait for it to come back up, and a lot of damage. It's Kenvy that takes it up, and Faisal that gets the second kill for Supernova.
Really well done here for Supernova. Big lead on this Rumble. So those grub fights could look appetizing early on if Rumble is able to get involved. And important that Faisal, who doesn't have a TP, is able to get a couple kills and a really strong first base. So Supernova getting everything they could have possibly wanted in this early game.
Not a bad start for Supernova. 1.5 thousand in the lead here as Faisal will go for the reset. Doesn't have to teleport, so Tenacity can get back to lane a little faster. Faisal did use the Ignite in lane to guarantee that kill, but with the Sork Boots completed already, Faisal is going to be hurting. And Tenacity only has a little bit of magic resist right now, so we'll have to keep our eyes on how top lane's going. But also, Len's got that kill earlier too, so better back for the Misfortune as well. That's pressure top and bot that Kenvi can outplay with.
Len's looking like he's going for that BT rush build, so the early vamp, making sure that he's able to trade and stay in the lane against Stain that PSG has. Nice trade coming in from Diamond and Lens. Kind of nice. The slow from MFE can help set up that route for Diamond, as we saw them doing that very well there.
And also their ultimates comboing as well. This is one of the earlier combos I remember labbing when Seraphine first came out. Oh, I don't even want to think about how long ago that was now, because it feels like it was just yesterday. But we'll see that combo probably later in the game. I'd say that they still traded good damage from DSG back onto Diamond, though. So Diamond now has to be a little careful. Has the heal and flash available, but Kenvi's instead looking at the dragon, not looking at the bot side. It's going to be a trade of objectives.
So top lane going to be losing a little bit here for Tenacity, but he does fade on down to help. He's going to take the first grub. Supernova convert the dragon. I'm curious if they do choose contest the second grubs. I think it will be better for them, as if they get 6, that Seraphine ult will be quite big. No access to 6 here if they were to do some sort of rotation. So I think Supernova making an okay decision with his first read. Just curious, you know, if the lead from Faisal would actually change that decision from Supernova at all. But regardless, I think second grubs will be a better fight for them if they choose to contest them there.
And Brand, of course, doing Brand things as well. Not only clearing that faster, but just being up in clear speed overall. Hovering here, Faisal wisely decides to back off. Does not need to walk that way forward. Tenacity can try and freeze this now. But if Faisal does contest, then probably just going to die to Yukino, who actually does stop the back. Can Faisal survive this? Conflagration. Oh, the Q misses. Still flash from Faisal to get away.
That is something they can punish on an upcoming rotation. But a lot of time burned there from Yukino. Has allowed for Kenvi to catch back up a bit. And Kenvi going for the supportive Maokai build right off the bat. They have plenty of damage in this comp. So I think Kenvi Intelligence is trying to be the same.
Yeah, you don't need to go for that Leandries yourself. It actually feels really good for a Rumble to be that solo AP damage. I know Seraphine will be doing a little bit, but not that much. As Tomo and Boom are just trying to survive under this turret. Getting peppered with a range advantage that the Misfortune and the Seraphine are packing. Kenvi's going for an invade here, and Yukino, I believe, will catch him, unless he goes for these Krugs first. He's not going to spot it. Instead, Yukino's going for the play bot side. Call the Forge God is used, and they're targeting down Lens. That will be a kill. Burn damage. Yukino with the passive picks it up.
Yeah, they had Kenvi on the bot side and Toasty hovering, but that little pocket, PSG had carved it out for themselves. Yukino ends up cashing in as they punish Lens. A little bit of a false sense of security there for Supernova, as I think they were, trying to go for the invade plus the bot play at once. Invade successful for Kenvi, but Yukino answering the bot play, able to get something for himself.
I think you have to imagine that they just felt like they were safe, that Yukino must have been on the top half of the jungle because Kenvi was invading at that point. You imagine Brand would probably go for the camp. So I'm not really going to discredit Lens and Diamond for trying the play. I actually do like the attempt.
For me, given where Yukino showed, like his only play was to base. Like if he did do his top camps, then everything would be a little bit funky. And I do really like the response here from Yukino, who did just find that winning play on the bot side. He did lose his bot side camp, so immediately helping Young and push out and then trying to contest Kenvi here. Don't think they can get more.
He's got Boom right with him. Faisal has Equalizer. They got to be careful. Equalizer does go down. A lot of damage onto Kenvi to start off, but not enough. He's going for the health build, so Yukino will get burned down. Faisal on a killing spree now.
That's greedy.
As now the rest of Supernova can try and collapse. Flash forward with the ultimate from Diamond. It only lands on a 1, but that's enough. Young falls as Supernova have traded up in kills so far. Tenacity, though, is pretty big, but Dominus is no longer available, and Toasty will pick up that kill. Supernova punished DSG for the invade.
Really greedy overstay from DSG as Faisal, he's the one that's fed. No way Tenacity can walk through that tri-brush given how fed Faisal is. Then he's the first to interact with the fight. That Equalizer was great. DSG continued to extend into the play thinking they had a man advantage, but once Diamond's there to answer, any advantage DSG could have possibly hoped to have was gone, given the lead of Faisal and the answer from Diamond on the move from Poom. And now, Diamond continuing to have an impact on the map. Will at least force Tomo out. Supernova get priority over this bot side. We'll see if they use that to rotate to interact with the Grubs. They are down 3 Grubs. and second grubs are spawning here shortly.
Yeah, under a minute before they are up. Whom actually roamed up there well before the spawn time. Interesting to see the support get on the map before that big window where you expect them. And now it's under 10 seconds for that to spawn, and both junglers on the bottom half of the map, so I don't think either one's really thinking about it right now.
That's curious. I think grubs could be a nice comeback mechanic here for DSG, because later on, Renekton will beat Rumble in the side lane. And you have Toasty like playing the Corki against the Tristana, because do a lot of damage to the side end.
He's taking a lot of damage. Bullet time in
nice
on
combo.
Yukino. No flash on the brand. He's still alive, though. Boom! Keeps him up with the little bit of healing that he had, and now the Pyroclasm gets a double kill to Young with the explosion. Toasty does show up finally, flashes forward, but I don't know if he's even going to get Tomo. What a play from DSG. They just commit to the bot lane dive.
The chain on the Yukino was fantastic, but he survived with 100 HP, got the full combo off, and DSG turned the fight from there.
It felt like that should have been a dead brand, but watch this. Poom will walk up and just barely heal Yukino enough. Because this looks clean to start.
Yeah, it's a great opener. The Q from Kenby to keep Yukino in the bullet time's good, but Tomo finds the cancel and just one auto away from anyone to take down Yukino. And DSG collapsed from there. Good answer on the play from DSG. As they're down 1k gold. We haven't really talked about scaling in this game. I feel like the scaling for DSG is fine. They just need to play side lanes, get an advantage from there. And Supernova, they're the ones that the pressure is on them to really make use of this mid game with ours. So the fact that DSG have gold now, I actually favor them in scaling as this game goes on. I do think it's really important that they are able to at least contest a little bit. And taking away a dragon here would be quite big. Grub's still on the table too, as I keep on tracking that given that DSG have 3. And with 2 winning side lanes, more grubs would be very big for the Renekton and Tristana as this game goes on.
Basically, anytime I see an Ornn Senna, I just expect them to have decent scaling at worst. So DSG, you know? Yeah, you know, we're fighting for the dragon, though. I mean, you keep bringing up the grubs. I keep thinking about the grubs. Twitch chat keeps asking about the grubs. Nobody cares about grubs in this game, Cubby. We're just going for the bottom side objectives. We're going for the bottom side scraps. And maybe now the dragon's off the map, we could see a rotation because Diamond is heading up that direction.
Yeah, Faisal, he had no TP, but he dipped down the mid wave, and that was enough to force DSG off the dragon. So we'll lose the play top 4, but overall, good roam. 2 dragons picked up for Supernova. And a Hextech Soul, not bad for them given the comp they have. They have a lot of ways they can apply it.
I like this lane assignment. Ooh, Faisal actually does not stop the back there. I like the lane assignment here from Supernova. They send Lens and Diamond mid immediately after the dragon. So Young's going to be annoyed by this. And like I said, it sets up the potential for the grub take. But I got to stop saying the words. I think the more we say the words grubs, the less these players are going to think to go for it.
Yeah, I guess we're just not going to do it. That we're just going to, you know, let the little ones go down. Right, introduce them in the game for nothing this game, you know? This is
not the little ones. No! Don't show us their death, Kai. We don't want to watch it. We know Herald's coming. Yes, go away, please.
Never forget about the little
ones. My heart
ones.
can't bear it. No, Tenacity's going to watch it. Okay. Yeah, they just needed one. Tenacity actually looks like he did walk up to start it, but they're despawning. That Herald's coming in. Odd decision making, but we'll see if it ends up biting DSG in the back because it felt like they were in the position to take those.
You know, frankly, I think that DSG expected Supernova to play for the grubs, which is why they started the dragon. Supernova used their strength to force them off and get that for themselves, but I don't think grubs are super important for them. It was more so a deny from DSG. DSG, it would have been nice to have a few bonus ones. I feel like there was a window, but not the case.
Ooh.
That window.
We're going for the play. Call to Forge got it. Lands. Ooh. And the knock up into the wall. No flash for Toasty means that he is toast. Boom the kill. It's over to Young instead. Still not too bad. The Tristana getting paid.
Yeah, you'll take that and really like the cover here from Yukino. It recognizes that his mid laner is going bot. Positive play for Young, who gets the shutdown. Bad jungler can do a lot of damage, takes the mid wave. Good rotation overall from DSG. They find something else in the play. They will drop out on the Rift Herald and some pressure on the top side, but I think you will much rather have the shutdown and gold on Tristana and make that trade.
Gets the full turret bot side as well. Doesn't need the grubs as Tristana. You can just use your abilities and your auto attacks to burn those quickly, and Supernova now have a potential
nice,
play
Steve.
topside. If they can shove this in, they do have the Herald.
It's like Tristana could be armed with 2 interns going for that turret. They took the other 3, you know?
Oh, first we're calling them Twitch chatters, now we're calling them interns. We gotta commit to a name convention here, but either way, I do agree with the sentiment, but I think we're well past that. Tomo blocks down right now. Supernova are peppering the Ornn, but he is still tanky. Kenvi could be in some trouble. Dodges out on the knockup, and there's the bullet time combo. Supernova pick up 1. Kenvi, the benefactor of that kill. DSG were prepared with everybody else around. Dominus was popped by Tenacity, but they just couldn't get on top of Supernova after losing their bot laner.
I don't like that take from DSG. They're missing the ults from their bot lane. I think it's just a no-no play, especially given how good the Rs are from Supernova. You win from playing elsewhere, and by making that play, you drop 1. Now you drop tempo in your side lane as well. You have to drop mid-outer secured. Corki peppering that turret bot side while all this is going on. So well played from Supernova. I think they still have to be strong now and utilizing their ults to get a kill, get some objectives on the map. That is big. Their next few Rs are going to have to continue to be big if they want to continue to really build strength in this game, because I feel like this is the point of the game where they actually will have strength. After this, I don't think it actually gets better for them outside of 2 items. I think the 2-item spike is where they really need to hit things hard.
One of the things we like to highlight in the NACL games is this is the developmental league. We do expect to see plays like that, but then it's also important to talk about it when it's just a timing window issue. You don't have your ultimates available and everyone's grouping up for the potential play. Maybe not the correct time to go for that. That's the type of thing that coaches will cover in VOD reviews. But now, current game state here, we do see gold advantage to Young. A lot of other gold on the side of Supernova, so Young is really the one keeping DSG in this game. No surprise, 2 items, 4-1 right now.
And DSG has made decisions to get this Tristana gold, not to mention assisting Young. We have both Poom and Yukino covering the Tristana on this side of the lane while Young's going to try and get another turret knocked down. If they make this, they would be trading away soul points. So, again, I think DSG really understanding, hey, we cannot fight now. You're going to play around you and try and get something else. It's even Tenacity not on that bot wave. It's really hard for topside to see if they can get 2 turrets. Supernova looking poised to take this dragon.
Just committing to the top play, and Supernova, yeah, they could go for the dragon, but their jungler's here. Kenvi is on the top half, going to be taking a chunk of damage from Brand passive. Down to about half health, as the turret does survive tier 2 top for Supernova, while they take the bottom outer turret. Faisal has committed to the play down there, but has no teleport, so Supernova do need to be careful. They only have a 4v, I guess it was 5, but Tenacity completely in the back is now a 4v3. I say that Nature's Grasp will go out. Everyone from DSG are running away. That's teleport in from Tomo.
I thought
unnecessarily, they were out of there.
I thought Poop was going to eat it. It was so close. This is a little bit curious, though, because, again, Supernova, they could have traded this inner for the dragon, but no, they feel strong. They want to fight, and they're missing.
Oh, they're just flashing straight forward. Poom caught out of position, not expecting the tree to commit that hard to the play, but hey, Supernova, they find 1. Now they can go for resets and get to that dragon. Probably just burn it down.
I'm curious if there's a world, though, where on this wave, DSG can do it. Like, after Tenacity takes this wave, maybe if Yukino's on the dragon immediately, they can go for a sneak. Boom, getting back out of base. Probably not with the gates. So good find from Supernova. Should be able to get the objective as well. And I hope they commit to it now. It is important that Supernova keeps on taking these dragons again. I do feel like they get outscaled, and Hextech Soul can really bridge some of that power they're going to be missing later on back into this comp. So it could be a really good pickup for them.
It is only the Dragon Soul point, so DSG are not pressured to fight them now. Like you said, the later the game goes, the better that fight will be for DSG. They can wait, but the danger of waiting is that now there's always that 50-50 opportunity. All Kenvi needs to do, as Maokai, notorious for being able to win 50-50s, because if you just time the Bramble Smash Q with the Smite, does a lot of damage. They don't even need to take the fight. They could just commit to the objective, get the 50-50 win, and Supernova have that dragon. So there it is. Soul point picked up for Supernova very early, pre-20 minutes. A little faster than average.
Yeah, if I could point anywhere as to why that still might be, you know, dropped by DSG, it would have to be strength of Rumble right now. Rumble going to be at 2 items likely for his next reset, and Rumble at this point of the game, it doesn't feel like he's able to be moved in the side lane yet by this Renekton, so Faisal just really fed and really tough to deal with. And we've seen pretty much any equalizer that gets thrown down, that's where Supernova has had the most success.
I think building, if I'm correct here, towards a Rift Maker as he's shoving Tenacity off of this wave. That will make him more survivable against things like that brand burn damage over time. You're just able to heal that back up. Also just do more damage once you drop that Equalizer down and run forward towards everybody. So we'll see if Faisal can pick that up quickly here, as Young's actually going to tag out with the Tenacity in the bot lane. So they're getting Renekton away from the Rumble and sending the Tristana into that lane instead.
I think that's the right call, as neither can really move Rumble, but at least you're getting Young a little bit more fed. And props to Faisal. This is a champion. It's actually the most banned by opposing teams to Supernova. And it's Faisal's first time getting his hands on Rumble this split. So really making the most of it. As we do know, Faisal, good Rumble player, has been denied quite a bit. DSG thought they had a strat to run to it. I still think this game is winnable for DSG, but at the moment, Supernova are the ones in control off the back of this Rumble play from Faisal.
He's the most fed on the team with now that second item completed, but also Toasty doing much better. I had said going into this game, something I wanted to keep my eyes on is how Toasty can do a better job in the laning phase to either not get behind or ideally start winning laning phases. He didn't really have that much action going on in the 1v1, but I think has done a great job getting out of laning phase. Still 3 kills to his name and 2 items picked up here. So credit where it's due, as some action bot side. I think Kenby should be just fine here. Young Rocket jumps away, and nobody goes down.
No dice there for Yukino and Poon, as attempt was made. All this, it really feels like things are stalling the Hextech Soul. The Baron's really slow for Supernova. They don't really have anything that can cook this Baron fast, so I think they're just waiting for the dragon fight. All tools will likely be up, as Kenby down flash. Play comes in.
Flash from Yukino to guarantee the stun onto Kenby. They just pick off the enemy jungler.
Yeah.
That will get them a blue buff.
That tool, not up now, will be up for the dragon, but no flash for Kenby. Yukino makes the play. He does drop flash for that cooldown. And we did set up in the draft, Kangas, that Supernova has a lot of tools where they can outrange Brand and out-interact with him. Yukino will have to be careful. That next Nature's Grasp, the Equalizer, the Encore over the top, that is the game plan for Supernova to make sure that whenever Bullet Time's cast, it's set up well and time's up for DSG.
Well, the Forge God interrupts Valkyrie. Toasty is still just fine. He's got the team behind him, so DSG have to back off. Yukino took a lot of damage from something there. So retreat for DSG as they get the kill, they get the blue buff, they don't get the turret though. I mean, like you said, that's a commitment of that flash, and that's a dangerous thing for Yukino to use. They would have liked to get a little more for that.
No turret, and now that really is where I'm looking out for in this next team fight, Kangas. Can Supernova get a clean execute onto Yukino, who is flashless going into this fight? Or will it be DSG able to somewhat absorb and engage and throw something back? So really looking out for Yukino, and also where that Equalizer is from Faisal at this point. Expect that to be right on top of the Brand, trying to melt him first. But Supernova, they have the R buttons to pull this off, just need to execute it cleanly. As DSG, a minute out from the Dragon, going to pull Supernova into the Baron.
Yeah, there's a control ward here. So this is a full vision. That will be the Maokai ultimate, absorbed by the front line. Tomo and Tenacity take that up. And I think the DSG could just back away. They got the Maokai cooldown, but no, we're committing to it. And they just burst it down. They get it. Bullet Time does nothing. Tenacity will flash over the wall. Will probably die for this, but what a call from DSG. They just commit to the Baron, and they get it.
The question's going to be, as you can see Nasty go down here to Toasty. Question is, do you get Hexel off this? Now, as Supernova, Toasty is going to fix that top wave, does have TP. DSG already sacking the Hextech Soul. They're playing for top, but Supernova are calling their bluff. They're going in. TP casted, Kenby flashes.
And there's that flash available for Kenby. No flash on Yukino. While the Forge God is used, Toasty will flash away from that. So a lot of summoner spells being committed. Young committing for the kill. Will get shut down by Faisal, does take down Toasty, but still Supernova coming out ahead here as well. Every time DSG feel like they know where Supernova is going to go, Supernova just want to take the fight. They're just willing to duke it out.
I keep on thinking the Hexel is going to be traded out. Supernova, though, keeps on wanting to fight now when their R's are up. Kenby, Nature's Grasp, about to be available again as they're approaching this Dragon. Tenacity has spawned. He has TP. He's going to cast it to join his team. As
they have to do this.
It's a 3v4. Faisal has Equalizer coming off cooldown as well.
And there's no ultimate. Tenacity doesn't even have the Dominus, so there's just no chance that DSG can get in here. Supernova played around these timers incredibly well, making this a very awkward situation for DSG despite getting that Baron.
It's gone.
And yeah, Yukino cannot get in there. That is the Dragon Soul picked up basically in trade for the Baron.
Elder's the hope. Also, you can see some of the strength of Seraphine in the grouped up settings here for Supernova. As the Senna scaling, not really enough yet to try and outrange everything in this game. Seraphine helping keep Supernova topped off in the grouped up setting. Is that Double W doing a lot of work? And
yeah,
it groups
wave
up.
clear's too much.
Yeah, it's too, like, Supernova, I feel like in the 5s, too strong. DSG, I still think, can scale and be really strong later on. They just have to play out these side lanes, be a little bit more committed to it. But again, that's why it was so important that Faisal got ahead early. He's been so hard to move this game. DSG haven't moved him anywhere.
I like the idea of that Baron. It was a cool play, but it's not going to matter for much. I think it might even be a negative gold Baron buff by the end of it. It's about even right now with 35 seconds left. I don't think Tenacity is going to be able to get this wave into the bottom lane, but maybe they can kill Lens here. That's a flash already. Dawning Shadow over the top, 2 more autos, and there we have it. Boom, with a big shutdown.
Okay, that's a start. But Tenacity, he's in just as much trouble on the bot side. Yeah. Good luck, Tenacity.
Doesn't have the Baron.
It's going the wrong way.
Slice and dice away. Slowed by the equalizer. That means Kenvi can get the twisted advance forward. There it is. No flash available, but he got Slice and Dice again. And Tenacity actually gets out of there. Toasty was not ready to try and collapse onto him. Nature's Grasp will get it. Can Kenvi lock him down? No. Flash forward. Oh, from Diamond. It lands, but they still can't find it. Tenacity just somehow sneaks away.
Him buying that much time was really important. Young gets an inner for himself, so this Tristana continues to scale up as the rest of DSG burning time. And DSG, they're down a Hexal. They're actually in an okay spot at the moment. If these Rs don't connect from Supernova, if they are able to absorb it, they can win out on the side lane push. And Supernova, we're seeing them burn a lot of time chasing Renekton, chasing Trist, or like if you open up one of these side lanes and overcommit a Supernova, you're going to lose elsewhere. This guy's doing a nice job of actually making good use of that Baron in the back half. Have a bit of gold now on their shoulders, and if Elder pops up and they can contest, and yes, it's a 50-50, but I still think DSG can win these elongated fights.
Right as I was saying it, too, that they weren't going to get a lot done with that Baron, Tenacity does the old classico, hey, look at me play, where everybody wants to jump on the Croc. Everyone thinks they can collapse him. It buys that time for the rest of the team. So as we come back to live here, it's now a 2.2 thousand gold lead for Disguised. They are still down that Dragon Soul, though.
No, that train's naturally well for them.
True.
Yeah. Hey, I'm playing Scion. Look at me. By the way, Scion was buffed. Maybe we get the return of Tenacity Scion.
As long as it's not his Ornn. All right, let's see if they can fight for this Elder Dragon in 3 minutes time. It's actually a minute and a half till Baron, so that's going to be the more likely next magnet for action.
I appreciate how we still never let Tenacity live down the Ornn play.
Oh, we can't, yeah.
It's actually good now, but you know, it's fine. We're still gonna bully him for things that happened 3 years ago. It's just what we do up here.
I think that was like 4 years ago now.
We'll say this Renekton pick. I know it hasn't been Tenacity's game, but this has been kind of a go-to strat for DSG on this 3-series win streak. Or they've had a couple game 3s where they've defaulted to Tenacity on Renekton or on a winning lane and really just playing through him. I feel like he was a big difference maker as to why they were actually able to take down FlyQuest and 30. As Tenacity did okay in a couple of those matchups. He was my vote for second team All-Pro last split when DSG were barely making playoffs, and I still think Tenacity has been quite solid in the top lane this split. Really had a better last couple of weeks, which I think is factored into Disguised. Climbing up in our standings and cementing themselves at the top of the table. Something we've kind of been waiting for Disguised to do all year.
Yeah. It's been a question almost of when, not if, with the potential that the roster as well as last spring's roster had. I think the biggest question mark has been something like Yukino here, as he's actually alone in the jungle. Very young player. Last year when he was in the league while on General Sniper's team, the two of them together were the two youngest players in the league. Well, guess what? Sniper's actually in LCS now. I think Yukino might be the youngest player now in the league, although I guess Crimson would take that as he is technically a twin. But here we go, play into the lens in the mid lane. Young gets the kill credit, but Tomo found the angle with the call to Forge God, capitalizing on a flashless misfortune.
That was a little bit too easy for Disguised, and I'd love to see some of the power of the Ornn. We've seen Ornn start to make a comeback in the meta. Another pick that has not committal engaged to interact with mages. Now Tomo Gonna try and distract Supernova. Baron at half. Kenby has flash to get the pit if need be.
He does also use the ultimate. There's Grasp used, and a lot of damage onto Tenacity. That's already the Sterix down. Kenby's just waiting for the opportunity. Equalizer in, and he flashes, steals it! Kenby with the Baron buff secure for Supernova, and now they can just run through the fight. DSG, they only have Young getting away, as he will have to fight his way through Toasty, but that is almost an ace with a Baron steal.
It might be the game for Supernova as they can push this out and reset for the Elder. I don't think Yukino was in range to smite the Baron, so Kenby got the flash over the wall with the Bramble Smash plus smite combo and get it for free.
What a beautiful equalizer. Watch this angle here. It just splits everything perfectly. Faisal giving Kenby the shot.
Oh, Yukino, I don't know if he was in range or not. It was close, but Kenby, that flash Q smite gets the best of this guys who try and flip the Baron. Does not come up their way, and Supernova looking poised to take game one.
I'm going to say from the angle, it did not look like Yukino was in range.
No.
In order to be in range, he needed to be standing on the equalizer. It's instinct to step off of that thing, but in those high-pressure moments, sometimes you have to just commit, because giving that Baron now also makes it so easy for Supernova to get the Elder. This is going to be all three. When you talk about big three, well, Supernova's got it, man. Dragon Soul, Elder Dragon, Baron buff. This game is about to be over.
A lot of standing goals for them to take, too, to try and extend this league. As it has been a game that's been a little bit back and forth here. We've seen leads. I thought the skies, again, were kind of poised after that, but we are seeing the ability for Supernova to outrange DSG in a couple of these fights has been big. Faisal on this rumble continues to be huge, make really good use of that lead. Good shout there on the equalizer in the last fight, Kangas. And one more good one. An Elder Dragon to boot over the top of it now to just end DSG's game one.
And Faisal is yet to die, even. And he's about to have Zonius come off cooldown, so this could just be a perfect game from Supernova's top lane. Laning against the top laner that you had just said. You know, last split, second All-Pro in your individual votes, as well as a player who's had a lot of experience under his belt. Faisal, one of those top laners, had our eyes on for quite a while. Let's see if DSG and Tenacity can fight through it. Call the Forge God is down. It was just used to hit the wave, but they're still Baron for another 40 seconds. That could be another wave crash bot side as well as this wave mid. I think Supernova can still try and craft an inhibitor turret with the buff.
The real thing is Elder still for Supernova. I think that can be no Nature's Grasp now. That hurts a little bit. I think he might have it up for them while Elder is still up, so I'm expecting the next in Nature's Grasp be the big fight for Supernova. As because they have Elder on their backs too. Yes, Baron's expiring, but no fight as long as Supernova has Elder. The first two inhibitors will fall.
There we go. Supernova play their waves beautifully. They're crashing at the same times. They're pulling around DSG, making them decide which side do you want to defend. And DSG say, how about neither? We do not want to touch you while you have that Elder burn. Yeah. And Proof's just almost getting one shot by Toasty on the side here. Dominant spot by Tenacity, but Toasty still had flash, so he gets to safety. Equalizer down, Tomo burning. Is he gonna die? No, he gets Baxter found in time. Dawning Shadow over the top, but there's still a full wave here. Supernova, they just are too far ahead, and their wombo combo lands. Diamond sets it up, Lens knocks him down. Faisal's still deathless in this game, and I think it will remain Supernova with a solid and a dominant performance in game one. Look to move up in the series, pushing DSG out of that guaranteed playoff conversation here, delaying it a little bit. And a series win will put Supernova ahead. This is a great start to that series.
I gotta say, too, in the back half, I really underestimated some of the work that Seraphine would get done, just absorbing some of the damage that DSG had. Once that brand combo went down, yes, it does so much, but Seraphine, you give her a little bit of time with the double W's to really get that health back. All of a sudden, that's void, and you're just outranging the brand, able to interact with the Tristana. I really like that Seraphine 5-pick out of Supernova. We've seen teams try and get out of the engage versus engage support, but not very successfully. I feel like that's the best success case I've seen so far with the Seraphine out from Diamond.
I mean, it counters the brand, but also, like you'd said, it lets them stay on the Rift for so much longer. And crucially, they're able to stay on the Rift, making plays that DSG were not expecting. Playing around this man, our player of the game, Faisal, on the Rumble, was just putting down these equalizers that were burning everybody to a crisp. The dive top lane was clean. The early plays were clean, and then also that Baron play in particular was just so perfect for the guy who had not been able to play Rumble yet.
Yeah, really nice from Faisal in the opening Rumble game. There's not much else to say. I do want to give some credit to Kenvi, who opened up his first path on a ward with the Raptors, then kind of reverse cleared. I do think that really caught Yukino off guard and allowed for Kenvi to be there, get Faisal that first kill, and set up that lane for success for Faisal, who really cashed it in and played a solid game.
Credit where it's due. Faisal get with the pog, but Kenvi with the nod. That's going to be it for game number 1, though, everybody. Supernova up 1-0 in the series. Reminder, DSG, if they win this series, they guarantee that playoff position, and they're fighting for seeding. Supernova, if they win this, they will overtake DSG in the summer regular split standings, as they will be chasing their playoff lock-in. You won't want to miss the conclusion of the series. We'll be back after this. Hello and welcome back, everybody, for Game 2 of our first series of the day. Supernova taking on Disguised, and up in the series 1-0 on Supernova's side. And a reminder that a win here would bring them ahead of DSG in the summer split standings, but not guarantee them necessarily that playoff spot. But you know what it does allow, Cubby? Is the 0.13% chance that DSG does not make playoffs, which was apparently tweeted out by Zav earlier yesterday.
Well, I feel like a lot of that is going to be out of their control, and therefore I feel like they're going to be fine. I will say, looking back, though, I'm surprised. Toasty did that much damage? Oh my god. I did not realize it was
1.1k.
Where did that come from?
That's Corky. That's where that comes from. Young doing not that much tenacity as well. It really felt like the composition from Supernova was so much easier to allow them to output these types of damage numbers because they're constantly hitting the front line who can't quite get in there. Without Ord engaged, there really were no other options, and more often than not, we saw Tomo using the Call of the Forge God on picks, on single targets, on things like Lens out of position, and yeah, they killed a Misfortune, but now you don't have your engage tool.
I think that's a good shout out, actually. Like, it's not like DSG weren't making plays, but some of their plays were taken on timers, but they could only get so much. Kind of like talking about that Yukino flash before the, it was either the 4th dragon or the 3rd dragon. Like, you're spending a lot before the big fight comes up to find little investment. And it did feel like there were quite a few of those plays where DSG just started falling further and further behind. And I will say that I kind of underestimated the scaling of Seraphine. I thought Seraphine would maybe be able to be dealt with if it was a big opening to the fight from an Ornn brand, but because we never really saw those tools be synced up and it was always Supernova dictating the engages, Seraphine got a lot of mileage out of just keeping those health bars filled up, and was a really nice counter to something that we've seen teams really struggle to find an answer to, and a really nice R5 pick from Supernova.
Seraphine put a huge wrench in the plans, I think, is part of why specifically Young was not able to output that much damage, because you remember the game plan early for DSG was play to Young. They were getting the Tristana around the map, was 4-1 at one point, and unfortunately just wasn't able to put things together. But let's take a look at the banned champions from that game one. You see them on your screen here, but we'll have an updated graphic as we go throughout this best of 3. It is full fearless, so neither team will have access to any of the picks on your screen. Cubby, what are the big ones? I mean, obviously Rumble is going to be on everybody's mind.
Frankly, I'm surprised that there are so little marksmen that are off the board, even though I see 4. Like a lot of the priority ones, like we've seen Ezreal getting heavy prio, Ashe getting heavy prio. Those did hit the ban list game 1, but still a lot of openings for marksmen, and a lot of like those purely mid-focused ones still going to be available. So I'm expecting another game where we see AD mids with AP jungles. And curious, if I'm DSG, I'm definitely going to continue to take away the Ivern, and I'm wondering if they set themselves up for they have to set themselves up for a different first pick this time, and I'm wondering where they're going to set themselves up.
Yeah, the blue one, Renekton's always a bold choice. It is still strong, but I could see something like the Leona. It was banned last time in that second rotation. I still like it as a primary engaged tool. It doesn't show too much of your hand and still allows you the opportunity to try and counterpick some things. But you're talking about those marksmen. Ezreal and Lucian are both taken off the table.
Tomo has really actually liked the Ziggs, and he's been quite good at it. So I wouldn't be surprised to see DSG maybe set up something like that. But yeah, a lot of those dominant marksmen now off the table. Kind of the ones we were teasing. And wondering what DSG is thinking. I will say that Nidalee and Sejuani are both still on the table. So with that Nidalee being banned out, maybe we see it be a Sejuani game for Yukino here. As see what DSG does with his first pick.
Young... his LeBlanc is banned out, so yeah, the Sejuani is up, and it's just locked in for DSG. Supernova really giving respect to one of Young's pocket picks, and they go for their bot lane early. You have the pool pinched. We'll just grab the Kalista and the Renata Glask.
We'll see what kind of options DSG choose to go for. Kai'Sa would definitely signal dive, and with Sejuani being picked up, you can open up some melee picks like Jax for tenacity. I think really goes up in value, as Kalista doesn't really do enough damage to get through you, and you can set things up nicely, as we do see that Azir locked in for Young, bread and butter champ for him, and he's very much willing to play that tank iteration of Azir too if the game does allow for it.
True, is a slightly bigger health bar, more focus on the playmaking at that point. as the Azir rather than just the pure DPS, and they were teasing the idea of a bot lane pick, but now, I mean, you mentioned the Jax already, so instead we're just blind picking both of our solo lanes for DSG to make sure that we get comfortable ones.
Yeah, you gotta imagine that Faisal, like, you have Poppy, Gragas, and Asante, so he could drop, but I think that giving Faisal his pick now is kind of nice.
Sure.
And he does go for that reliable Gragas that he's always had. I do think that this actually opens up like Tank Azir to be okay. Just kind of dealing with being thrown around by Gragas, as it's a little bit of a low damage comp coming out from Supernova at the moment. And we'll see if DSG can adjust to that. But with the marksman showing for Supernova, and that Kalista Renata being locked in, they have a chance to take away some of the champs good against that. I would not be surprised to see a Xayah or Rakan ban just take away that duo from DSG as well.
That would be an interesting choice for DSG because Xayah Rakan would kind of signal to be the lane then to play through. I don't typically think of Azir as, you know, a mid lane that you play heavily to. Jax, typically you wait a little bit of time for him to scale up, especially if he's in a counter pick matchup. So DSG would then be heavily reliant on playing to that bot side. Supernova take away at least the Aphelios. There was the Kai'Sa hover as well. Do they believe that? No, they're going for the Zeri ban instead. So things like Kai'Sa, things like Xayah still available for Tomo.
I think it's a good game for Xayah Rakan. Like, you can play that into Kalista, and Xayah gets a lot of value into Renata and Gragas that's already showing. So I think it would complement what DSG has pretty well so far. Wouldn't be surprised if that ends up being the angle as their last ban. Thinking about where they could use it. Probably going to be at mid or jungle, given that's what's missing, and they will take away Xin Zhao.
Okay, focus on that jungle pick for Kenvi, and so we go for Hui, saving jungle pick for last. Technically, Gragas could be considered a flex, although we are just expecting that to be top lane into the Jax. But either way, Hui into Azir, trying to match that ranged DPS.
Yeah, your want to go Xayah goes down a little bit once you see the Hui. So see if Tomo decides to go for another direction, as it's Jhin. This signals to me, you were talking about whether to play towards bot or top. Given that it is Jhin, likely more focus to be put on this Jax in the early game. See if they can break the Gragas.
Well, let's see what the support is. If it's something that can roam and help dive, that would be beneficial. Things like Nautilus, Leona are still on the table. Even Alistair, Rel. We really have had very low priority on the engaged supports, which have been the meta. So there we go. Leona is now locked in for Poon.
I think Vi could be decent for Kenvi. It syncs up really well with Hui. And you have some tank busting ability too, as it is a little bit of a heavier lineup coming out from DSG. So I think this is just a no-brainer pick for Kenvi.
I love it when my color caster is able to just lock in before the coaches lock in, before the players click the buttons. Let's see if it is the choice, though. There's still
wasn't the
hovering.
hardest guess of all time, Kangas.
There we go.
You know, I appreciate it, but it's a really tanky team over for DSG. And I think DSG is curious because I can see both teams wanting to have long fights. I want to see how Young techs this game, if he ends up going for the Tank Azir, or if he ends up going for the Nashers. I would rather see the Nashers just because I think they need some form of DPS. They're really low on the damage front, but if they can continue to kind of lean on the Jhin to fight back, reset the fights, and make sure that the Vi Hui ults that are likely to be synced up don't take out any priority targets, DSG can play the long haul.
I just feel like if you don't have DPS on Azir, not only are you going to be hurting in fights, but also objective taking capabilities. You really can't threaten and pull them into you if you're starting up a Baron, if you're not doing any damage to the Baron. So, yeah, I think that Young almost forced to just go for that DPS build, which means you're squishier for something like Kenvi on this Vi, like the Gragas, if you're going to be going for that AP build, as you had alluded to. So it's not like it's an easy answer for DSG. You're going to have to be very careful if you are Young, especially if you're given the resources like you were in game number 1. If DSG can bring it back in this series, down 0-1 to Supernova, who are on the press over DSG in the summer split standings. Let us know who you are rooting for, who you're cheering for with a DSG in chat or S10.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Thank you, Kai, for the duck cam as well.
As we take a look, looking like Young, at least, you want to go Fleet in the Hui matchup to try and you can use the proc to sidestep some things, but that does signal more so the Nashor start to me. And if that is the case, then I think the early grubs are actually pretty big for DSG yet again. Jax should be able to win side lane against anyone against Supernova later on. You're just looking to stymie the Jax with the Gragas.
Minions have
So
spawned.
if you are able to get early grubs, a Nashor's Azir plus a Jax, having those two side laners, DSG could really accelerate themselves in the mid game. We have a little bit of a game of cat and mouse going on for the first ward, and this will be contested.
Ooh.
Not even in the
It
mid.
was one with 3 first, though.
Yeah, just trying to at least threaten to harass, and it will force Yukino to start on the top side. So we look at this draft and say, hey, we think that playing towards the Jax is an option. With Yukino starting on Wolves, that makes that game plan a lot harder.
Yeah, you can't at the top side to help out the Jax
And
anymore.
don't
You
have a red
kind of,
buff.
yeah, you got to take this and then get towards the bottom side at this point. But I don't think that's even that bad of a play either. You do have Leona to be a playmaker for you. So I think if you can adapt, if you can pivot as Yukino, getting Tomo ahead still doesn't feel bad if you want to play the bot.
I think you see Tomo has to be on the back foot early on this matchup. Pretty much just looking to live and use your abilities in fourth shots to get anything you can against this Kalista Renata lane that is quite scary in the first couple waves especially.
Diamond's just controlling the brush right here. Love to see that with the range matchup advantage. Things like Renata, even Melio could be on the table here for some of these supports, as we've seen a lot of the engaged supports getting less and less priority, but still being prevalent. You want to have that engage somewhere. It's just not going to be Diamond's job this time around. He's on anti-engage as Kenby's going to sneak by. Not spotted there. Nice catch from our observer, Kai, to see that there's no information known here. Kenby can't take away these Raptors.
We did see Yukino go for a unique clear. It was Wolves in a red and the Krugs. So the Raptors are actually going to be all for Kenby. And Yukino is lying in wait to defend against a potential dive. Kenby's yet to be spotted.
Or just go for their own play. Yeah, engage onto Diamond. Flash out from the Renata Glass. And first blood to Yukino.
Nice path from Yukino. Some creativity there. As Kenby, he was looking to contest, but only gets the camp, nothing more. And Yukino with the visit finds a really nice timer. Surprises Supernova and gets first blood for DSG.
It felt like information was probably expected that Yukino would be going for the full top clear. So would not be there at that time. The way that Supernova were playing. I mean, we saw this in the last game too. They get over aggressive in the bot side because they think that their jungler's hanging around. The jungler's on the invade bot, so clearly the enemy jungler can't be down here, right?
Yeah, I mean, we saw that with Yukino walking in the top side against Supernova in the last game early on. So, honestly, very impactful as Lens and Diamond going to fight. But Kenby was spotted on the ward in the Tri-Brush and finds nothing. So just going to be a frozen wave and threatening Tomo whether or not he wants to base. It does look like they're going to play it out.
That's a big wave, though. If Lens and Diamond can freeze, which they currently have a freeze, means that there's an opportunity for Kenby to do this. Rooted up, though. Well done from Tomo, landing the Deadly Flourish. So no play for Supernova, but still, DSG need to get this wave in. And Yukino's even coming down to hover to allow them to do just that.
Yeah, so Sejuani thrown off her path pretty good. As if Boom actually finds Vi there, it could have been nice, but not going to be the case. She should get the next wave in and reset. As a lot of his game, though, being used to try and assist his bot lane. The first move, obviously very positive, got first blood, but this one, I think actually threw him off his pathing quite a bit. And a chance that this camp's contested as Kenby's coming back. Yukino has Smite, Kenby does as well, and Kenby will get the camp.
So Yukino just Arctic Assaults away, has all of top camps to clear, so he can just path up there. But as of right now, like you had said, has sacrificed some of that tempo in the jungle to set up his bot lane. Now maybe looking for a play, though, onto Kenby, who's starting up the dragon.
Okay. Ships in the night.
Oh, no, we're going bot lane instead. We're wrapping around through the Tri-Brush. Flash stun onto Diamond. No flash available for the support, so that is a kill to DSG 2 on the scoreboard.
I did not expect Kenby to take that Q into the Dragon Pit, and Supernova did not expect Yukino to still be behind them in the Tri-Brush. As the flash assignment is the focus, he goes down. And a little bit of ships in the night there. Good ward setup by DSG. Gave them the info they needed to make sure they could go for that play. And Yukino showing a lot of patience. He's really sacking those topside camps, but has hit enough timers bot where it looks to be quite worth it. They've turned this lane around, and it's in the Jin's favor.
I really want to hear Supernova comms, because it feels like every time they know where Yukino is, it's the wrong spot. Or every time they feel that they know where he is, it's not correct. From last game into this game now, Yukino has just had such creative decision-making and pathing. He's going to lose this dragon, though. We saw Kenby, or rather, DSG saw Kenby on a ward charge up the Vault Breaker and jump onto Dragon, but there's just no contest with Tomo and Poom being on reset. So good little window here for Kenvi to get that objective.
Yeah, Yukino did clear out his respawn camps on the bot side, is making his way up to the top side. And Jax has a pretty nice slow push building that just crashed into Gragas, so would have been a wave where they could be on Grubs. Not quite going to take. Tenacity will take the fruit to make sure that he's going to be okay in the top lane. I do expect these Grubs to be in DSG's favor. We do have Poom up here as well, as he's looking for Diamond, but doesn't look like Supernova is going to commit at all. I think the best way to contest Grubs, if you really want to, Supernova, would be to swap the bot lane into top to make sure you have Renata approach from there. Not going to be the case, though. It should go over to DSG.
Well, DSG are not actually posturing for it. They have the push top, and they're getting an early hit mid, but Yukino's just backing in the top jungle. So that's 2 games in a row now where we've had our opinions on their opportunity to go for the Grubs, but DSG not willing to pull the trigger themselves. Curious what the comms are and what the reasoning is for some of these decisions. Instead, Yukino's just going back bot side.
Yukino can get red buff and then come back to Grubs. I still think they can fight up here, though. Like, Jax is in decent shape. Doesn't have a TP to get back, but Jax, Sedge, like, at a fight up here. I would prefer that. I think it's really good, especially if you're able to rotate Neon first. So,
the only downside is currently Kenvi's level 6 and Yukino's not. So maybe you could argue that, you know, you're down in XP as the jungler, you want to go for that bot camp first, now hits level 6. So
yeah.
Let's see if Yukino wants to go for the play at this point, as Tenacity's just 1v1ing Faisal, getting a good chunk of there.
Tenacity doing a nice job in this one. As you see this grass box, trying his best to apply him.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Is going to get that, but now Kenvi's here, starting off with some good damage. Toasty's nearby, but it would actually be Young faster to the rotation, so Kenvi's got to play to his bot side instead.
Real game here where junglers are trying to skip over quite a bit to interact with this bot side. Yukino wrapping up his clear down here this time around. Will be able to rotate back on up, but again, continues to delay any potential grub takes, which I feel like Tenacity's kind of missed his window to do it, because the issue with this matchup, if you are Jax and the Gragas, Faisal's playing this well, you just want to put this wave as close to turret as possible, so you can always threaten your R back in and find that Wombo combo to actually sneak in a kill. But Faisal just continues to sustain himself in this matchup. Tenacity doesn't have access to TP. He's stuck at the health bar he's at. So I do feel like DSG kind of missed that window to do the grubs. It should have been earlier when Tenacity got the fruit and was still strong. But we're committing to spot side play still.
Here. Glacial Prison thrown out. Kenvi does have flash. Flashes the solar flare. And now Yukino's very far forward with the hostile takeover from Diamond. Turn's been called though, and DSG might just have the scoop from Young, shoving everybody into Tobo, but they don't have enough damage. Supernova live with slivers of health bars, but they live nonetheless.
Yeah, Lens was saved by the Renata, got the bailout, stayed alive, and DSG lose out on the skirmish they take. As a big commit from Yukino, whom just not quite in range to connect the solar flare. A little bit of desync. Faisal loses flash, but that desync, it allowed for Kenvi to get out as he flashed from under the solar flare, and Supernova turned to the round.
Does Tenacity go for the solo kill here? This would be so ambitious. Body slam from Faisal's all he needs. There we go. And the backup. No, Tenacity still gets it. Kenvi almost saving his top laner's life, but Tenacity will make it a 1-for-1.
All right, that's worth. Jax will take it. You know, there are a couple creeps that died. It's all good. As that wave's coming back into him. Nice hover, though, from Kenvi, who is going to be quite fed this game. Looks like Kenvi might be working towards that block cleaver first. Let's take another look at this. As Kenvi... It could have been a Yukino flash commit to actually get the full combo down. I think if he does that, Poom's actually in range to connect with the solar flare. Instead, Kenvi flashes out from under it, turns the fight, and the other big key was the bailout onto Lens, who was able to live. Oh, excuse me, onto Kenvi. As Kenvi, once gets this kill, does get bailed out. Ends up surviving in the fight. Good focus from Supernova as they took down the targets. And Kenvi flashing out from under the solar flare and taking the re-engage with the big play that set up Supernova to win out.
From the Seraphine to the Renata Glass, Diamond really changing up how we're seeing the support meta in NACL. Both of them have looked fantastic. This one just maybe a little earlier than we saw with the Seraphine, who took some time to scale. Renata Glass gives you that, survivability much earlier, as now we're just getting the handshake onto Poom, but safe enough under turret, so Kenvi does not want to commit to the play.
I still think as this game rolls out, I favor DSG with scaling once again, and there isn't a Seraphine to break that this time around. But at the moment, I really think that Supernova is set up to hit this 1-2 item spike hard, which they can. They just have to play around this mid to bot side. This Faisal is going to continue to be weak-sided. See here.
As the explosive cast, we'll have to use it, but Glacial Prison with the flash Arctic Assault. Faisal's going down to Tenacity, the one getting that kill. Lens with the cleanse, as Diamond is going to look for the continued dive. Kenvi's here as well. They have the bailout available. Can he use it? Actually, Fate's Call is used instead. Do they want to look for more? Nah, they'll just be happy with the kill onto Tomo. Deny him a wave of CS and experience. Get some more damage on that turret. Well done from Supernova.
Good answer. I think that DSG, this is the trade they kind of have to make. But overall, I think Supernova got the better answer, taking Jin off the map and Lens. He's really set up for success in this one. Will be going for that on-hit build, so Blade of the Ruined King in the Rage Blade that looks things from Lens does have a lot of tanks to do damage to. So I think getting ahead of the item curve will be big for him. We'll see if it's enough for Supernova to continue to power through this early to mid game where this comp excels. At the moment, 2 Dragons and 1k gold lead. Good spot for them.
Only problem I can see is that you're on hit Callista against a Jax that is also fed. Flash from Poom gets flashed out of Toxie. Good reaction time from Supernova's mid laner. But back to that point I was saying, I think I would rather have the fed Jax most of the time.
And Jax is pretty
Gives you
good.
a lot of options on the map for global plays into the side lane or in team fights to shut down this Callista.
It does, and Tenacity is going to have to carry this one through. We saw Faisal in game 1 get a really good lead on Rumble, and a very solid game. Didn't really allow for Tenacity to get into this one. This time Tenacity, he's the one that was given bonus resources, made a bit of a lead on his own. And in this matchup, Gragas can only slow down Jax in the side lane. This side lane will be all Jax, so Tenacity, his ability to break turrets could be very big for DSG later on in this one.
Which is still even more surprising. They are not prioritizing these grubs in the slightest. There was only 1 taken in the entire game. They're going to expire as the Rift Herald spawning. We are still playing the bot side for DSG. When Lens has 3 kills, they're trying to make the play onto Diamond. Has no flash available. If they can make this stick, it will work. But no, it's just getting turned back around on them with Kenvi in the neighborhood. He flash, Vault Breakers, and a double kill to Lens. Supernova are just getting gifted these kills onto their 80 carry.
I'm so surprised. Like, DSG, they just do not win this 3v3. And there have been so many attempts to try and make it go in their favor. None of them have come up DSG's way. Now they're going to lose access to their bot camps. As Supernova, they've played really solid around these picks, but just curious, like DSG, I feel like kind of where they've been playing, catering to on the map, it's fit where Supernova's strong. Lens already just got 2 more kills, now at 5-0. And this Callista, again, is going to be the person that really carries through this early to mid game for Supernova, and then set up to do so.
And I want to go back to a point that you had made very early on in the series of the synergy between Yukino and Poom. You were praising them earlier, how they've been looking this summer, and saying that Diamond and Kenvi need to step up to that level. I'd say Diamond and Kenvi are doing just fantastic in this series so far. They have been not necessarily reading everywhere that Yukino's been, but they have been doing a good job, at least, of countering when it is most important.
Supernova, though, like, we've seen them get leads. They are one of the better early game teams that we have in Challengers. It's just sometimes they slip up as they snowball them through. So would like to see Supernova find a clean win here because they are on a clock against this Jax. You even teased earlier, Campus.
Jax is still the win condition for DSG. Tenacity needs to keep a level head as the rest of the Rifts, notably just bot lane, has been falling further and further behind. The turret's been taken, so Supernova can now lane swap, take the Rift Herald, and have Lens and Diamond start working on this top turret. So Tenacity will now have to survive lane with no turret to fall back on. He's got the short lane to deal with, rather the long lane on his side. That means that, oh, he's actually going to go for a 1v1 out of Faisal. Just some early damage here, as it's so hard to stick on the Gragas.
Yeah, it pretty much is just, you know, you win over time. Gragas just tries to slow it down as much as possible. So Faisal, of course, always has loved this Gragas pick, doing his best to try and make this one happen. It was a time where Faisal was the top laner for Evil Genius's Prodigies versus Tenacity, the top laner that did Hail from 100 Next. Some commonalities between these guys and where they came from. Good to see them go toe-to-toe, continue to play at a decent level. As I think Faisal, I want to see if he can be as impactful in the team fights. We have seen some of these other Gragas's be, especially Phillips Gragas, again, someone that has really leaned on this pick in this format to just neutralize some lanes and be effective in team fights. I'll see if Faisal can do the same, because again, this lane will continue to get cooked a little bit, but that cast can always be ever so valuable.
And you talked about Tenacity, his most recent spring performance being in your second All-Pro ballot. I look back to Faisal a little bit further back in the past we have to go, but I remember him being on my mind at one point. I want to say it was around spring of 2023, thinking there's a conversation for MVP based on how he was looking at that time on that Fear roster, but then wasn't able to maintain. We've seen stints of brilliance from Faisal. And right now, he's not necessarily stepping up in this matchup with a hard smash, but he is holding his own against the Jax, who has been getting a couple kills, a lot of gold. So eyes will still be on Faisal to see how he can continue to perform here.
He smashes the map with how he's able to collapse. That's all he needs to do. As moment, Shelly will make a crash. Half of that bot inner gone, and DSG may be looking to turn as Boom rotates in. Not going to be in range to find anything too terrible.
Okay, doesn't actually crack the turret. Not too bad defense from DSG. They're still 2,500 gold behind right now, but not that far in the hole yet. They have the Jax to play with. He is down here. Young has teleport, who could join from topside. Faisal does not. So if there's a time for DSG to go for a contest, it's now.
I mean, Faisal already on top. Young not going to be able to get in. I don't think that DSG believes they have the items to fight it. As with this Jhin build, you're kind of playing for the waves. You really don't do damage with this build until you find an IE, which someone's looking to delay to maybe 3 or 4. So, still leaning on the Jhin, on the Jax scaling with not as much time to spare as the last game. Supernova done another very nice job of stacking up these early dragons, and a second Hex Tech sold to spawn in this series will be pressure for DSG when the next Drake spawns.
Dragon Soul point for Supernova as Glacial Prison now used to try and catch out. Can be out of position. He had flash Vault Breakers over the wall, but Tenacity can follow and gets his 3rd kill of the game.
Going to rotate onto the way too. See if Yukino can find anything. As mid going to be cleared by Tomo, top cleared by Young, and DSG trying to play past the map.
Onto Toasty, feared away. It's only Sejuani passive. Solar Flare not gonna land.
There should be bot turret falling to DSG, so they at least get an objective on the back half of this, then are able to play defense in all 3 lanes. As Tomo, hold on. Maybe not.
Oh, the solo kill for Lens. That's that on hit Callista.
I wonder how we set that one up. The one way you can find a kill in that lane is to really connect with a Q slow. Wondering if it was through any minions, as when we look mid, there were a lot of spears stacked into Tomo. As Lens steps up on the Callista pick, he was set up for success early on, reminding us that he's still a big part of this game. He finds solo kill and breaks mid.
Yeah, I would love to get a replay if we have the time for that, because Tomo also burned both summoner spells during that exchange. Okay, thank you very much. We do have it.
Oh, Tomo playing the wave really high. And QE just going to connect. No minions need to be stacked up. Bork proc kicks in and then mows him down.
It was just as simple as that. And now it's as simple as catching Faisal in the top lane. If Young can get a kill here, that is huge. Gold onto the Azir is going to be necessary to win this game. But he still lives! They can't take down the Gragas. And now Lens has joined in on the fight. Gets another double kill.
Oh, the heal from Diamond was enough to keep Gragas topped off. Now Tomo, he's got no Psalms. Kenvi presses R. Good night to Tomo. Supernova going to turn to the Baron.
It is all falling apart at the seams for DSG. A series win here would have locked them into playoffs, but Supernova looked to delay that. They won game 1, and they are crushing the mid-game in game 2. Dragon Soul point, multiple kills, now a Baron buff picked up. Supernova are poised to run this rift.
And Supernova, they were coming off of a pretty tough 0-2 against FlyQuest challengers, as a couple of mistakes in each of those games ended up being 2 quick wins for FlyQuest. DSG, they beat them 2-1 in their series. They were the last 2 opponents for each of these teams. To have Supernova come out after that loss where they looked tough and have a pretty, 2 blistering early games where they just stacked up these dragons, and DSG really never felt like they had a real foothold in these games. It's been a really good look for Supernova, and really just adding on to what I feel like I'm saying every week here, casting NACL Kangas, where this is a competitive league, this split. And going into playoffs, we're going to have 8 teams that can compete to take wins off of anyone. This middle of the pack, it really feels like anyone can beat anyone on any given day. And as playoffs come around, it's going to be a really tightly contested double elimination bracket.
And speaking of that playoff, seeding can be important. Supernova, this is their tough match left,
Oh.
and they just crushed Tomo. Just eviscerated in the mid lane. Supernova, with this Baron buff, can look to end. Their next opponents will be Winthrop University and AOE, 2 teams well below them in the standings. They could make a late summer surge to jump up towards a top seed going into that playoffs, and it could
Supernova
start
summer.
here.
We have Shopify summer, you know, dig season. It's Supernova summer. Kicking on in the back half as the engage comes in from Yukino. And then McHale's out by Diamond.
Glacial Prison does not guarantee Kenby's death, as he does have the ultimate available. The cease and desist will need to be respected, as it looks like top lane's actually having some trouble here. Tenacity was getting soloed by Faisal and now caught out as he's trying to escape. Supernova will crush the middle inhibitor and also pick up a kill to boot.
Tenacity has TP when he spawns 10 seconds after this Hex Soul spawns for Supernova. As an R coming out, that's optimistic from Tomo.
Yeah, just gonna be used on the wave, basically. ESG look like they are just trying to solve a puzzle. They don't have all the pieces right now, but this could be a good start if Young can free fire, but no, he's hit by every ultimate that they got. Hostile takeover into explosive cask, and Young just cannot do the DPS, even though he was set up to do so. Supernova find another 2 kills.
Supernova, I mean, they've made this look like a very one-sided series, King. It's not what we were expecting coming into today, as the tightly contested middle pack felt like that would continue, but Supernova, they had thoughts elsewhere. They wanted a quick one. They're looking for the 2-0.
Plus Tenacity can pull off a miracle here. Counter-strike with the flash available. He stuns up onto 4. Follow-up comes in from Poop. If Tomo can free fire, maybe there's a world. They got 2 down. DSG actually defend at the Nexus turrets.
Able to hold for now. Poom doesn't have Solar Flare available. No flash TP coming in.
This is a big tempo swing for DSG. If they can find more plays.
Nice.
Oh, the Zenith Blade lands from Poom. That is what they needed. Keep the plays going. Young does not have the Emperor's Divide, but he can get flash out of Toasty. Way does not have that available. DSG can deny the Dragon Soul. That is crucial for their life in this series.
TP on Faisal when he's up in 10. Don't think it's going to be in time. It's a sloppy end of this one. DSG, they still have scaling elements. Exo will be denied. Still feels like Supernova have full control over this game, but we'll have to wait for a second Baron push as the TP does come in.
Going for, is that a double
That's
TP?
both. That's both.
It's a double TP. They send
Get
both
Poom.
in. Faisal's going to look for Poom. Toasty will have the damage follow-up, so that can be a kill. And now a staggered death time here. It's going to be a 4v5 defense if Supernova want to push for more, but without the Baron, I don't know if they can threaten an end.
Yeah, Yukino actually was able to sneak out, found a free base. It is going to be a 5v4. Poom should be up in time, though, for Nexus defense. But there is only one Nexus turret standing, and it is very low, so Supernova going to force.
Kenby has ultimate available as well. That ward down so they can see everybody from DSG is here. The Azir turret's going to put in work, but that other Nexus turret's very low. But they walk off of the wave. Supernova just let DSG hit the wave, and now they can't just go for an end. They're going to need another one. Supers are coming in.
Almost should press R. I mean, they have Poom up now. They could actually look to turn this.
This is really sloppy from Supernova.
Got
Toasty.
McHale.
It's McHale's from Diamond and gets out of there, but I am waiting with bated breath here. Supernova felt like they could end there, and they just did not have the wave priority. They needed to just hard commit with a Kenby ultimate or something.
I don't know.
To go for that.
I mean, they were looking for the end. I actually don't think the end was there for them. I would have rather had them play for this objective in the first place, which it looks like they're doing now.
Just
but
a little late at this point.
no McHale's
That wave's
means
gone too.
a Solar Flare from Poom, if it connects, it can stick if it's on the right member. Lens, no cleanse too, so this is real for DSG if they want to fish. That's it. Young's in mid. They're going to engage on the Poom.
Okay, we're just going to dive. As Tenacity jumps straight onto Lens, that's the damage, that's the carry, but Tenacity is kited back. Lens plays the fight beautifully. absorbs the engage, can't get the damage for a
DSG.
kill, as now Tenacity goes back in. Faisal's got to get out of there. He has the flash available, but he doesn't need to use it. Body slam over the wall.
This is getting a little scary for Supernova, actually. Like, we're going to have an IE on Jhin for the next big fight. Baron spawning soon. Each of our teams are going to reset, but DSG have actually picked up a lot of gold in the past couple of minutes. They've at least kept it even, and their comp does scale. I mean, this is 3 items on Jax. Warmog's almost in for Yukino. And if these fights aren't clean for Supernova now, you're in a world where the Leona, the Sejuani can reset and get that health back. And we're seeing a lot more damage come out of the Azir and Jhin as we have a TP coming in, another fight.
From Yukino, he's frontline into another multi-champ stun from Tenacity. He is just carrying these fights. He defends the base.
Oh my god.
And now he engages onto Supernova.
I think Supernova failed to end twice, and this game might be turned on its head. Yukino has no Warmogs to heal up before Baron, so he's stuck at that health. Supernova going to look to re-engage, but no ults available outside of Lens.
No seek and poke. The Wei can do a lot of work in a situation like this. Lens has to use the cleanse. Bates call pulls back. Now back out of Poom. They're trying to damage up the Leona. But now the big shuffle from Young! Catches all the carries, but not Lens enough. He's still alive. Huge shutdown for Tenacity. That's 1,000 gold in his pocket, but that might just delay things enough. Toasty is still up, and he can try and take down Tenacity as Faisal will jump forward, and the explosive gas is back off cooldown. That's Supernova with a 3-for-4 trade in their favor.
Toasty played that fight so well, and that might be enough to end it. The inhibitor has spawned, and the Nexus turret has a lot more HP left. Envy's trying to take the ports to get here. They'll at least get the inhib, but Yukino's up in 5. Tomo's up in 10.
They're not going for the end.
That's it.
Okay, Supernova just cannot find their window to actually take down that Nexus. Let's get another look at the fight, because this one was so close.
It's a really good re-engage from Young, but I want you guys to watch Toasty and how he was able to play this fight, because once DSG goes in, I think his response was fantastic. So first off, lands good harass on the Poom, and then, yes, the ult is strong, but Toasty was able to survive. He gets comboed up. The ult misses. Okay, he actually missed everything there. But hey, the fear was okay on the Tomo to actually make sure that he turned that one. And then he was able to use his abilities to stay at base, so Tenacity couldn't get on him. So
I'm going to say it.
Not bad.
I think Faisal hard carried that fight.
I had the wrong read.
Flank.
I had the wrong read. I saw the big burst of damage. I was like, it's the way. It was the Gragas. Now the Gragas might be caught.
As I say that, I might have just cursed Faisal. He's now alone up at the top side, but the rest of the team's winning the fight down here. Toasty again surviving for an eternity while Lens can free fire. Surely this will be the end of the game. Boom flashes away, gonna get chased down by Kenvi, but they have super minions in the mid wave. And Tenacity with Yukino will have to try and mount the base defense.
DSG were split. They can't take a split fight here, as Tomo, he had no summoner spells, and he was completely attacked. As Yukino
catching the wave.
He cuts the wave. Poom goes down late. I don't know if Yukino can actually get back in time, and Tenacity can't really wave clear. Tomo's up in 10. But I think this is going to do it.
Surely this ends. Surely the game ends now. Surely Tenacity cannot make a miracle happen 3 times in a row. He was given so much resources, so much gold, but unfortunately, Supernova's team fighting coordination was just too strong. They will sweep the series 2-0.
It got a little scary there for me, Kangas. I was a little bit concerned that DSG started to put together a couple decent fights, but in the end, ended up being split. And Supernova takes that one home. And shout out to Lens. Lens had a really, really strong game there on his Kalista. We knew him, how well he played the Kalista very early on when we started seeing him in Challengers League on Wildcard. And good to see that pick continue to be strong for him in this format.
And, I mean, you couple that with the fact that they were hard-focused bot side. Now, Lens was kind of benefiting from that because he was getting a couple of kills along the way. But Yukino heavily focusing on the bottom half of the map instead of trying to get the Jax head, instead of playing to that Jax split push, instead of going for the grubs. And the fact that Lens absorbed it and was just able to turn back kills pretty much every time is really what allowed this team to come together, because once the Kalista could free fire in those fights, it was just over.
I mean, I think the focus early on from DSG was good, but the big play was when they overextended on the last bot fight, and Kenvi was there when ults were down, and they really turned that around to get Lens. That's when he was at 3 kills, and then there was the play after that where he got up to 5 kills, another double kill. I think that the early focus, again, was rather strong, but not enough as Kenvi was able to wrap back around. turn bot lane in their favor and turn the rest of their game in their favor. It was a good game from Lens, Kenvi, and the rest of Supernova.
Man, heart goes out to Tenacity, almost topping the damage charts for his team when he's playing Jax against that type of team composition. He really did keep them in it. That base defense, getting the 4-champ stun. Everyone groups up for it, but still, you got to take your shot when you are the Jax player. And then also having an insane engage later on around that Baron, but it just wasn't enough. The Jax in a team fight, you get such small windows to make that big impact. And if a Gragas is marking you, it's going to be harder later on in the game. So with that being said, there's a winner and a loser, and today Supernova walking away as victor. So we're going to send it to a short break before we are back with an interview with one of their members after this.
Hello, folks. We're back with the victorious marksman of Supernova in Lens. Hey, Lens, congrats on the 2-0, especially that really big game 2 you had on the Callista. With that 2-0 over DSG, you guys actually catapulted yourself to 3rd in the NACL standings, and I believe locked in a spot for playoffs, so congrats. But did want to ask you, that match against DSG in particular, 2-0 felt like it was really controlled from your guys' aspect. What kind of happened in the last week after that 0-2 to FlyQuest, where you guys lost pretty quickly in those 2 games, and then the ability to bounce back against DSG and find a rather dominant 2-0 in your favor?
Yeah, I mean, we just went back to the drawing board. We were aware that we were making draft mistakes, so we just tried to fix those. Like, what's our priorities? What enemy wants to do? Even though we're having some rough scrims, I'm glad that we're able to show our potential in stage games.
Yeah, a part of that draft priority, we see you bust out the Callista pick that we've always known that you can play at a really high level. What kind of goes into that? Like, is it more so you guys speaking up on, hey, I think X, Y, and Z is good right now, or hey, we just need to prioritize this more?
I think it's about prioritizing. I think Callista is like if the person plays it well, like it can carry any games kinda. It's like a really strong, stable pick. Like you saw Moss who picked it as well, did the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it was good to see. As I think you got to like 5-0 after the first 2 ganks even went DSG's way in that game too. Ended up being very big throughout. Hey, Lens, we're towards the end of the regular season. You guys are sitting at 4-3 right now with AoE and Winthrop waiting you guys. Yeah, not bad, not bad. 2 opponents that are below you guys in the standings moving forward. Is there anyone now that you can actually look at the playoff picture that you are really gunning for, or any teams that you really want to find and rematch after this regular season?
I think against TL or what was the name? Maryville, Dragonsteel, because I think we beat them both, but we just threw away the games. It sounds cliche, but it is what it is. One of those. Sounds good.
Yeah, of course, 2 teams that we expect to be in playoffs along with you guys as well. Lens, congrats on the win. Really nice 2-0 from you guys over DSG. Before we say goodbye, I just want to open the floor to you. Any other shout-outs or thank yous you'd like to give?
Shout out to my team, always. Even though we're struggling a bit during scrims, we managed to pull the win today. Shout out to my family, my friends, yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Well, hey, shout out to you, Lens. Really good performance today, especially that game 2 Callista that was massive. And thanks for joining us here. But we'll be right back with the broadcast as we have a second best of 3 to play today in Winthrop University versus CCG right after this.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we are preparing for our second series and last series of Week 7 of the NACL Summer Split. We got Winthrop University taking on CCG right around the corner, but before we dive into that, let's update everybody on the matches and how they've shaken out today. If you're just joining us now, we had a 2-0 to kick things off, Cubby, and if we had just expectations for a 2-0, I would have said probably DSG taking it. Supernova kind of dismantled them, though.
Yeah, it was a really good look from Supernova in those two games. I think that the Callista Renata returning to something that we know works for Lens and Diamond looked really good. And even that game 1, I think Supernova, it played solid. I think Disguise definitely made some mistakes to help Supernova look good, but that's a big 2-0 for Supernova. That really solidified a lot of our playoff standings, Kangas.
Yeah, you were mentioning this, that Zav League on Twitter updating us real time as to all the playoff implications.
With Fierce Starforge, by the way, so you know.
With Fierce Starforge, yes. There you go. So he just put out a tweet that you were sharing with me, but I'll let you talk about it because I think you've had a chance to review it a little bit closer.
Yeah, so after that Supernova versus Disguise match, we have 6 teams that are now 100% locked for playoffs, so they're only fighting out for seeding. Those teams would be Dragonsteel, Fierce Starforge, Supernova, FlyQuest NZXT, Disguised, and TLC. All 6 of those teams are in the playoff picture now, with Dragonsteel already locking in a top 2 finish. There are 4 teams that are fighting out their way now for the last 2 playoff spots, and 2 of those teams will be the teams that we have up next in CCG and Winthrop. So a very important match for each of these teams and their playoff hopes.
So let's start talking about them. CCG Esports up first. Crimson, Kryra, Shochi, Manui, and Trevor. A couple of names on here, very young players that we've had our eyes on. Crimson in particular will draw a couple nods just for being the twin brother of General Sniper, who is currently rocking it in the LCS. I've also had my eyes on Kryra, despite the fact we can't see him on screen right now, technically. But as a jungler that could be one to step up, as he is now getting a starting spot today on CCG Esports.
Kryra is definitely a player that I went out and said was the biggest snub being left out of Challengers League, just as an individual. I really feel like he is at this level, but jungle was stacked. He didn't have a team, so I know stepping in for Chad, we saw CCG put up 2 games. One, it was an 0-2. One was better than the other. Game 2 was actually okay. I think we saw some of the strengths of Kryra, where he actually is a very intelligent jungler, and I think does really well when he is on power clears, and we'll see if he can do so today against Winnie and Winthrop University, as a win today would be very big for Winthrop and their playoff chances.
So let's talk about Winthrop then and look at their roster going forward. You might notice their name is Winthrop. They only got 1 Winthrop representative, as they also have a lot of St. Louis University members. That's just how their roster building shook off in the off season. But regardless, it is a team that has high potential, has skill ceiling. These are 4, reigning CLOL champions on their roster, along with Denethor, who's another player that I've had a lot of hope for and a lot of expectations for as well coming into the year.
It's funny because when talking about our rookie of the split, Crimson and Denethor were actually 2 people that are both in the running for that award. And I felt like Denethor going into the year would actually kind of be ahead of Crimson. So far, I'd put Crimson ahead of where Denethor is at in terms of performance. Even if the record's not as good for CCG, I think Crimson has actually been quite solid in his first split as a rookie top laner, which is very difficult to do in Challengers League. So a good opportunity here for Denethor to kind of maybe make his mark against Crimson. And again, for Winthrop University to solidify themselves much better standing in playoffs, as right now they are the favored team out of the last 4 to get in. But a win here would really shift those odds in their favor and make it almost guaranteed that they do not miss the playoff picture.
It is almost as if the teams are fighting for their lives already for that playoff scenario with how tight it is at the bottom. So a win means so much to either one of these teams, but you are right, the Winthrop are a little bit ahead, so they have a little more breathing room, making the win for CCG matter even more.
Yeah, Winthrop are probably going to get in the playoffs, but a win here would guarantee it. So if they do find a win, impossible for CCG or AoE to catch them in the series scores. So playoffs would be locked for Winthrop if they do win here. As we dive into picks and bans, and look at that, Ziggs taken away from CCG. Who would have possibly guessed that the team with Shochi and Manui on it are getting denied Ziggs, Kangas? No other team has done this. No team has done this against CCG this year, you know.
Manui notable for AP bot laners. Do we see a Seraphine ban? Would be the next question. But also Shochi loving to play that Ziggs in particular.
You know,
too much of a throwback.
Too much of a throwback.
Well, we just saw it earlier today. I thought maybe.
That's true. It was very strong earlier today. Have to see if that's the case. I believe Winthrop University, in terms of banned against, CCG, Ziggs, banned against, 94%. So pretty much everyone taking away the Ziggs from this team. So, it's kind of a fun one.
That is a fun stat right there. Did they play it the one time it wasn't banned, or like the 2 times it wasn't banned?
Hold on. I got to actually focus on that one.
Okay.
Shochi played it once, and they found a win, so yes.
Okay, cool. Well, there you go. 100% win rate for CCG. Makes sense that you're just going to ban that away. We're also banning away the Ashe and the Jax, so spreading love to the top lane where CCG have banned away the Karthus. AP jungle that we haven't seen played that often across the board, but Winnie in particular does like this one. It's just a constant, I'm helping button every time that ultimate is off cooldown. And the thing that we always say about Winnie teams is that it's Winnie plays. Whatever he wants to do is typically what the team will back up.
I feel like that Jax ban was kind of setting up a Renekton Sedge topside for Winthrop if they did want it. So any of the Renekton makes sense to me. But with all the marksmen left up, still looks like that priority will be on the Tristana for Dark Wings. Winthrop University, in their last outing, they did fall short in their series against TLC, and Dark Wings had a really rough Tristana game in that series, so looking for him to have a stronger one here.
Dark Wings in particular has had a lot of growth shown over the splits, but still looking like one of the players, one of the mid laners that wants to step up a little bit higher to the competition, and we'll see what Shochi's going to play into that Tristana as Ivern's locked in for Kryra. Not really a jungler that I associate with Kryra's playstyle.
Not exactly. Kryra is very unique, as Kryra on the younger side. In terms of players, also going to be one of the younger players we have in the league. But also his kind of solo queue specials. He was a Zac Evelyn 2-trick in solo queue, which I would dare you to find the person that has that kind of combination of champs.
It's clear connection of playstyle between those two, right?
100%. So it ends up being like he sees things for me uniquely just because the champs that he played to get Hyula. And he's definitely someone that is not a cheeser out of jungle. Like, this guy knows how to play standard. Again, I think very highly of Kryra. And had mixed feelings about him stepping in for Chad, who is always, of course, vocal, fun to have in the league, and is a leader for this team. But am hoping that we can see Kryra succeed. As with that Camille locked in, we have Olaf early for Crimson in the top side.
Yeah, we'll talk more about Kryra and his journey as we get into the game itself and see some gameplay. But for now, catching up on that draft, the Olaf answer into Camille is bold. It's strong early on. You can really try and get fed, but once you get into a late game scenario, Camille can just kind of two-tap you with the scissor legs.
You have the ability to run away too as Camille, which is always big against Olaf. But into Lilia, Camille, if you're able to continue to auto as Olaf, it's good. That said, him being locked in here, Winthrop have the chance now to take some things to get out of this big engage from CCG and maybe not have it so that Olaf can continue to auto. As we do see CCG, I think taking away the Zeri, given they were showing Ivern and an Olaf, quite smart. But we'll be interested to see what the bot lane ends up doing against this Leona that's already showing.
I'm trying to think. Typically, some of the best answers into Olaf are things that create their own terrain, but with Tristan already locked in, I'm not sure if Dark Wings would try and pivot to something like the Anivia
bot
or along those lines, right?
Yeah.
Why not? Let's try it out.
Would be a bit wild, but
no way.
At the moment, looks like Manui is going to be locking in his champ. That said, I lied. It's going to be the Lucian locked in to likely face that Tristana mid for Shochi.
Yeah, typically the Lucian has fallen to Tristana in the lanes, which means that we are holding our 80 carry pick with the very low chance that we pivot.
I think it could be a mage here for Manui. The issue would be, if it is a mage, then I think Merc Treads do look really appetizing if you are Winthrop. And oh boy, a second Seraphine game has hit Challengers League here, Kangas.
Interesting. Had Seraphine been played before this weekend? Do you have that stat on hand? I don't have it up on mine.
Q-Pick was in the league.
Okay.
If we want to go through champs played so far, Seraphine, it's had a bit of presence in the league. But we have seen quite a few bans, as it's 2-1 in the league right now.
Okay.
Mostly from Q-Pick. But Seraphine carry here for Aaron. I quite like it in the Ivern. And
interesting.
Leona Olaf, we talked about like retreating from Leona Olaf. This is something that will make it really challenging for Olaf in this game, as it's going to be a Yasuo locked in to round out the CCG composition.
Yasuo. Is that going bot
going
lane?
bot.
Is that going mid lane?
It's going bot.
There's not a lot to set it up. You got Daisy knock up.
Yeah,
that's it, right?
That is it. The win wall, though, against Seraphine is really big. So
True.
CCG will be looking to, off their ultimates, have a really big entrance into fights, whereas Winthrop University, if they're able to reset with the Seraphine Ws, I think that the elongated fight for them, quite good. So I do think it's important that Winthrop take the start of fights easy. If they can kite out the Olaf ultimate, kite out the Yasuo engage, and reset the fight from there, that's where Winthrop are going to be really strong. It's important for CCG to get a big start early game and be able to have the stats to keep on brute forcing their way into Winthrop, but I favor Winthrop very much as this game goes on.
I would have to agree. Lilia as well, going to be very happy stacking that passive movement speed on things like Daisy, on the melee champs, the low range Lucian. Let's see if Winthrop University can lock in their playoff position, or at least put themselves in the most comfortable possible scenario here, or and make the moves to keep their playoff dreams alive. We are loaded into game 1 of our second series of the day.
And for me, it's all eyes on CCG for what kind of early game start they can have, because they are going to run out of time in this game. As Aaron actually going for Conqueror Seraphine. This is interesting. We're going
did notice
Battle
that.
Seraphine.
Yeah, so we're just going to try and... I mean, if we expect the fights to go long, we expect that their Olaf's going to run at us, the Yasuo is going to try and combo us, the Leona is going to engage. The fights can take a while. So you will have time to stack that up, and if you're looking for prolonged fights, kill everybody up while also dealing damage. I don't hate it in theory, but it is still interesting to see.
I agree with you. That's an interesting one. But guard this. Winthrop.
Yeah, Andrew's first item. Let's go.
Yeah, I really favor Winthrop in this game. I just think that they have to kind of survive the first 15 minutes, and then from there they should outscale. So again, CCG eyes on Cryer to see what he does early. It's a good trade from Manui and Trevor to at least try and take some brush control. And it looks like Cryer will be going top to bot. So prepping the top camps first into bot camps, and should wrap up on this bot side.
Ooh, crash down from Skytech, but now he's slowed, and that's an ignite used early. So flash away from Skytech. A bold crash down right there. You have very low movement speed once you are demounted.
Winnie going bot the top as well as this bot lane. The Yasuo and the Leona have some power early. Really about pressuring things early. And Seraphine, again, should take over this game. So, CCG. I just wonder what kind of time it's going to take. I really feel like it's going to be a tough comp for them to execute.
Especially when your top lane's getting bullied early by the Camille. When I think of the Olaf, I think he's stronger at the earlier levels into the Camille. But he's very low. I know that passive will help you attack faster, heal up more, so you gotta be careful. You gotta respect it as Zenithor, but not a bad start up there. Eyes will still be on the bot side, though, because it looks like Manui and Trevor were going to hit level 2 much earlier than Aaron and Skytech, but Aaron and Skytech did hit level 2 as top lane will crash in, and an early back from Crimson, who notably did take the teleport. So we've seen Flash Ghost, we've seen Ghost Ignite, we've seen all kinds of combinations, but Crimson is prioritizing the global play that teleport allows.
I think it's going to be nice later on, just to try and match Camille. I mean, you're right. Like, you should be okay in these Camille matchups earlier on. You can see Find the Wave is a benefit early. As the crash down does catch Manui on the back half, and the first look from CCG does come up null, but should get Cryer this bot crab. But so far, again, for Winthrop, the more clears that they can survive where this map is stale, the better for them. So the fact that the first clear is here, this is the game state, I think Winthrop feels pretty good, even if Aaron and Skytech now are missing Flash.
Yeah, the bot lane 2v2 aggressive from CCG. Aaron's going to try and hit the wave as much as possible. Kryra is here, so a dive angle might theoretically be pulled off, but the wave's very slim. So instead, they're just going to knock up Aaron here. Flash forward, crash down is used, but with Kryra nearby, that should be enough damage. First blood picked up by Ivern.
All right, the visits from Kryra pay off, and Ivern uniquely, you can clear your camps quickly, get out on the map, and affect it. The second rotation for Kryra bot side pays off. They get the wave in, they get first blood over on the Ivern. Not the number they're exactly looking for, but again, CCG early game needs to be good. and that is at least first blood in their pockets.
Hey, you know what? Kryra said, I need level 6 for Daisy to set you up for the next kill, Manui. So give me this one. Give me that XP. Give me that gold. And, you know, then we'll share. Sharing's caring, right?
Well, of course. Said Aaron. He'd be back. Should get this wave in. And potential for Winnie to look at the dragon. I don't think dragon's going to be the play, though. I really think that Winthrop want to prioritize the grubs.
See if Winnie has that same game plan as he's currently on the bot camps, but now walking up towards the top side. Denethor spots out where Kryra is, so the Ivern known location going to help Crimson shove this wave in.
Yeah, and if Crimson gets a nice reset here, that will really help the grub take be strong. As you can already see, Trevor is rotated mid and going to trade out. Gonna say an E for a flash out case. Alt casted though. Denethor low.
Making a big mistake right there. I don't know if he didn't realize Crimson was level 6 or what, but the Ragnarok was used. Now Winnie could be in some trouble with the crash down with the stun from Skytech. Will turn around the play, and Winnie has some damage in his pocket. Not enough to kill Kryra outright, as Trevor is here, so Jungler will stay alive, but Winnie at least trades one back.
Yeah, the ult was expired for Crimson. So the CC connects from Skytech. We're going to take a second look at this one. Denethor was trying to hold the wave, but this E, I mean, Crimson has ult. Yeah. There's no way that you're going to win this one. Even if he was able to get the prep view, just was not the case. Kryra able to find the kill, but then, keep in mind, Crimson wasn't able to auto-attack on the retreat. Ult did time out, so Skytech from over the wall. Support roam, that's a kill on each side.
Love that from Skytech being at the right place at the right time, and you had said it already. The grubs could be the focus from Winthrop University. The support clearly on the same page, but Aaron might be the one paying the price for the objective because he's getting dove under his turret. No level 6s though, so he will trade one back. Manui barely gets away. I think that last turret shot could have been enough to kill him. So CCG, they trade one on the die.
Still worth it, but well played by Aaron to at least get something in his pockets. As Manui will keep on shoving. Should get a plate or two for himself. And Grub's picked up by Winthrop. So Winthrop going to be down 1k gold early on. We did expect a deficit. I will say top lane, I'm a little bit concerned. Crimson's not going for... or he's going for the Omnivamp build. Or it's not. That's not in the game anymore. He's going for the... help me out here, Kangas. What's the lifesteal Hydra you get? The Ravenous Hydra? We got there.
Yes, Ravenous
We got there. He's going for that item. A little bit more focused on split pushing.
Plus that sustain.
Yeah. We'll be all right against the Camille. And that is going to be a concern because Camille does take time to get into this matchup. And Crimson, head right now, could be something that CCG could lean on to continue to snowball this game forward.
Ooh, Trevor's here. Skytech might not know it. Skytech has Flash and Crash not available, though, so he should be just fine.
They're gonna sneak the red buff.
They might just attack Darkwings here because he rocket jumps in. Now rocket jump away. All right, almost goes down.
Ryder's got smite. Sneak
close.
red. Should be free. Is Manui going to respect the walk back?
Okay, but now they got to be careful because Winnie has the backup of the bot lane. Okay, but it's taken. Well done from Kryra. A good window right there to find that angle.
He had smite. Doesn't look like he's going to be that stuck. They might be baiting Darklings in.
Oh, yeah, Darkwings just walked straight into Fog of War. You knew that they were there. Surprising decision.
Yeah.
He gets punished.
Nice Zenith Blade from Trevor. It did buffer the ultimate from Tristana, so he was able to stick it. But yeah, I think Darkwing's, like, just given the health bar that he was at, he can't really approach there. And he ends up going down. So, yeah, Darklings, he did go for PTA in this matchup, not the fleet. Losing out on the sustain war a little bit against the Lucian. And so flopping, which gives CCG the dragon. And we talked about how CCG, they have to have that solid early game, Kangas. It continues as they find another kill on the bot side.
Yeah, 4-2 on the scoreboard as Manui for another one. Last whispered, but misses the Q. There's now a flash forward from Skytech, but that wind wall just blocking all of Aaron's damage.
He still has ult.
Manui's fine.
Aaron still has ult if he wants to use it. So Lilia going to be on this red. Kryber has no smite, so this should go over to Winnie.
Yeah, there it is. Picked up. Kryber can't even try and prep it while it's Winnie's right there, so... Red buff for red buff steals. Winthrop University's jungler will answer it back. Trevor now on the roam up top side here. Skytech is still bot side helping out. Manui lands the knock-up tornado onto Aaron. Low mana on the Seraphine. And they land the slow. Another wind wall, and Manui's gonna heal up in the river. In a 1v2, Manui is just styling on Aaron and Skytech.
CCG don't really get anything for this, but obviously nice to have the 1v2 at least handshaken in the bot side, as with the Vamp Scepter, Manui can try and sustain off the next couple waves as well. Aaron doesn't have TP to get to the next wave, so Manui actually gets the crash, goes back. Again, CCG, important that the laning phase goes their way. They need the lead to play into Winthrop later on in this game. And 2k gold early on, not bad. We'll see if it's enough, though. I'm very suspect, just because of how much value that Lilia gets in this DraftKings against these melees. This is a really short-range composition for CCG. And if Lilia gets rolling in these fights, you got to imagine it's going to be hard for CCG to deal with her if they are not blowing her up.
And the fact that I love Lilia into the Ivern because you can just stack up on the Daisy. Like, you have the right range to just keep your passive up. You get insane move speed, then you just run past the Daisy onto everybody.
Yeah.
Trevor's going to have to be very aware of that and ready for it, because the Leona is really the only answer to a 800 movement speed little forest dweller running at your backline. What is Lilia exactly? Is she like a deer?
Yeah.
A deer, right? Yeah.
It's a deer of some sort. Manui goes in. Winnie, though, has the sleep.
A lot of damage onto Aaron, and Manui's just running right past him. Slept, charmed up, take down! Aaron just barely survives.
Didn't even have to burn the ult there for Winnie, as Manui has been doing a very nice job of having pressure sent towards him, but that time around, he falls. Aaron takes him, and Winthrop will get some point spot while they do sack the Grubs, going over to CCG. That's all okay, though, as the Grubs are split overall. I think Winthrop's all right with that.
Aaron's taking a lot of damage right there as he's pushing in the wave, but will get the wave pushed in nonetheless. Now the team, though, very deep in enemy territory. Winnie and Skytech are going to get collapsed here by Manui. Can they get out in time? Zenith Blade misses from Trevor. And Skytech does have ult.
The exact scenario that Lilia wants, frankly. Like, just able to stack up the passive. And, again, like, the damage from CCG, they have it. It's just a lot of it's close range. And if you are allowed to get ramping on this Lilia, I really feel like Winthrop's happy with where this draft's at. Lilia doing a nice job of following this gold. I mean, it's only a 1k gold advantage for CCG. They got a dragon that's not great, which increases their odds of rolling a better soul, which is really the one thing they could be worried about. But I think Winthrop, if you tell them that you're at this game state 12 minutes in, you're going to take it every time.
They have a 30 CS lead in the jungle. And Winnie's already got that Leandri's completed with the plated steel caps, because it's pretty much all physical damage, because they did not draft AP for Manui. That means that you're getting just a lot of mileage out of that. It's going to be very hard to kill Winnie in these fights. Spotted on the top gank attempt, and now we'll know, as that ward just expired in the brush. See what Winnie tries to do now. Trevor's in the neighborhood. Trevor has been on the map. It was behind in CS, now is level 6, but this Leona is just constantly looking for where the action is. Right now it's mid lane. Ooh, Zenith Blade barely missing on the Dark Wings.
Cut out. As Dark Wings at least able to dodge out on that play. Again, I mean, Winthrop just has to continue to absorb. Winnie being spotted there on the top side, I was a little bit concerned that might be a punish, but we're at the point now as Lilia where these clears are just so free. Like, Winnie's going to be stacking up so many resources this game, and I've really liked how Winnie and Winthrop have been keen to play this Lilia pick. I think a lot of people have been unwilling to play this champion just because of how fast it can be bursted down. But Winnie, bold enough, like, he only really sees Ivern. They have the Triss mid, and he's like, hey, I can do this, right? And again, a timer that this is putting CCG on. It's pretty extreme for me. And CCG are already behind the curve of where they need to be, in my opinion.
I want to give a very clear statement to anybody watching that is now thinking of trying Lilia in their jungle games and solo queue. It is comp dependent. It can do this, but it can also really struggle. Also, it can just face check, but there's actually not a threat there. Surprised that Winnie went for that. It is still scary. I mean, just face checking into a Yasuo and everybody else, but Trevor's now just walking forward.
I'm not surprised when he goes for anything. Kangas. I feel like we've learned enough here in Challengers League from me to know that.
Fair enough.
When he likes to take his plays. Again, though, I really feel like if he's not the target of the Leona combo, Winthrop likes the fight. Winthrop posturing for a fight.
Now they're just going for the engage. Daisy finally summoned up, and they lock down Skytech. Culling is enough from Shochi to pick up the kill, even though Trevor's the one with the credit. Nice find from CCG.
Yeah, Winthrop, I mean, I think they're trying to poke out and around, but the find from Trevor was really strong. It at least forced Darkwings to back off early and have the damage right now to get through everything. So, still haven't seen the Dream set up quite yet from Lilia. Will lead to the Dragon being taken by CCG, and with Chemsec and Cloud, the first 2 Drakes taken. Unless they would hate to see an Ocean Soul right here is what I'm going to say. I think every other Dragon they can roll is pretty good.
I mean, Hextech would be insane. Oh, Cubby!
That sucks.
Does that count as a curse? I don't know if that counts as a caster curse, but either way, it's a bit of a bummer.
I mean, some value against the Lilia, but playing Ocean Soul against the Seraphine team, so it's pretty null. You didn't want that roll. Anything else would have been better there for CCG, so it's a bit of a bummer. But still, 2 Dragons and 2K Gold leads to their name. Not all bad.
CCG have been able to maintain the lead that they got for themselves early on, but it does not feel like it's ballooned into any more. Maybe they'd like to keep that snowball rolling a little bit harder, but they haven't cracked any turrets, haven't gotten much plates either, and those are long gone here. As we take a look at the gold, it's actually Shochi at the top, Crimson and Cryer nearby. Winnie's still keeping Winthrop in the conversation.
Yeah, so something else that puts CCG on a timer this game is the fact that they are pretty much all AD damage. They have minimal magic damage coming through. Look at the itemization from Winthrop. 4 steel caps and a Randuin's rush from Skytech, Genghis.
Ooh, okay. You know what?
Pretty thick.
Itemization aside, I was worried for Denethor there because Trevor was nearby, but instead it's Trevor that actually just has to get out of there. But yes,
yeah.
You are also correct that all the armor stacking is just going to make this almost impossible to kill anybody. He does not have that much armor, but he does have the sleep. Instant cleanse from Manui.
Can't reach
Clyra flashed away. Now that engage under turret, and look at the encore.
They can.
From Aaron at long range. Crimson's coming in.
Where's
Has to go
Crimson?
jump off the Ragnarok and try and clean things up. This could be Crimson's fight. This could be CCG's moment. A double kill to the top laner.
All right, if Crimson is allowed to get a fight like that with his ultimate, he can do some work. Does so there as Trevor's going to get hunted. That's a big shield. Might save him. Winnie going to continue to push.
Leandri's burn after the shield expires, not enough.
Okay. Herald still dropped mid as Winthrop take their first proactive play on the map. Will turn it into a mid-outer for themselves. And again, I think Winthrop really, like, all they had to do was wait this game. I think they've done a nice job of waiting. I don't think CCG are close to being far enough where this comp is going to work out. All I want to see from Winthrop now, absorb Oldoff ult. Find some way, shape, or form to bait that out of Crimson, survive that, because once that tool's down, nothing is going to be able to deal with Lilia.
You know what's a great tool for that is just a scaled Camille. Got the Triforce completed. I think that eventually Denethor will be able to 2-shot, or at least in 2 hits, put the Olaf into a position where everyone else can kill the Olaf. I don't imagine Crimson's going to have the same type of opportunities the later this game goes. Might have 2 more chances like that, where you can actually just run through and clean up the fight. But eventually you will lose your advantage to the natural scaling of the enemy team.
Yeah, CCG, though, with that Oldoff, will pick up at least bot. As Denethor now against Lucian on the top side. Not going to be able to get any work to go in. So CCG, a little bit more gold for themselves. Crimson still topping the gold charts here on this Oldoff. And, I mean, it all really comes down to Crimson in this game. I still think it's such a tough ask for him. Like, look at the amount of early armor we have stacked up on Winthrop. Seekers has come in for Winnie. Randuin's going to be completed here for Skytech. You gotta assume the next time he hits base, that as an opening item on a support is kind of ballistic, but I also kind of love it this game. He's gonna get so much value out of it against the Lucian and the Yasuo.
Yeah, the anti-crit armor stacking. You're also slowing down if they're trying to get past you, run past you, get around you if you're going for the engage as well. But I will say, I mean, pressure was on Crimson.
TP.
You will lose the scaling battle, but so far he's very far ahead. Teleport
Trevor's
in.
spotted.
Winnie's on the flank here, and they're catching Trevor. The Leona was looking for the play, but instead the play is made on him. Winthrop University find a solid pick.
And Winthrop could not care less about these dragons. They're going to trade this out. It's an Ocean Soul. They do not care if they're going up against an Ocean Soul. It really does not matter for their composition. They want a longer fight where Lilia can continue to stack up those Qs. It's not going to bring CCG that much value. But will bring Winthrop value now, taking place. So a commitment to keeping Darklings in this top side. 30 seconds before Dragon. They do force Shochi to show. And Winthrop actually might be contesting this Dragon. I think they get it for free if they want to. But we'll see if this ends up being the contest. If I'm Winthrop, I'm actually pretty keen to drop this. I really don't feel like it matters this game, just given the comps that each team has.
They are grouped together, though.
Yeah.
Everybody's hovering, teleport out from Shochi to group up with CCG in the mid lane. So will we get a front to back, or will there be some flank shenanigans? Trevor just got picked looking for his own flank earlier. Almost got picked right there, but Winthrop wasn't quite ready to full commit onto the tanky Leona. As right now, the bot lane shove is in favor of CCG. Another reason why Winthrop University could just walk away from this Dragon.
Winnie is no flash. Crimson does have Ghost coming up shortly. It's just about kiting out Crimson if they do want to take this fight. When Crimson pops R, I want to see Winthrop reset the fight. If they do that, I don't think CCG has a chance.
Not loving, though, how Denethor approached here. He's actually just going to walk up with the rest of the team as the Camille. Shochi is actually the one on the flank as Trevor jumps in. They're pulling used. Denethor jumping onto the enemy mid laner. Watch for the encore. This could be huge from Aaron. It's Daisy making space right now, but CCG are back onto the Dragon. Can they guarantee it? They do. But there's that encore we were talking about across everybody. And the Olaf's down. Trevor bought a lot of space. Shochi's running forward. Manui with the knockup onto 3. The Yasuo might just be enough to turn the play around, but Shochi just doesn't have the damage to get through everybody. Denethor is still up and can chase down Kryra. A triple kill to Darkwings. The Tristana was free firing through the fight.
I really think this game's already over. You can see that fight from CCG, it wasn't too bad. Olaf got a reasonable ult down, was doing auto damage, but now Denethor had enough damage on the Camille to get through Olaf in the back half as Crimson brought down to half given the first kind of fake engage and then the re-engage. Yeah, he's able to get an R off. He gets onto the Lilia, so he's able to melt him, but then Denethor makes sure that Olaf falls. Winnie does go down post Zanya's, but just the amount of armor that we have early on for Winthrop with a Seraphine, CCG doesn't have enough damage. And if you play a long fight against Lilia, against Seraphine, against Tristana, you are going to lose. CCG were behind the curve. They don't have the damage to actually find a one-shot. And now they're really paying the price as this early game comp has not gotten far enough to make this a win.
And Darkwings, again, just untouched that entire fight. That Tristana probably put out 20 auto attacks right there with the Kraken Slayer. That gold advantage no longer firmly in CCG's favor. They still have slight leads. But the big thing they picked up was that third Dragon. They could look for that soul, but like you had already pointed out, it's not even like a game-ending soul. It's not even like that big late-game objective that will get them over the hump.
The big thing about that is that maybe they spawn an earlier Elder Dragon, which will give them, I don't know, a better chance than just going late against Seraphine, Tristana, Lilia. Once Winnie, I think, locks down the Zanya's, it's going to be really tough to deal with this composition that Winthrop's putting out. As you can already see, Darklings with a little bit of pressure on the top side. One wave with that turret at this point, and it's gone.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
And it's that easy for the Tristana to shove through. Kryra and Trevor are spotting Skytech and Winnie. They have some backup as Manui's hovering around the area, but it will take a long time to get through either of those health bars.
Ward's behind Winthrop, so Skytech doesn't know about the one in a banana brush above him. Something that CCG can try and use to maybe get Crimson an angle. Crimson has completed the Sundered Sky, so a little bit more access to healing if he's able to auto different targets. But you saw in the last fight, he was brought down to half and then executed by the Camille. So even with where Camille's at now, yes, it was a tougher lane for Denethor, but the Camille, of course, so effective in team fights with her kit, her ability to reach so many members. If Denethor picks the right target, it can be doomsday for CCG.
Yeah, I mean, once you get that Triforce completed with max level Q, you can just chunk this Olaf heavily. The Crimson's job is only going to get harder as the game goes on, despite the CS advantage, despite the multiple turrets that Crimson has been able to take down. Top laner for CCG's champion is just not going to keep up as the game goes on, as Darkwings is going to start hitting another turret now. So they're catching up in the turret takes, if not actually just taking advantage here because of that Herald play in the mid lane earlier.
That's the other thing about Olaf, too. Like, you can put Trist in this matchup, and Trist has to really mess up to be threatened by Olaf. He should have access to 2 different rocket jumps. how he works and how Olaf works as well when someone's to ever try and fight. So really like how Winthrop's playing the map to A, funnel gold into Darkwings, but B, also just slow things down. It's now gold draft actually in Winthrop's favor, which again, with the compositions that we have for each of our teams, heavily favors Winthrop as this game continues.
They're even invading, taking away camps. They're just bleeding CCG for everything. And finally, themselves have a slight gold advantage. It's not really enough to talk about, but the fact that it's even close to even is good enough for Winthrop University right now, as Winnie will now look for Trevor. Dodges the Zenith plate. The move speed on this Lilia is just insane.
Oh, locked down, though.
Locks down, though. They do have the CC, but there's that zone as you were talking about. Darkwings yet again. Free firing. Ragnarok used. Crimson does not have that anymore. Trevor's going to go down here to the bird, as now Denethor is rejoined on the fight. Hextech Ultimatum on to Manui. Taken down almost with a buster shot. One more auto will be enough. Denethor does not fall to Shoji, and Darkwing just jumps on top of him. Goomba, stop! Double kill! And still alive through it. Kryra, the only living member of CCG.
CCG are out of time in this game, and honestly, a big one. Again, I just want to take a step back. We talked a lot about the comps this game, but think about the playoff picture too. A win here locks Winthrop a playoff spot, and that makes it so that CCG and Blue Water are pretty much in that duel to find out who is in playoffs or who gets sent to the promotion tournament. So it would be a really big win here for each of our teams, just given the playoff picture. At the moment, it was Winthrop who, with a little bit of patience, has really put this game in firm control, as this fight did not feel close, Kangas. And I really feel like it's the lack of magic damage on CCG. Like, when you play an early game comp, and you're up against the clock that bad, and then you give the opponent the ability to spec one defense and have that be so effective, it puts you up against the clock even worse. And it really felt like CCG, like, they had a 2K gold lead early on, but did they ever really have control over this game? It didn't ever feel like it.
Yeah, outside of Olaf just hitting turrets in the side lanes, they didn't have much map play happening. And I gotta question the Yasuo pick a little bit. It's fun to see, but it just wasn't able to do much. Yes, it can block the encore, but we haven't seen that in the team fight. Maybe if we get that big moment where we see the setup from Aaron and then the wind wall from Manui just completely turn things around, then it'll make sense, but I just don't see that even being enough.
I feel like they almost wanted Seraphine, you know? Like, with the ability to support an Olaf and a Lucian and then have a source of magic damage. I think that was a little bit of a concern. Like, playing a mage in the Seraphine, you oftentimes get outranged, and then it would have been pretty easy for the enemy team to go Threads in the bot lane against a Leona, an Ivern, and, you know, whatever mage you're choosing bot, like a Syndra would have been up for Manui or a Veigar. It's not enough. It's not CCG. They're gonna reach. Yeah,
teleports are coming in. CCG are trying to make the play. It's being answered, though, and they are way too far forward. They don't have the backup. It's going to come down to a huge last breath from Manui. He still has it, but they've just lost their support, and now Denethor shoving onto the back line. Manui might be able to turn it back around. There it is! Last breath used, but flash away from Aaron means that Manui's got to jump right into Winnie, who's got the Zonias yet again. Kryra will not have enough. Triple kill the Darkwings and a double to Aaron, and that is a Baron Urge for Winthrop University.
Oh, if Aaron held back there, that could have been the Penta for Darkwings, who had a tough game, too, against TLC on this. Tristana was being ran down by Jenkins inside lane and had some questionable rocket jumps, but not this game. Tristana has been outstanding from Darkwings, as Winthrop, 4 out of 5 alive, will be enough to take Baron and continue to put this game further in their control.
They have a 6.2 thousand gold lead with the rally cry Baron buff. 28 minutes on the clock. I imagine Winthrop University will end this one soon. With Tristana's ability to take turrets and their ability to just run right at CCG, maybe we see another dragon fight or something. We have seen teams in the NACL struggle to end games, but I do see an avenue where maybe
this time, Kangas
could try.
Aaron's struggling this time. It's going to be fine. Don't worry about it. We got even more armor coming in. Are we going to have a Deadman's coming in from Skytech second? That might be kind of fun. You guys going to go Warmogs?
I think it's going to be Warmogs. Yeah, I see the Kindle Gem already. Or not Kindle Gem, the Ruby Crystal.
You have the Seraphine to keep you topped off. You know, maybe Warmogs is overkill, but that's all right. Yeah, this game, honestly, looking a little bit far too easy for Winthrop. As, again, I just don't think that CCG gave themselves a great chance to win with this comp. Just being all AD, allowing Winthrop to attack like this, just everyone going steel caps except for Skytech, who rushed a Randuin's start as support. And I'm looking at that like, yeah, that's pretty damn good this game.
The best part about this for me, Cubby, as the siege on the tier 2 turret bot lane starts, is that this is the type of draft I'd expect to see maybe in like a game 2, game 3 of Full Fearless. This is game 1 of Full Fearless, and we already have Yasuo versus Seraphine bot lane, which means that the rest of the series could potentially get wackier. Could also get more standard, since a lot of the standard picks are still available, but either way, it's going to be an exciting game 2, regardless of how this one ends. It's looking like it'll end with a Winthrop University win here, as they've already taken down the tier 2 turret, and they have the Baron buff still up. They're going to be crashing the mid wave, not at the exact same time as this bot wave, so not perfectly synced. CCG might just be able to defend both now.
No one needs to be on mid. You can stack up the Seraphine and play sloppy, and it doesn't matter. You can see everyone getting topped off of those double Ws from Aaron. And the double cannon creeps powered by the Baron buff will help that inhibitor turret fall. Zenithor moves the other one, and CCG and continues to come to the likely conclusion.
Yeah, Kryra dropping the brushes, trying to give his team the Fog of War, but accidentally gives it to Winthrop.
Look at how far Lilia gets to walk up into this. Like, there's just absolutely zero respect when he has to pay.
Crimson's just gonna die to the bird. Yeah, he just died to the bird of the encore. Over the top from Aaron. Winthrop University drafted beautifully and played it better. What a performance from this team. They're looking to lock in a playoff spot here in NACL Summer Split. One game done, one more to go. Winthrop University take game 1 of the series.
This is big. Like, CCG, again, for me, really playing for their playoff lives, as they need to beat Winthrop to at least keep it so that we have not the top 6 just locked in, but the top 7, which would happen with a Winthrop win. But also their second matchup, the last match they have this split, it's against FlyQuest NZXT. No easy feat to take them down, as CCG backs up against the wall with this one, try and keep really a solid chance of making playoffs alive.
Yeah, and this is a tough one. I don't know if you have thoughts on player of the game there, Cubby, because I feel like there's a lot of different options we can go.
I'm going Winnie.
So you're going Winnie.
Give me Winnie. Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, the Lilia was a fantastic pick. I was also going to give nods. Can we give player of the game to the coach for drafting? Can we give Deos a nod here? Because that Seraphine takeaway, you mentioned it. It felt like that's what CCG wanted to play bot lane. And I honestly agree. Manui does like to play it, but because they didn't get it, they went for the Yasuo, which allowed Winnie, this man on your screen, to just have a game on Lilia, untouchable.
I mean, if we want to get really out there, it might have been a game for, like, I don't know, bot Silas, like just some sort of like a form of magic damage. You get a Seraphine Leona ult. Anyway, I'm cooking a little bit too hard. Unfortunately, CCG cooked a little bit too hard with that one. Lacked the magic damage, and I really like how Winthrop played that one. Again, if you're playing like a game where you need the slingshot back into it, you're accepting losing early game. I just think teching all of one type of damage makes it so easy for the opponents to tech into that. And we saw so quickly what happens in the elongated fight with the Lilia, with the Seraphine, is Winthrop had full control over game 1.
Also, nod to Dark Wings, of course, for the incredible Tristana carry performance. I think Winnie was the big engine that got things rolling around. The pick was very unique, and it's fun to see a Lilia succeed. We've all seen a lot of Tristana, but still, credit where it's due, Dark Wings did carry a lot of those fights by outputting a lot of that damage.
Yeah, it was well done. And especially after seeing that game 2 against TLC, where Dark Wings, I feel like, had a really tough game on Tristana. Have a bounce back like that against CCG. Gotta be a feel good for Dark Wings.
Exactly. Big pick-me-up for him, as well as the rest of the team. They got one more win if they want to lock in that NACL playoff spot, according to our calculation. So let's see if they can do it after a short break. You won't want to miss it. So we'll see you after this.
Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Have a seat. As you know, the NACL is recruiting superheroes for our League of Legends division. So first questions first. What's your superpower?
With my super memory and ability to change other people's memories, I would just be able to walk through wards, and you'll just forget that I'm there. You'll always see me on the flank, but you will always wonder how I get there. You'll never know.
My superpower is teleport. I'll be able to instantly go to other places. As a support player, just being able to start a fight, be brave, throw yourself into the enemy team, and just being a hero.
I would say I have a lot of superpowers, but my best superpower is just being able to gaslight people, because, you know, usually you get these support players and they don't know what they're doing and they're always doing the wrong thing. And I'm kind of able to, like, you know, talk to them and coerce them into actually, you know, doing the right play. Not Zyko though. You know, he's perfect.
I'd say my superpower is just being able to learn fast and take criticism and being able to apply it like very easily. I'm here on the Rift because I'm selfless. I've just been trying to think of the big picture more often because my teammates are really hard on me when it comes to that.
My superpower is that I have super speed. You wanna see me run around the world and come back here? You wanna see me do it again? I keep the good vibes, so even if I'm 10 deaths, I'm still keeping it together mentally and for everyone on the team.
My superpower for my team is just being, good vibes. There's gonna be some tense situations, but sometimes you just gotta play like it's a normal game, like an everyday game, even though it's like a lot on the line. In these situations, you just gotta have a good, funny guy. I think something that makes me a hero on the Rift is, when my team needs me the most, I perform in the late game situations. In a team fight, I got the ice in my vein. I just love those moments where it's like everyone's dead on your team and they're watching you. They're all watching your last move and, you get to clutch up for them.
Probably invincibility, just because it's cool. I get people top, and because of that, my team will never have to worry about enemy top lane.
My superpower is that I'm the avatar. I like to bend the elements. I'd like to think I save everyone when they're inting, because that's what superheroes do, especially my jungler.
My superpower is adaptability. I'll adapt to my environment. Need me on a tank? I'm on a tank. Need me on the carry? I'm on a carry. I'll adapt to my environment. I say that the thing that makes me a hero on Drift is I'm always for the boys. Skip a camp to come to a fight, flip a random fight. Someone needs me to be there to protect a stacked wave. I'm for the boys.
Our people will get in touch with your people.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we're preparing for Game 2 of our second series of the day and last series of the weekend. Winthrop University versus CCG. Winthrop University, with a very creative draft in Game 1, were able to close things out with a Lilia jungle that worked and a Seraphine bot that worked as well. We got 2 Seraphines today, Cubby.
Yeah, doubling our total from the split, and they were both pretty damn good, I must say. Played both support and bot, almost like that champion is a bit strong. As we see the gold graph telling the story that was I feel like this game was over once I looked in the inventories for Winthrop, and I saw 4 steel caps and a Randuin's almost built by support.
Yep.
It was pretty tough for CCG to overcome that. Didn't find the early lead this comp required to make waves, and we'll have to go back to the drawing board for Game 2.
Now, I do want to talk about some of the bright spots we saw from CCG, notably top lane. Crimson was getting a lead. He got the top turret, goes by, gets the bot turret, was up about 30 CS over Denethor at one point in the game. How much do we think they needed more done? Because you said if CCG were to win, they needed like a big lead in the early game. Where do you think things weren't working? Because from my opinion, top lane was working. So what else needed to go right for them?
Not picking Yasuo on 5.
Ah!
I don't know, man. I think it was pretty cooked early on. Like they need to get everything in this comp and more. I don't see an easy path to victory for them in this game, and it really hurt them moving forward.
All right. Well, if that's our opinion of how the game shaped up, let's update everybody on the Fearless drafting, because a reminder, this is full Fearless, so every champion that is on your screen there, not going to be available for the next game. And notably, I would say there's only like 2 meta picks. Maybe 3 if you want to include Lucian as well. Tristana and Leona are the 2 that are jumping out to me as like dominant champions that are seen in almost every single series that they're available. What else do you think we're going to see in this game number 2 from these teams?
I'm going to go with more marksman. There's a lot up.
Yeah.
Angus. Probably just going to be a marksman-heavy game.
2.
We'll see.
And neither
Only
were
had
in the
2.
bot lane.
Not exactly a meta top lane matchup. Do we usually see game 1, Olaf versus Camille? You know? Might be some familiar stuff we see in this next game.
Yeah, I got to say. It's still just breaking my brain. I've been playing this game since Season 5. Really was getting into it around Season 6. And every single game, pretty much I've played, every single meta, it's just been, 80 carries in the bot lane. Maybe we'll have a random mage down there. Now there's 80 carries everywhere. So my brain is just trying to keep up with why we only had 2 this time around, both being in the mid lane. I think, again, going back to the point that Minui likes to play the Seraphine in seasons past, I really do feel like they were setting themselves up for a Seraphine composition. You swap the Yasuo for Seraphine when they had the Olaf, the Ivern, the Lucian, and the Rel. It just feels like everything makes a little more sense. Rather, they had the Leona, I believe. Yeah, the Leona instead of the Rel. Everything makes a little more sense at that point because they get that AP damage that they're sorely missing, along with that extra survivability for the Olaf and speed-ups for the Olaf. Yeah, I gotta say, again, great drafting from Deos and the rest of Winthrop University, though, to take that away.
Yeah, it feels kind of bad to, like, write off a game completely to draft, but I'm going to write off that game completely to draft and ask for CCG to cook a little bit less hard.
A little less hard? Don't you mean, like, less hot? How do you cook hard?
I mean,
Don't
I
answer
know.
that question, Cubby.
Put your back into it, man.
That is one of the ways to do so. Okay, well, we're getting ready for game number 2, though. And a reminder for the stakes of this, because people might not have been tuning in throughout that last game if you're just tuning in now, or if you're hearing this again, you're going to hear it again. If Winthrop University win this, they are locking in their playoff position, and it's going to be a battle for the last playoff spot available in NACL Summer Finals. But if CCG can come back and reverse sweep this best of 3, things get interesting, because then suddenly everybody is still technically on the chopping block. People could still sneak in, and people still, even up to like disguised level, could still get knocked down.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we have the top 6 locked. At least that's according to our resident Zav. But CCG...
Zav, get in my DMs and explain it to me, because I disagree. From my mathematics on the wiki page, that is not how I see things. But
we're picking fights on cast?
Maybe Zav can correct me live on broadcast. I'll give him the opportunity.
Can't believe we're picking fights live on cast, Kangas. That's usually, you only do that if you're doing a wrestling bit, not a real one.
You do not know me, Cubby. Come on. I am fully willing to look the fool. which often does be the end result of this. Zap probably knows much more as he's been paying more attention to that, but
it makes it more fun for all of us, Kangas, you know?
Of
I
course
appreciate
it does.
that. Yeah.
We do it for content. Everybody. Catching up on bans, though, we see Karthus yet again taken from winning, and we do see sides swapped now. Winthrop University will be on the red side, and CCG will be on the blue.
Common first picks here. Really curious what happens with Ash, Maokai, and Corki as we get through this draft. As Winthrop, I think appropriately, going to take away Ash from CCG. CCG, I think that they, like, I'm curious what they're going to put Kryra on, because it feels like Kryra has been playing these controlled AP junglers. Maybe we see the first pick opened up for him, but I would almost like to see Kryra unchained, because I feel like uniquely for Kryra, even though he's a rookie stepping in halfway through the split to try and save this CCG hopes, I think that he uniquely has a pretty deep pool that's fit for this. I think highly about Kryra as a player, but yeah, curious to see where like what the plan is for CCG, because it was pretty apparent after that last game that the plan was not going to be in their favor rather early on in that game.
Yeah, you mentioned Kryra's 2 most played champions in solo queue being Zach and Evelyn. I have a theory about that.
Okay.
What if those are just the 2 least played junglers, and he was like, I'm going to be that guy. I'm going to be the guy that plays the 2 least played junglers. They got to be up there.
Zach's never least played. He's way too fun to play, man.
Okay.
There are other junglers that are way less fun to play than Zach. The player base, you know, they got to continue to love that blob, as I do. That said, all right. All the marksmen taken off the table in that game 1 will be the Ezreal locked in for CCG. Of late, we've been expecting to see this mid a little bit more, but of course can be played bot as well.
Wherever it's played, though, the build path feels pretty strong on the current patch, and I do love seeing it. So I'm happy to see CCG pivot back towards something a little more traditional, which means Sejuani, which gets through the ban phase in the first rotation, is picked up by Winthrop University alongside the Renekton. If they lock this in, that'd be quite a strong top half of the map. These two pair very well with each other.
A lot of brute force strength early game for Winthrop, already showing. Interested what the response is for CCG. Top side, I don't love the Cassante matchup in a Renekton. I feel like you were signing up to lose, but against a Sejuani as well, you at least have a way to play defense a little bit against that combo. I do prefer Jax if you can find a winning jungle matchup. So if Crimson is able to get a hold of that, and then maybe Kryra can get something that can function up there, I think it's playable, but looks to be the Brand. So you are against a team that's going to jump into you. Brand does a lot of damage, especially percent health damage when you pop the Leandries in there first. But CCG will need someone else to be able to hold the door and hold that front line for what they're showing so far.
As long as you're not the one getting hit by the glacial prisons, Brand is loving the first 2 champions locked in on Winthrop's side because of what you said. Short range, they got to get on top of you, and they're going to be next to each other most likely. And it is the Cassante pick for Crimson. So that is just a tank. You're not playing this for the lane against Zenithor. You're playing this to create space and be that champion to absorb all the abilities from the enemy team.
Yeah. And try not to get Sejuani Renekton, which is kind of tough to do. So now Winthrop going to opt for Zeri, which... that's flexible between Aaron and Darkwings. I will say, the Zeri mid, I'm not a huge fan of. I feel like you are just there for push. You don't really bring a lot from the mid lane. You don't benefit quite as much from the levels as some other champions do. But I do expect Darkwings to be piloting that into the Ezreal.
Darkwings on the Zeri would be an interesting side. I haven't actually seen him on that pick yet. Has he played that yet this split? Do you have the stats up?
He had it once so far this split. I believe they dropped the game. I think he was an early adapter of it and didn't have the best game on it. Again, like we're seeing a lot of marksmen just slotted in mid. This is one for me where I think that Zeri needs to get ahead of the curve. And when you go mid, you are just kind of handshaking to be even at best. I don't think she has a ton of winning lanes there, and she's really just here to like be a marksman and shove. So would actually kind of like to see Winthrop put that bot lane.
I actually have a theory about the marksman mid meta, and it's that they're not actually good. It's just that mid laners got so tired of bot laners complaining about playing AP champs that they were like, watch how easy it is for us to play your champs. It's a working theory. We might have to come back to it.
I appreciate it, Kangas. You know, you're trying to cook a bit with that.
Yeah.
I will say
too hard.
It has been a meta where Shochi, you know, he's always liked to play the AD mids. I feel like he kind of benefited from it a little bit. I would have liked to see Shochi be a little bit more dominant in this meta because he has historically like always played the Tristana. He's even played the AD TF mid a bit. But chance for him to kind of bounce back in this one as we have Azir taken away. So both teams thinking that Ezreal Zeri could be actually the bot side matchup, which each throwing a ban at mid. And it's going to be Dark Wings blinding that Syndra. So really playing for picks here against Brand.
Interesting choice for Winthrop University. Showing their cards with the mid lane. They're no longer flexing the Zeri. And they're going to have a counter pick support now for Skytech.
Oh, okay. It's going to be Akshan mid for Shochi. I know Onat has played quite a bit of this. Recently has, rejoined AoE. Shochi busting out the marksman. We've seen Shochi play Akshan before in NACL. This uniquely, you really get the push into Syndra. And you can pressure Syndra quite a bit. Syndra with the QB can get Akshan out of the swing. So that is the way that you are able to play defense. But in the side lane, it's really difficult to play Syndra into the Akshan. So see if CCG can bust open the lanes to get Akshan in that scenario.
I like this pivot from CCG
a
lot. Yeah, Winthrop University. I'm just going to say it. I feel like that blind Syndra was a bit of a mistake. They could have held their cards a little closer to their chest. But the counter pick that they were looking for is the Renata Glask into the melee support Alistar. Almost a guaranteed level 2 rush for the bot lane. Alistar cannot do much to stop this, and you're really hoping that the hostile takeover will be enough in these team fights.
Yeah, you also give Zeri a shield, which is quite nice with the E. Of course, plays with Zeri passive a little bit. So Winthrop should have push early on bot side, given the double range matchup. But I think CCG, they have a lot more ways to play this game out as things go long. I actually favor their scaling a little bit, just with the range of the Ezreal, the damage the Brand brings, as well as their ability to play side lanes into the Syndra. For Winthrop, they're going to need that Renekton to be strong so he can play into both side lanes, and then they can somewhat 4-1 and play the map a little bit faster. Winthrop needs to win this game a bit quicker. If it goes late, I'm going to favor CCG.
I will say Brand being singular magic damage, though, everyone's going to be more prioritized to pick up armor. Brand can shred through those health bars if that's the case. Let's see if Kryra's Brand is better than the Ivern, and if CCG can bring us to a Game 3 in this series and a much spicier playoff conversation for the coming weeks, or if Winthrop University can lock their spot.
Yeah, I'm just happier to see the CCG with, I think, a far more competitive comp this game. They have ways to make plays in multiple lanes, and they aren't on this brutal timer. I think time actually plays in their advantage this time around. And the Alistar Cassante, the ability for them to hold the door, I think, against Renekton Sejuani should be enough. My big concern is just, I think mid lane, Flash could be really valuable, and if Shochi does lose Flash early, I could see Winthrop really rinse and repeating the mid lane. So I think focus on the solo laners this game for Winthrop. It's at the start of the game to get things rolling.
Getting Dark Wings ahead on Syndra, especially if you're able to get that stacks up. You're not an infinite stacker, but you do still have an execute. I believe it's 120 stacks for Syndra, if I'm remembering correctly. It's been a while since I've really looked at her.
I think it's 110. It's 110 or 120. I think you're right with the 120. 110 sounds weird.
Somewhere around that neighborhood, but either way, you do get that execute on your ultimate eventually. Oh, look at that! Thank you, Kai. 120! All right, add one check next to name Kangas, and do not add a check next to the name Cubby, because he was wrong.
Winnie gonna go for the flip here. It's Kryra. A little bit of a bluff. If he gets to reset the camp, I think it's quite good.
Ooh,
Winnie
Kryra
went
gets
for the auto.
Auto
he missed it.
plus the smite, but yeah, it doesn't hit the stun onto Winnie, but Winnie's got to get out of dodge now.
Shochi's here.
Does not have the backup of his top laner. He's going to have to try and flash his wall, but Shochi will just flash follow, so that is an easy first blood for CCG's mid laner.
Yeah, gonna wait on the summoner spell. And the mistake there from Winnie for me is actually autoing the wolves one more time. Once he autos that, then he opens up the window where it drops to 635, and you can have Kryra actually hit the auto plus smite combo, which he did. The hit level 2, so Brand off to a really nice start. We talked about the importance of flash mid because it can be attacked from both sides. Well, Shochi got a kill, where in this matchup, Akshan can really pressure Syndra early on, because Syndra can't really ever move Akshan out of the lane. So early on, really good start for CCG off that play.
Dark Wings get a little bit of, yes, that is not behind it here. Into the camp, dies and has to get back out of the map. Brand will already out clear speed a Sejuani. Now that's going to be only Potentially worse. Skytech's actually going for an early roam here, though. Maybe if you help out mid lane. End of the week. Unlands. Big damage on the show. Double flash from Skytech. They'll get flash answered. I showed.
Nice walk from Skytech using the strength of their lane to pressure mid and get that flash down. Talked about how flash is important for each of our mid laners here. Being blown for Shochi. We'll be able to TP back and get most of this wave, but I think that is going to be a real focus from each of our teams, especially Winthrop. Their ability to play fast through mid with Sejuani plus Syndra. That Akshan's down flash. The threat's real. Want to see Winthrop cash that one in.
It's interesting to see Crimson get such a big CS advantage over Denethor. It was about a wave up.
Yeah,
as yes,
Denethor has the wave.
Few more minions going in, but not that many. I guess it's 4, so it's close enough.
Yeah, Denethor took an early base, so the wave's close now. But the goal in this matchup for Renekton, if you do this, is that you are off a longsword, and now you can kind of fight Cassante and try and force him out and get a TP advantage. I don't think Crimson's low enough where that's actually going to be a threat, but Denethor going for the 3-wave base to try and set up him being stronger on the bounce.
You know, it is a threat, though. Flashing pulverized headbutt onto Skytech. You're right, no flash from the mid lane play, so Manui picking up that kill.
Well played by Trevor, as Skytech, yeah, you called it Kangas, burned flash on mid, traded it with Shochi. No flash, Renata. Trevor able to find the flash engage, and small lead bot lane for CCG.
Winnie was potentially looking for something mid there, but spotted on the ward means that there's just no play to be had. Darkwings is doing a good job of trading heavily onto Shochi in these windows, but like you had said, the Akshan will eventually just get around the map and be unanswered by that Syndra. And with 2 kills on the board for CCG, Winthrop University's composition needed that earlier lead, and they definitely do not have it.
Ooh, it starts so far as... Yeah, I mean, big thing is, so Shochi is going to go straight for the Mercs in this matchup, and after that, this matchup gets a little bit easier, as now they're going to try and get Darkwing's flash.
Yeah, he does have to use it eventually.
That's big.
I feel like you're always going to have to flash there. Might as well flash the headbutt pulverized to start, so that way at least you have a health bar, but Darkwing thought maybe he could just get out from walking.
Not quite able to make that happen, as Denethor actually might be in trouble. He does not have 6 advantage. Crimson does.
Flashes forward, has the all-out. Denethor flashed to safety, but Kryra is here, and the burn will be enough. Nice pickup, nice setup from Crimson.
Yeah, I mean, that's really well done from Crimson. Because of the early base from Denethor, you have a window where you hit 6 and Renekton doesn't. Denethor wasn't able to get the TP out of Crimson. So Crimson actually just able to stick it and ends up finding a kill with the help of Kryra, who has stuck around to help get this wave in. Denethor is back, has ult up, trying to keep this wave from crashing.
Yeah, he teleported back into the lane, and now Winnie's here. Crimson's actually got to be very careful. No flash available, no ultimate available. But they do have vision on Winnie, so he's able to walk away.
Yeah, Crimson's not going to be able to hold that. He will have to TP back to break the freeze set up from Denethor, but still Denethor going down, losing the flash. Oh, he didn't freeze. He actually just pushed that out to get onto the grubs. Yeah. Which again, Renekton does have ult. There is no ult here for Cassante, so this is a bit of a reach if CCG wants to fight, given the ult advantage for the Croc, which is very big at this fight.
They are up in gold, but down in some of those cooldowns.
I mean, if they steal one, it's big.
Yeah, okay, I guess Winthrop University do not feel confident enough to go with that, especially with Trevor being here already. Darkwings was on reset. I don't know if they had vision on Shochi.
Shochi's back first. Darkwings, now that he's back,
we're just going to fight now. Trevor with the double knockup. Skytech could be in some trouble. Still no flash available. Pulling Trevor back in. Stuns up Darkwings, who's now getting hit by Shochi, but Trevor still goes down. Denethor is on a flank, and Shochi just can't get in.
Yeah, I don't think that the look for grubs is ever real for CCG, besides just denying them. Again, given that Denethor has ult, and CCG, they do not have ults available yet, so sticking around a little bit too long in the grubs there with a contest, we'll lose out and give Winthrop a little something-something.
Not too bad. I got even baited myself by Winthrop right there, thinking, okay, they're just going to walk away, give up to the other 2 grubs, but Winthrop were ready. They were willing to try and punish a split CCG. Trevor went the different direction from everybody else on CCG. And now back to live. It's 7 minutes 45 on the clock, and with the kill in the pocket of Winthrop University, at least they're getting something. They're still behind, which is not ideal for their composition at this state, but good to see that they are playing with their heads.
Shochi has Merc Tread, so we can really step up in this lane now. Should get access to sustain next, too. So Syndra, a little bit harder for Syndra to push Akshan around. But with the lead that Syndra has, will be quite nice before this game busts out into side lanes, where Akshan can really take advantage of Syndra later on.
That crit, just a fantastic purchase from Shochi. Useful against all the CC as well as the AP damage in your lane opponent, who ideally you're going to be up against the Syndra in side lanes as well. So I think very efficient purchase there. As Winthrop University are Bash broing together with their jungle and top lane, taking up some brand damage, but now they're just jumping onto the brand. Kryra in trouble. Winnie does have the Glacial Prison, not even going to need to use it. Pyroclasm used a lot of burn damage. Denethor might just go down here, pops the Dominus. Can he heal it up? No, he cannot, and Shochi with that passive will just revive his jungler. Kryra respawns. Winnie's going to flash, try and get to safety. Darkwings is here. Scatter the Weak will keep Crimson away, and Winnie gets out of there, but the tempo swing from the Akshan passive is just too strong.
Yeah, quite literally. As he swings into the fight and gets Kryra back out onto the map. So, not quite worth it here.
Still swinging around, dodges the Scatter the Weak. A lot of damage there. The Boomerang will not be enough to kill.
I mean, this is what I like from Shochi. I feel like Shochi as a player has always been able to bust out picks like this and have some success. Really benefits from throwing curveballs and always having these marksmen in his pocket. Again, I think it's a really strong game for Akshan.
Ooh.
We have flashes for us from each of our supports. Nice handshake from Skytech. Good flash back from the Alistar. Shochi a little bit low. Winnie no ult though to follow up, so he will be okay. But I think it's good to see Shochi reach into his bag a little bit. He's always had a bag here in Challengers League. So the fact that he is able to utilize that in some of these games, I think very important for the success of CCG moving on, who of course are playing for pretty much their playoff hopes here. There is a scenario where they can get in, even if they do get 0-2'd, but every game win matters with our format, as of course games won is one of the major tiebreakers as we get closer to playoffs.
I had alluded to with Faisal in past years being on that Fear roster, Cincinnati Fear as they were called back in the day. Shochi Manui also on that roster. Trevor having experience with these players. So the CCG roster has a good base coming into the summer split of experience playing with each other. It's just a matter of trying to get everything to come together at the right times. And in this game 2, it seems like it is at this point. Darkwings does have backup though. Shochi could be in some trouble. Heroic Swing is a little wide. So does the Glacial Prison from Winnie now. And he's going to be taking up the turret. Skytech can't quite get in there. The Ignite. Comeuppance. Shochi almost gets it. He lives. How did he live through that?
The handshake missed. The level up hit. The Ignite wasn't enough. Shochi lives, and now he has it all to turn on the Darkwings.
Now the Comeuppance is out, as Darkwings will have to flash away, but a flash fall from Kryra, and he gets him.
Oh, CCG just got so much on this map, and this game only gets better for them as it goes on. The value that Brand has playing into this top side is massive, and Kryra's still on the hunt.
He's got Pyroclasm. We'll just throw out damage over the wall when he will get this camp. Okay.
He can play for grubs. If he gets the next 3 grubs, then that's 4-2, so they will get at least one little grub light to spawn next to them. Grubling, Twitch Shatter, whatever you want to call him. But Kryra going to move on to the more important objective at hand, and a great play from CCG to get some control in this game, Kangas.
I believe they're called interns now.
Yes,
say
thank
that
you.
Earlier. Yeah, good flash from Shochi to dodge out in that Glacial Prison, and then Skytech so close, man.
The E missed. He gets the passive proc. The Ignite comes in, but he connects with the kill. The handshake, if that would have hit, Shochi would have went down, but he sidesteps it, gets the double, survives the Ignite, had the pot run the whole time. Well played by Shochi, who, with 3-0-1 now, closer to completing that Blade of the Ruin King.
I'm going to say,
again, yeah?
Skytech went for the handshake. I honestly think an auto kills. If he had instead just auto-attacked, that probably would have been enough to kill. So that's a really rough miss right there. Winthrop University will at least get their second Dragon of the game. Not sure what the soul was. Ty, if we could actually take... Oh, no, never mind. It says it right on the screen. Look at that. The Cloud Wind. I'm a visual learner. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. As oh, hey, look at that. Top lane. Brawling it out here. Denethor,
some visual learning going on
try and
here.
heal up through Crimson. There we go.
Denethor did just TP back, so we'll be stuck with that health being down. If it is an Iceborne to match here, or Crimson will be okay in this matchup. I think the important thing, though, on the screen, 2-1 and 3 for this Brand. The Andres has come in, as we're making sure that Kangas visually knows exactly what's going on this bot side, of which all the info at the moment in the hands of Winthrop.
CCG back onto the map, looking for Darkwings. Ooh. Scatter the Wake, a notorious counter into the classic headbutt from Alistair. Darkwings is fast enough on the trigger pull to stop the count from getting in. Winthrop University controlling the bottom river. There's really nothing to fight over here. Herald's actually the next target. It's up in 30 seconds.
I would like to see CCG like potentially start trading into the top side. Also, love to see Shochi get into a side lane. I think Shochi can win side lane against both Renekton and Syndra. You want to have him into the Syndra because his ability to just continue to fog along the walls in the side lane can be quite big for then, you know, bringing members and trying to pressure from there. And Winthrop are kind of signing up for this as Darkwings has snuck his way into the side lane and will be chunked out by Manui's Ezreal. So good play here from CCG.
One of the strengths of that Ezreal is just being able to poke from such long range, good DPS alongside that, and Darkwing's experiencing that in the side lane. Manui will get this turret. So going to be the first turret of the game, first brick gold solo to the bot lane of CCG, who so far has only participated in 1 kill, still has that Trinity Force completed regardless, and the rest of Winthrop University say, we're giving the turret, we're going to take the Herald instead.
Yeah, Manui's chilling. And again, would really like to see him shift mid. Herald will be given, but the fight might be taken.
Trouble. Oh, he's able to dodge out that third Q from the Cassante. And everyone from Winthrop are out of there. So they got the Herald. But again, losing the turret is rough because the Herald ideally will be a turret. The turret's a turret, and you're going to take that if you're CCG. I think they're still in a very comfortable position and should be favored at this state in the game. Jochi, is he going rogue? He's got the camouflage. Darkwing's doing a lot of damage, and the Avenger Ring actually missed. I think it went a little short there from Shochi. Now damage on the Denethor here as Crimson will go all out, but Denethor still has enough health. When he misses the Glacial Prison, flash from Crimson, he's out of there. But now Kryra might look for more. Unlikely as Aaron is in the area.
Well done by Crimson. That was very respectful. I like the ult taken on Renekton to build some space and flashing away from the Glacial Prison. Again, these are the strengths that I feel like Crimson has really brought as a rookie top laner to CCG, which has really made me quite impressed. His ability to play when he is pressured and also play when he is on the weak side of the map. These are things that I think he does really well for his first split of play, which is helping us really push him for who we think might be our rookie of the split.
It's a conversation that's on everyone's minds, along with most valuable prospect. 2 of the bigger awards that we give out. They are regular season awards, of course. Ooh, okay, Trevor. Back is stopped, but he should be just fine. And he also pushing Shochi out from this bottom side. This Ikshan has really been a fun wrench in the plan of Winthrop University because he can really just appear anywhere, and it's hard for them to deal with him in this side lane. They're sending a couple people down right now, but there's a vision invested from the side of CCG to keep Shochi safe.
Yeah, it's more so just to be a hubber rather than to actually be one to look to make plays for Akshan. They need to deploy into the Syndra side so that Syndra is safer in the side lane. Renekton's self-sufficient. Syndra is not. You get her in the long lane, it can be really tough to manage. So I do like how Winthrop's playing this to make sure that Darkwings always has a little bit of help on his side of the map when he is put in this position mid-game.
Again, he has gone rogue. Unseen as Trevor, Kryra, and Manui are positioning to defend. Now they see Shochi. Now Trevor with a huge flank double knock up into Darkwings and winning the Pyroclasm on top. Darkwings going to get hit by the comeuppance. Not enough damage. It is body block, but Winnie will still fall. Teleport's coming from the top laners. And unfortunately, Hostile Takeover misses everybody. Now Manui's unleashed with a triple kill for the Ezreal. Oh, flash forward from Aaron will shut him down, but he's the only living member on the team as Shochi will get that juicy passive reviving his AD carry.
And CCG off the back of Trevor take the fight. It's all them. The engage was enough to almost just be too good for the rest of it. Because the amount of damage that Kryra got down off Trevor's engage, it put CCG so far ahead in the fight and made this fight so that all of a sudden Manui is just headhunting. As we take a second look, Trevor walked over Vision, but the flash was good enough. Only Skytech reacted. Darkwings brought low from the damage from Brand. Winnie's stuck on the wrong side of the fight. Crimson keeps Renekton out of it. And look at Manui play the back half. The Arcane shift over. Flash is on the Darkwings. Really good as he got to play Janitor in this one. And no escape for Aaron, who, yes, did take down Manui, did find a shutdown, but right back on the map is Manui after Shoshi finds the kill. And game 1 was very one-sided, Steve, with CCG getting outscaled very quickly. This game almost feels like it's the same matter of one-sided. I do think that Winthrop have some waves to play back into this one, but CCG far and away ahead in this game.
Absolutely smashing the early game. We're into the mid game now, and Winthrop University have yet to even crack a turret. They're close on this top turret, but not quite there yet. Shochi's still hovering as he's trying to spot out. It seems like Winthrop University are just hard focusing the Akshan side every single time. Just happened bot lane, now it's happening top, as Winnie and Skytech are hovering the area. But then CCG have the same game plan of like, well, if they're going to send everybody up there, let's send everybody up there. Let's have some fun. You know, we're ahead in gold. We got 4 kills on both of our carries. We can play around them.
And again, I just want to give credit to CCG, Kangas. Like, this is pretty much for their chance to make playoffs. They have to win this series.
Yeah.
If not, Winthrop locks up top 7, locks up playoffs, and is pretty much, you know, done and dusted for CCG. So, any game win matters. A series win really makes how our playoff picture wraps up very interesting as we get to the conclusion of the regular season. So really big that CCG, when it counts, are playing to have a chance at, of course, making playoffs and dodging out on that promotion tournament.
Keeping things interesting, keeping things spicy for everybody as the Herald charged up and misses the turret. Honestly, I think that's
driver's
ideal.
license for winning.
You were probably going to die if that landed. Unfortunately, you're probably going to die anyway because the rest of the team from CCG can just keep chasing you down. That was an oopsie. That was a whoops.
That Poro wants a new rider.
I didn't sign up for this.
We can't drive a Shelly. We can't drive the Poro. You know, unfortunately, Winnie didn't exactly earn his driver's license there, as now his team will have to recover. Skytech.
Ooh, and engage on to the disengaged champion, not where the Renata Glass wants to be. They're trying to walk forward, assuming that everybody would be on the Baron immediately, but CCG were instead looking for more kills.
Winthrop University going to have to go back to the drawing board for a likely game 3. Kryra pops the ult.
Oh, it's not over. I mean, Winthrop University are just watching their turrets fall and getting picked in the meanwhile. CCG, their trigger pull is instantaneous. And Winthrop University have just not been ready for it.
I mean, it's been a really good game, like, from Kryra looking back, too. Just to deny that first camp that was taken from him. That late invade that really set Winnie and Winthrop's game behind. And then, you know, you felt like Kryra was kind of first to the punch on a couple of these plays. It's been very good for him and CCG. Again, that brand going to continue to scale. The Rylai's in the inventory, and CCG continuing to look to fight. Skytech might be caught. Crimson doesn't want to commit. Yep.
Yeah, it's just the Cassante and the Alistair. Not a lot of damage, unfortunately, to guarantee the kill. Yeah.
That being said, man, I mean, kind of an interesting series, Kangas, with 2 pretty one-sided games. It really feels like we're just awaiting the likely conclusion of a game 3. I think the ways that we can see Winthrop play back into this game are Syndra scaling. If Syndra's able to find some one-shots throughout this game as it continues, that could be really big. But outside of that, I think that Winthrop's going to have a really tough time in these fights. Just against Brand. Like, if Brand presses R, man, it's tough.
That's only one button that he has to press, too. That's a pretty simple job for a jungler. Can I get that job? I feel like I can climb Elo if that's all I have to do.
It's not even a skill shot, Steve. You just have to cover a champ and it's in range and click R.
It's my favorite kind of ability.
Even better.
I'm a Pantheon player.
You were catching strays on LCS actually yesterday.
Yeah, let's not talk about it. I'm not ready. I'm not ready to have that conversation.
That was not good for the brand, Kangas.
No, unfortunately not. All I'm going to say is I got the shield and spear right behind me. I'll 1v1 anytime, but that's going to have to wait. Right now, attention's still going to be on this game as Dragon is spawning. Winthrop University did a good job to get the first 2. They have not been able to get that 3rd, and I don't imagine they'll get the 4th. Shochi just spots out Aaron, and Manui, I guess, just finds Skytech, who's just on a solo warding mission deep in territory that does not belong to Winthrop University, and it feels like, yeah, it's all just kind of going downhill from here. It's all done but the singing.
Winthrop can't really get into this game anymore. Zakshan really strong, able to kind of brute force his way wherever he wants, and while Manui just finding solo kills, even outside of the Akshan. There's just no play for Winthrop. You can see how far down they are on levels too. All 3 carries for CCG, level 14, up a level on all of their opponents, and I don't know how Winthrop plays back into this one. I mean, we talked about getting picks, Kangas, but it really feels like things are just getting further and further out of their control.
Very hard to keep heart as a team and as players in these types of situations when you have this big of a gold deficit and the composition is not the one that's going to scale. It's really down to just Hail Marys at this point to try and find some miracle play, but that is so unlikely to happen. Right now, they do at least have the inside track of the Baron. Trevor already pops the Unbreakable. Flash from Skytech with a handshake onto Trevor. But they don't have enough damage to kill DeCow. He's only not even half damage. 1/3 damage to Trevor's health bar there.
Yeah, and he does have treads, but I think Winnie's going to throw an ultimate here at Alistar coming up. As Crimson Denethor are going to be blowing on the bot side. Crimson does have access to red buff, so he wins at the moment.
Yeah, Denethor also only has 2 items completed. Light Cleaver will shred some of the armor, but it just doesn't matter. Crimson's burning him to death. Plus the Bramble Vest, meaning that all the extra healing gone from Denethor. Grievous Wounds will be taken into account here as he has to pop the Dominus. All Out was not used by Crimson. That means ultimate advantage.
He's got it. He's got it right now. He's just flashing the claws. It's about to be on CD.
Oh, okay. Right,
yeah,
fair enough.
That's all right. I don't blame you, Kangas.
He's just got such shiny items anyway. The Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yeah, I mean, the blue cover palette really working out well for Crimson there. That's really the strat. I see there from Shochi as he gets out, but why are you approaching the wave? You might be dead, my friend.
Yeah, when he is here, Flash is available.
Dead.
I think he can just resign himself to death. Save the summoner spell, not the end of the world. You will go down. Teleported from Denethor. I guess they're going to try and go for the Baron.
Skytech got the shutdown off the red buff. That's unfortunate, but yeah, that pick's going to be enough to go for the Baron. Good luck dealing against Kryra here, as Manui is going to start eing forward to assert dominance.
Okay,
Redemption going to help.
Skytech didn't get into the circle, unfortunately, so still going to be low here.
Oh,
but has a hostile takeover. Skytech could be the hero. If a hostile takeover lands onto everybody, that could be the game winner. Never mind. We're out of the pit. Crimson alone is just big enough threat teleporting into that pit. Trevor's going to run away. And yeah, I like this from CCG. They don't need to keep the Baron aggro.
No, they shouldn't. Denethor. Oh, he has to burn Flash. Manui went on to him. Trevor lost a lot of health to the Baron. But I'm with you, Steve. All CCG need to do there is reset the play, wait for Josh to get back on the map, and they did so successfully.
Really good play from CCG. Very patient play. No reason to go for the 50-50. No reason to go for the fight when you're down your mid laner. They got exactly what they needed to do, and Winthrop University are still in pretty much just as bad of a spot as they were before that pick on the Shochi in the side lane, because they didn't even get his flash.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the experience in this game. Like, how far ahead CCG are of Winthrop in pretty much all their roles. Really going to matter as we are getting access to level 16 ultimates here quite soon. Soul Point going to be available for each of our teams here, as the stacking Cloud Dragon CCG, I think, quite good this game, just given the immense range advantage they have against Winthrop, and able to kind of play out 3 lanes a little bit cleaner. Quite nice as we actually see a Baron play being attempted. It is spotted by the sweeper as Baron's at half. Trevor going to deny the Blast Cone.
Oh, wait. Blast Cone used early, though. Winnie's in the pit. He steals it! Winnie got the Baron steal! Is it going to be enough? Is it going to make a difference? They're going to lose Denethor as well. Everyone else gets away. Yeah, Shochi teleported in, but can't lock anybody down. Double kill to Manui. But Winnie with the hero play gives Winthrop hope, and that's really all that they got. That's all that they need. Almost killing Trevor here as he headbutts back in, but gets popped by Dark Wings. Pyroclast on everybody. Winnie now looking to clean up the fight, but he goes down. Oh! What? The bailout onto Aaron. Comeuppance can be blocked by Skytech. No! He jumped over the walls and Skytech couldn't body block it. Skytech is the only one that gets out with Baron.
He was getting out of the Pillar of Flame, but ended up finding a couple arrows in his back on the flip side, as things got a little bit crazy here. CCG, I think Trevor was trying to get Winnie out of the pit with a Blast Cone, but instead he sends himself over the wall. No one's able to body block Winnie, and Crimson got interrupted. enough to get the smite down. Yes, Winnie and Denethor go down, but that's well worth it for Winthrop. The back half, though, CCG, they really pushed hard in this play and were able to clean up most of the Baron buff. I thought they'd kind of retreat and go for the Dragon, but CCG, knowing they're ahead, continue to force. Trevor kind of gives his own life to make this happen, but with Kryra and the ultimate coming in, it is enough damage to turn it around. Manui getting a little bit too aggressive here.
So Kryra walks up. You said Pillar of Flame was the dodge.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you just need to jump up instead of upright. You still need
hard.
the body in front of you, but that is a tough call for Aaron.
Yep, I'm with you, Kangas. I think there was a world where he could have lived that, but not the right way as the comeuppets taking him down. That's such a fun word to say. I don't know why they named the ultimate that.
I like Avengerang. That one's great, too.
How did we come up with comeuppets on this champion? I just what's the
He's like
about
kind of
VR?
Western themed. I don't really know, honestly.
That's a Western word?
I think so, right?
I think I just associate it with the old ages because that's like something my grandpa would say.
Well, I feel like it, you know, Grandpa probably watched some Westerns.
Oh,
all right.
100%.
Dive under turret. Locks down. Crimson will tank up like 3 shots and barely lose any health. As the Baron-empowered minions are helping out, Skytech is the only one with it, but you only need one to empower the wave.
Denethor lost Derek's to a single grand passive proc.
Look at Shochi.
Nice. And yeah, there's no force here from Winthrop either. Really nice by Kryra to force Winnie out, up the dash out, and that's an inhibitor falling. Now Shochi can't collapse to try and join Winnie.
Trevor re-engages onto Winnie, and that's just not a tanky enough. Sejuani has to flash over the corner, so Skytech can actually tank up the comeuppance. Redemption will be used. They're going to try and take down Crimson. A lot of damage on the Cassante, and they got him! Shut down from Dark Wings. I believe that the full stacks are in for the Syndra at this point.
Yep.
Trevor now the focus. Headbutts away Denethor, but he's slowed by Winnie. He's got Shochi and he's got Manui here, though. The damage, the range is here for CCG. And Trevor gets away. Pyroclasm used. Not going to get the passive off. Everyone backs away.
Still got Dark Wings to half health, though. As CCG, of course, they don't have the Baron. But even despite that, Shochi was still able to split push himself down an inhibitor. And Winthrop, I'll give Winthrop props for trying to play their way back in. The Baron steal was big. Syndra, we're starting to see like this glass cannon build. Darkwings really is the one person that scales in this game for Winthrop, and he's doing his best to hold the line, but just still entirely too much. As should have a little bit of a reprieve from the action here, Kangas, with both of our monster objectives being about 2 minutes out, with Baron spawning 15 seconds ahead. So any chance for a last defense here from Winthrop had is Winnie.
Winnie is just walking at a cow
bold strategy.
and a man with a gun, and he's just getting punished for it. And now Darkwings gets baited in, thinking maybe I can catch Shochi, maybe I got the damage. Well, maybe ain't working out for you today. Winthrop University lose a jungler and a mid laner, and CCG can just walk these super minions in and take a 5v3 fight under the Nexus turrets.
And game 3, and I mean, we had 2 best of 3s today that really mattered in terms of the playoff picture. CCG backs up against the wall for pretty much their playoff hope. Break out a much better comp. They're going to find a win.
This is going to be it. Hostile takeover was used. Denethor's going to try and dive in onto everybody. The turret will take down one. Crimson's dead. So is Skytech. Denethor comes out of the GA. Double kill to Aaron. This game, I don't think, is over.
Oh,
Shochi looking for more, though. He uses the heroic swing in and gets the autos. This game is done. This series continues. 1-1 on the scoreboard as CCG keep playoff hopes alive.
Yeah, I got to say, 2 pretty big draft diffs. I feel like that game isn't that big of a draft diff, but just given how the early game went, once CCG got control, there was no looking back. Yeah. As I thought their comp was a lot more well-rounded that time. It didn't just have one damage profile. And props to all CCG for actually coming back in that game. I gotta say, Kangas, who would your player of the game be in that one? I know that I'm getting pinged right now by production, or who the player of the game would be. I really don't know who it would be.
That, first of all, but second of all, I think the obvious choice is going to be Shochi for me.
Okay.
The Ikshan pick and just being a nuisance in the side lane. Anywhere Ikshan was on the map, everybody from Winthrop immediately just magnetized onto him. And more often than not, that was to their detriment. Winthrop University were not the ones winning these side lane fights.
I'm going to give it probably to Trevor. Well,
too late. I already said
we'll go with
Shochi.
Yeah, we'll go with Shochi.
Trevor's a good nod, though. And supports, it's hard to
Yeah.
stand out and get that. The Alistair engages were very solid. But, I mean, look at this. 10, 1, and 6 on the Ixshan. Playing the Ixshan, of all things, as well. Shochi always keeping things interesting.
One might have said that our ability to find the Pog will be a comeuppance, as it's a bit split.
What?
But, you know. Well, we were
It's
split.
not what it even means.
There was a comeuppance. What does it mean, Kangas? Please educate me.
Comeuppance is like, it's like karma. It's like, oh, you're getting your comeuppance for, like, some wrong you did before.
Oh, really? That's it?
I'm pretty sure. I mean, we could Google it if you want to check.
I mean, I thought it was just one of those words that, like, Riot kind of made up to fit the lore.
All right, I'm
you know?
going to look it
Expand
up
the
while
lore.
you talk more about Shochi. How about that?
I appreciate how Shochi continues to pull out picks that I used to know that he played as pocket picks. Like, he was an early Akshan adapter. And I feel like that was a really strong game for it into the Syndra. You can always jail Syndra in lane. Darklings I actually thought was a little bit ahead in that matchup, but ended up being Shochi, pulling it through in the end and having that big impact in the fights to make sure that even if a fight was even, TCG still had members in the back half. So well played from them to push us to a game 3. And a game that's going to matter a ton for our playoff picture.
And I can say a game 3 being comeuppance for Winthrop University, that being a punishment or fate that someone deserves after losing that top lane. I don't know. I'm trying to piece that one together, but I was right. Homeschooled, by the way. Thank you very much for that one, Cubby. Making me look a little bit bigger brain. And thank you to CCG for making things interesting, because the playoff situation and scenario is still looking spicy, as we're going to send it to a short break before we are back for game 3 to determine what playoff seeding is going to look like going into next week. Hello and welcome back, everybody, as Game 3 is on the horizon for our last series of the weekend. Winthrop University versus CCG is now 1-1 on the scoreboard because CCG brought it back with their own unique take on a League of Legends draft. Cubby, neither of these teams seem to want to play meta right now.
Yeah, we had the Akshan mid paired up with the brand. We've been seeing a lot of marksmen. Wanted to see Akshan emerge at a nice point, and ended up being really big for Shochi. Making sure that, like, even with some of the handshake plays that were taken early, they were the ones that had tempo because of Akshan passive chipping in later on in the fight. So I do think that pick had a really big impact. Also, I want to shout out Kryra, who I think him and Trevor, I gave Trevor my honorable mention for player of the game. I feel like he had some big engages, but Kryra put together a clean brand game, able to dodge out on the Sejuani Syndra pick threat, got farmed up early, and really hit that early to mid game.
Really absorbing that level 1 invade too. I mean, just outplaying the opposition quite clearly. Winnie was not prepared to lose that fight for the Wolf. Yeah, and also I want to say, the Akshan was cool, but then the counter with the Syndra as well, and we've seen these, more AP supports come up. The enchanters like Renata Glass, like Seraphine gaining prominence now. I'm loving the way that the meta is shaping out. It's very fun to watch, and I think that players like Shochi, players like Manui, just the team of CCG in general are just a hot pot for innovation when it comes to drafting. Very excited to see what this next game will give us.
A hot pot for innovation. I'm glad to see you continue to innovate new terms, Kangas.
Yeah, you never gotten hot pot before?
No, I have. I gotta say,
mix a bunch of ingredients together in a big stew. It's delicious.
Got an itch for some Korean barbecue of late.
You have been saying that.
Yeah, I've had the house go a few times without me. We've been hung up on a couple things, like VOD review, but yeah.
What are you up to tonight, Cubby? You want to come hang out to celebrate
I wish
Mazelle's birthday party?
You're just gonna put me on blast like that.
I'm just gonna put you on blast like that because I remember something in a group chat of you saying you might not make it.
Well, I have a 7:30 wake up call to record the jungle tomorrow, so work takes prio.
Nice plug.
Maybe we'll go through some VODs tonight. But that plan was actually kind of thrown into the wins with the win from CCG there, to push us to a game 3, which I would much rather be doing this here live with you, Ken.
Well, speaking of, let's catch everybody up on the Fearless drafting so far, because full Fearless means that there are now 10 champions times 2 that are not playable in the next game. 20 on your screen right now, and again, so many of the popular meta picks are available. Things like the Nautilus in the support role, things like the Rel. In mid lane, we still got, actually Tristan has been taken away. Corki, I guess, would be the next one.
Yeah, but I expect Corki to be banned again. Like, we see a lot of champs, or at least bans, stay the same throughout this format, given that, well, we're in a scenario now where 20 champs are off the board, so if you have a prio pick, taking it away, there's even more priority on that, given that a lot of the better answers are off the table. So, interested to see what happens with champs like Ashe, like the Lucian that we haven't seen, like the Corki that have been on the ban list, see if anyone really decides to give one of those over. Because the only way that you can really play defense once you give one of those over, Kangas, is by swapping the blue side in a later game like this to actually allow you to access a pick that you haven't had access to in the series.
Yeah, and I do believe that blue side has been prioritized, so with Winthrop dropping that game, yes, they will choose blue side for game number 3, meaning that they get that big priority first pick while giving up the counter pick option.
That's nice. I will say, my eyes go towards a lot of the AP junglers right here. We've seen Karthus taken away from Winnie for the entirety of the series, Kangas. I do expect that to continue. And also shout out to our team. We did have a little bit of a swap in terms of our graphics for Fearless Draft. You can see instead of being organized by game and top to bot, now organized by role. So it makes it a little bit easier to see what's off the table here if you kind of slice.
I had noticed that yesterday, and I do think it's really cool, so thanks for bringing that out. I didn't realize that it was that for game 3 as well. So we got all the supports on the far right, all the tops on the far left. That is nice.
Yeah, and then all the marksmen just somewhere in the middle because they're being played everywhere,
I was going to say, wait a minute, there's just a big clump right there.
Yeah, that said, something else that we very commonly see in Game 3 scenarios, stuff that, like, just can play for resets, like taking a Jinx, just playing a Jinx comp. Sometimes it's really easy to take these single champions and build a comp around it. Another champ I will be looking out for, Viego. Sometimes just, you see a squishy team defaulting to a Viego comp, hey, we're going to pick Viego, we can find the pieces to get resets later on, like whatever fits the lanes, whatever else is showing. Some real things that we've seen kind of take bio as games go on.
You talked about AP junglers being on the table for winning, though Karthus is not, as that is banned again. Zyra would be the next one, because Brand and Lilia are already gone. So let's see if CCG have the same read and try and take that off the table. And what is Winthrop's last ban? It's the Ashe yet again. They've banned Ashe Ziggs every single time.
I'm a bit surprised that they banned Ashe this time around. I thought it would be a pretty valuable first pick. Jinx is missing. Ezreal is one of the better answers too. That's off the table. Maybe not one in the face, something like a Jhin coming in as Vi gonna be the last ban. I mean, Zyra's up, Corki's up, something that we've talked about a lot. So yeah, Corki will be given over. Interested to see if Kryra ends up going for Zyra now. That's gonna be helpful throughout the game.
Kryra Zyra played the Brand last game. This would be along the same line. And again, the Brand was excellent in that last game, so I wouldn't be I wouldn't dislike this choice from CCG, but what would they pair with it against the Corki in the mid lane? Things like the Lucian and the Tristana are gone. They have been picked already, as you see in the middle of the Fearless bans right there. So Sivir is actually the choice locked in.
Okay, we might be cooking here as CCG. You know, player that most people, may or may not know. His name's Chovy over in the LCK. His solo queue account has been flashing pretty much all marksmen. One of the marksmen that he has been kind of shoehorning into the mid lane is actually been Sivir. So I'm wondering if this is going to be a flex pick for CCG as this draft continues, as Sivir will be paired up with the Zyra, and we'll have to see as this draft moves forward if that Sivir will be mid or bot.
I was not aware of the fact that Chovy's been playing Sivir mid, but let's see if Shochi follows suit.
It's a copycat league, Kangas. Whatever the best players play, we have to bust it out.
True.
Matter.
If they're doing it, it must be good, right? It really has nothing to do with niche situations, but also I do see the potential for it against something like a Corki.
You can match a lot of the push, and Corki is, of course, a little bit lower range, so Sivir actually gets to interact with Corki. Outside of the rockets, of course, the auto attacks are tough, and dealing with Corki really sucks as Sivir, but you can push early, and at least open things up for Zyra, and of course, you are Sivir, so you scale really hard. Yeah, that said, Big Wombo already showing that Zyra pretty immobile. So taking the Maokai plus the MF, a lot of range and a lot of power around those R keys for Winthrop. I would actually like a Bard here to try and at least dice that up and give yourself an opportunity with Tempered Fate to answer MF ult, if that is the case.
As soon as Bulletstorm is used, you just press R on them. Nautilus will do a similar thing. It's just you got to be much closer. So it's Nautilus locked in instead, gives you some more direct engage options.
Yeah, I would like to see a Braum ban, and I'm actually wondering if we're going to see a Taric ban as well. I've seen Taric start to sneak in as an answer to Nautilus, especially in these Fearless games later on. And being paired up with Maokai, you have the opportunity to utilize the Twisted Advance to actually combo really well with Taric. So that is one champ that we might see actually have some value. But I'm still expecting, I'm wondering if Winthrop is expecting the Sivir mid. It's going to be very telling with where they throw these bans here.
It's Jack's ban, so they are focused on where they know a champion hasn't been locked in yet, which is the top lane. Interesting to see that Jax has made it this far.
Maybe a Gnar ban here could be good. Focus on Denethor. Like Jax being taken away tells me that we might see a Denethor Gnar.
Rumble's up.
Rumble's up. So Denethor has actually only played 5 champions so far in this Fearless format, which is quite low. Zac actually being taken away is unique.
Very confused by that, yeah.
He's played Renekton, Cassante, Gnar, Camille, and Rumble. So out of all those champs, Gnar and Rumble are the ones that are still available for Denethor to play if he so chooses.
Okay, Rumble's up. It would be a secondary AP champion.
I think he wants Jace.
Oh, you think so? Yeah, taking away the Jax, taking away the Malphite?
I like Jace in the Jax. Like, it's actually playable. The Malphite ban is kind of telling that we might actually see a Jace here.
Unless you're just thinking that we got the misfortune and the Corki, we don't want to deal with the big rock. Yeah. Jin's going to be locked in, though, for CCG, so I think question answered. That's a Sivir mid lane.
Probably. We saw Jin mid, too, be played by Insanity, but I would expect to see Jin into MF. So I do think this is a Sivir mid, as it's going to be a set picked up. Now, this could be Skytech's set. There is some setup here with MF. So, jury's still out on what Denethor wants to play.
We have seen Skytech play the set in the past as well, so let's see what this final champ is locked in before we give our full thoughts. And it's
Here's the
Jace.
Okay.
So you're right, Skytech pulling out the set with Jace top lane for Denethor.
Wondering what the answer is here for Crimson. You can go for something like Kennen, like and try and one-shot some people, but it does play in the magic damage. I do think you need some form of frontline. So will be the Gragas to try and neutralize the Jace in the top side. This is a bit of like a handshake. Again, Gragas just kind of loses gracefully, but of course that R key, you do get a lot of chances to try and disrupt the backline, and that has extra value when you're going up against MF. So that really does bring at least one way that they can interrupt bullet time consistently.
I do like that. They opted for not going the Bard. Instead, Gragas can be that big anti-bullet time tool.
Yeah.
And also just a good space maker. He slows, he's got the body slam. The cast can be used offensively or defensively. There's just a lot of options. So if a player like Crimson is creative enough, the Gragas can come up big. But you're right, losing slowly is kind of the name of the game here. So Denethor, a very aggressive top laner when he has a matchup he's comfortable with. We're going to learn how comfortable he is in this matchup.
I think mid-game here for Winthrop, really big. Maokai R plus Jace Shock Blast plus Corki Rockets plus Bullet Time over the top. They need to make sure that those connect against a squishier CCG team. If given time, or if these engages are sloppy, Zyra Sivir can kind of, for me, turn these fights and turn the game around as it goes later.
Well, it's University with Jace in the top lane, a lot of ranged AD damage. In fact, almost all AD damage in the composition. Will be able to lock in their playoff position, or at least lock in a spot in playoffs. We can keep the conversation, keep things interesting as we move into week 8.
I mean, just to talk about how interesting things would get with a CCG win here, it would put, so AoE is at 0-7, but if CCG were to win, they'd be 3-5, along with Winthrop, and then Blue Otter would be 2-5, and CCG would be almost matched in game score, as they'd be 7-13 versus the 7-12 that's showing right now for Blue Otter. So Blue Otter would be a little bit ahead in that, which is the tiebreaker, but would really put a lot of pressure on Blue Otter to try and find wins. Blue Otter very much rooting for a Winthrop victory here, as the late invade looking to be stymied by Trevor.
He's doing a great job in the early game, reading Winthrop, looking for that ward, and they get flash out of Denethor.
That's a big cooldown that's been taken away. And now, interested to see how this mid matchup works. I think Shochi, game plan, play the wave and not the matchup. So bouncing Blade is going to be very big, just for making sure that Shochi is able to keep up the push into Corki. And the build I'm going to expect to be very similar to what we're seeing out of the Tristana, where it will be that Kraken into Flicker Blades. And Sivir should be very big at 2-3 items as we move forward.
And you just, like you said, you interact with the wave. You're just constantly hitting this, getting it in. You're not trying to actually trade or do damage to the Corki, I have to imagine.
You lose, I think, if you do that. Yeah, especially with the E. Like, you see the E from Darklings here. Should be able to just kind of walk up and slap Saber in the face. Yep. I mean, it always feels bad when you're playing against Corki.
Spell shield, though.
Spell shield's nice. Shochi, get a little bit of health back. Still on the back foot in the early levels of this matchup. But Sivir will scale very nicely.
They got the changes to that spell shield. I guess not even that recently at this point, but changing it from a mana regen to a health regen will help out in a laning phase just like this, along with that fleet footwork. Crimson, meanwhile, getting shoved in the top lane. Denethor gets that wave to crash, and will now maybe look for a ward down, but got to be very careful with the flash off. And actually, now that I think about it, he did drop the ward already, so not going to be an available option for him. Kryra and Winnie matching clears towards the bot side of the Rift. A surprise, the Zyra a little bit faster on that clear.
Yeah, and a ward dropped in the Tri-Brush. So Kryra going to sneak in through the lane as the Dredge line lands.
Ooh, Deadly Flourish. Could have been death for Skytech, so he's got a flash as well. That's 2 early summoner spells for CCG.
Like the path from Kryra just to support the spot side. Jhin, Zyra play off each other really nicely, as we've seen Jhin start to pick back up in the metal a little bit. Of course, we have Fearless, so that kind of helps us see a little bit more Jhin, but his ability to interact with these mage jungler is very good. Skytech, no flash, looking onto Trevor.
Yep.
Not able to get in range, and the bot crab already taken, but Trevor, play might continue. When he not going to take the Twisted Advance, though. Nautilus able to slip on out.
And Minui, we get the same game plan. Okay, he's good. Did not have to flash, did not have to cleanse, gets out just fine. Shochi again. Okay, the spell shield doesn't actually block the Gatling gun. You can only block the phosphorus bombs, as Darkwings is doing a lot of damage to him.
Yeah, I think Shochi's going to have to TP back. He's going to try his best to get Fleet to sustain him. It's Kryra going to be on the hover here. Winnie might find
spotted
him.
out.
Meanwhile, Kryra finding it, actually.
Hook lands onto Skytech, who pulls back in Trevor. Big wind up punch, big damage. Trevor actually loses in the trade.
Well. Uh-oh. Wait,
Another hook.
What just
Another
happened?
big damage, and first blood
When he's
picked
here?
up by Trevor. When he does wrap around from the Tri-Brush and trade 1 kill, but that is a little questionable. Skytech's going to wish he did not just tank that hook.
Yeah, that was kind of weird, though, because I thought CCG like could team reset and actually get out okay. I was wondering as to why Trevor stayed. I know they get a freebie, but the recalls are almost in for CCG, so they opt to take this. Because Kryra's base kind of doesn't spot Winnie, but I do think CCG could have gotten out and caught most of the wave. Instead, it was a smaller wave. I guess that's one reason to stick around. It's kind of weird for me. I don't think they needed to force all that. It's not like it's a bad trade for them or anything, but if they had the right base, I think they're back with more tempo.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, MF, because that base wasn't taken, MF actually got a good chunk of that wave in, and we'll have a much better first base than Jin, as the play has shifted to mid.
For the dredge line. Darkwings, I believe, still has a W up, and Skytech tries to face breaker Trevor. Flash out of Nautilus.
All right, 20 seconds till grub spawn. I'm curious what CCG decides to do here. The Zyra is a little bit ahead of the Maokai in terms of clear. No surprise there. Trevor will be spotted. See if he can get the control word out. Trevor is yet to be spotted, so could have a sneaky little fight here. Zyra now shows, Winthrop knows, and the control word will fall. Question is, does Kryra go for the dragon, or do we see a shift up towards the top lane to try and play these grubs?
We have seen a de-incentivized grub take from pretty much every team so far today.
Yeah.
Nobody has been that interested in playing to the top half of the map. I would say for Winthrop, with that Jace, probably a little more incentivized to go for it, as I expect the Jace to be hitting turrets a little bit more often than the Gragas, so it makes sense that Winnie's going here, and it will be Dragon to CCG.
All right, CCG going to commit to the dragon stacking. That's okay. First grubs going over to Winthrop. Not bad. So we have a handshake and a pretty close early game. We haven't really hit on some of the scaling of this game, Kangas, just because it's a bit awkward. I do think that Winthrop gets outscaled a little bit. But because there's so much damage in this game, there's always kind of the ability for each team to break it if they are able to find one shot. As that is a...
Ooh.
That was
White
wayward.
landing. Yep. That was one of the cues of all time right there.
Yep.
And we all got to witness it together. Trevor going to help push the wave in now as Kryra's back is stopped with the rain from Aaron.
I mean, while this is going on,
maybe absorb a dive. No, we don't want to.
Winnie got a lot done on the top side, and Kryra actually commits the base and is going to find all of his topside camps missing, as Winnie has taken them down. So this Maokai kind of getting ahead off this clear. It's on Kryra now to go invade Winnie's respective red buff side, and I'm curious if he hits it. But at the moment, Kryra should be able to find Maokai here on the wraps.
And that should give him the information that the other top half are gone. He sees the red buff on Winnie, so Kryra will now be a little sad, but at least able to path bot side.
Not quite ideal. Good take there from Winnie. The show from Kryra, able to get something for himself. And we'll see if Kryra decides to re-invade the bot side of Winthrop after he takes these couple camps to try and get some of those camps that were taken from him back.
Slight gold lead to Winthrop University early on here, and those 3 grubs again, something that now they're going to need to cycle back and make sure they keep playing to top side over the next couple of minutes, as a nice little ward there from Shochi will spot out Winnie's pathing.
Winnie's going to be spotted here.
Okay, now they see him on top side, yeah.
Yeah, he's got no TP, so Crimson going to lose a little bit here. Well played from Winnie on the show. As we have Shochi. Might be victim. This Skytech does have a flash. Not going to use it. Shochi, of course, did burn the spell shield for the trade. As if the Gatling gun's down, looks like Sivir actually can hold this matchup decently well. I say that is, it just gets pretty hard there by Corky.
Ooh, nice find here on the Skytech. Basebreaker already used. Haymaker shield. Doesn't do a lot of damage in response. Crier with the Stranglethorns tries to knock up Skytech. Curtain called. Flash available. He does flash one. This final shot would kill, and it misses. Skytech gets out of there. But now, flash from Aaron as he tried to walk up and got punished as well.
Still not bad, as CCG do take away some summoner spells they can punish later on. Flash is not available for the bot side, and it looks like Denethor burned his flash on the top side. Crimson's cask is down, so I'm going to assume that Crimson actually got the flash out of Denethor off his ultimate. And nice for Crimson as he was able to hold on long enough to TP back. He was waiting for that TP to come off cooldown. So Crimson's down, but not out of this top lane.
Yeah, that was good timing for him. He did not get forced out the past time that when he was hanging around. He instead going towards the bottom side here. He will be spotted on this bottom clear as he does take away the buff and head back towards the top half of the map. Ryder heading up there too. 1.5 minutes until Dragon, and under a minute for those grubs. It's the second grub timer that matters more than the first, so we're going to keep our eyes to see how well Winnie can control this area. Right now, it's Crimson with the shove in the top wave, so Denethor's going to have to catch that. We're going to have to keep Cryo mid, as Trevor has actually linked up in the mid lane too.
Has a control ward behind him. Of course, second grub spawning. Winthrop do have the first 3. Looks like the focus is on that. Kryra has ult coming off cooldown shortly. Manui, no ult available. And Trevor hoping to leech 6 off this mid lane, which he did just ding. So depth charge up for the Nautilus.
Here we go for it. Misses the dredge line. Good side step from Darkwings. Also good aggression from Denethor here. I mean, getting that damage onto Crimson is good. He'll heal up a little bit of it, but catching the wave is also important because you don't want to allow that wave to crash top lane. Flash forward from Trevor. Flash out from Winnie. Good reaction time from Winthrop's jungler.
It's something, but CCG, if they reset the lanes, it can always get pushed mid, as Shochi has enough levels now to actually be strong, and Dredgeline going to connect off the W from Manui. Skytech
used. The shield's down, and he's going to fall. Skytech without that flash from the earlier play. They didn't get the kill then, but CCG get the kill now. And without the enemy support, they are much more confident to go for these grubs.
Yeah, I mean, good news for Winthrop is that they're actually able to take quite a few plates from this. Crimson did sack that top side to help support this play. And we have a TP coming in. He only needs to get one
of these grubs, as he'd already taken the first 3.
Yeah.
They just push CCG off, and I think this is still a fine spot for Winthrop to be in. Losing Skytech was rough, but they are still happy with the end results of the play.
Trevor has Hex Flash coming up. I think he might look.
Skytech's still here. Shochi's backing, but has teleport. Nature's Grasp used. Twisted Advance available, but just pushed back by the explosive cask. Teleport is used by Shochi, but the play's already over.
Maybe a little bit of dyssynergy there from CCG as that depth charge. Like, maybe you can find a setup where the cast actually knocks someone in, but CCG not winning that fight. I will say they do scale, but 5 grubs to 1. This will really open up Winthrop if they want to trade. They should be ahead on most plays as it continues. So, options for Winthrop to try and trade sides with 5 grubs to 1 can really benefit them if they do it correctly, especially if they're trading into the Jace side, who does push very fast.
Invade from Winthrop University on the top side for the Dragon bot side. CCG still focused on stacking these up. It's Elder Dragon, so that will not be the soul, but maybe they can still roll something good after the fact. Crimson's in trouble, though. Yeah. He's all alone, has flash available, but no ult, no TP, so he does not want to die in this situation. Ooh. Just hit immediately by the showstopper and locked down in time. Darkwings gets him. He trades 1 kill back onto Skytech.
Yeah, I think that was a one-way trip for Skytech, but Winthrop will still take that one. As, again, if they trade and they're up on the play, the grubs will really help them drive this home. As you see how quickly this turret melts topside as they're going to bust that open for first brick.
He's trying to get away now, and I think he will be just fine. And there we go. First turret was claimed. Now a 1.6 thousand gold lead for Winthrop University. This game 3, this deciding match for Winthrop to make it into playoffs right now. They still have more lives available if they lose this, so it's not the end of the world. But it would feel good to just know that you're at least guaranteed your spot. and it's just back and forth, play after play. Winthrop are ahead gold, but behind in the Dragon Souls, or Dragon Soul race at least. You got the Grub, so they can take turrets a little bit faster, but it still feels like CCG have some scaling options with this Sivir, with this Zyra. Still very early to call who's fully advantaged right now, and I still think that CCG have some tools, have some playmaking ability to get back into this.
I will say it's going to be really tough to shove into CCG, just the builds they went. A little bit allergic to damage here, as we are going to go double shiv from the Sivir and the Jhin. Was not expecting to see the Shib on the Sivir. Frankly, I think it's a little bit of overkill. I'd rather have something like
I think it's based.
Really? Why?
Yeah, but I'm also, I have notoriously bad opinions on this, so don't take my word for it.
Okay, you just like the dopamine of the Shib
It feels so good, man. Just like, oh, just melt the waves.
Yeah, you do melt the waves, and it will make it a little bit harder for Winthrop. And I do still think the time is on CCG's side, so I don't think it's all bad. But they don't have as much combat power right now as they could have. So it's going to be really key that they play back with the Zyra Jhin, wait for them to get a little bit of poke down, and then take their fights.
Are cleared out there as Winthrop University are trying to establish the vision line for the Herald. They are the comp that wants to take these turrets fast and open up the map as much as possible so that the Maokai can set up the further up saplings so that they can go for the angles with the Jace from Fog of War. But right now it's CCG that actually have the inside track on the Herald.
They would love a Wombo if they could find it. So look out for Winnie ult and where bullet time is over the top of that. Also, if a cast comes in to interrupt, as Herald was reset, we're going to continue to find some good poke damage as Crab has spawned. And it's really tough for Winthrop to play into this side with the setup that CCG has.
I'm also looking at the Showstopper from Skytech being a huge setup tool. Showstopper and a Face Breaker locks a lot of people in place for that bullet time, so it doesn't necessarily have to be Winnie. But then you factor in on top of it that Winnie can still follow up. Speaking of, though, Winnie just gets chunked. He's going for the AP build, not very tanky right now, and just has to walk away as Herald is secured by CCG.
If you aren't going to pull the trigger on R, it's really tough to stick around. We saw Winnie get pushed out there by Kryra. Good focus on the plants from him, as it will certainly be a Warmog second for Winnie. Try and play a little bit more defense, so in the future he will be able to eat that damage and then back up. Ooh, not the case at the moment. It's good TP right in time before the cast hits. Does guarantee the second turret falls in favor of Winthrop.
Yep, clearing out the turret. Saving that one minion there, so they guarantee they can keep hitting it. Skytech looks to find Trevor. Facebreaker's in back, but no stun means that Trevor can just walk away. But Winthrop University are not content to just take the turret. They're going to try and suffocate the bottom jungle. When he's even walking forward here to look to take away these wolves. Twisted advance forward. Was that wise? Is he now in trouble? Crimson's on the flank here. When he again, squishy build, just gets chunked down. They will kill Crimson for that. Skytech in a lot of trouble, though. One more hit, and it's the Ignite, actually. Actually, no, it's the burn from Leandries of Kryra that gets a double kill. Aaron got out of position now. CCG just take advantage of a heavily over-aggressive invade from Winthrop University.
Denethor TP top while that was going on, so he's going to try and get what resources he can, but CCG, again, pretty much playing for their playoff hopes here. Managed to fight back against Winthrop. This comp scales very nicely. Is off the back of that fight, they drop the Rift, they take mid-outer, and get themselves into this game a bit.
And it's moments like that, you praise Winnie when it goes well, but you gotta question when it goes poorly. As soon as that twisted advance went forward, I was like, I don't know about that one. You are AP Maokai, you got some people behind you, but you lost track of the Gragas flank, and Crimson finds the angle. That's CCG cleaning up the kills, getting some gold, and now they have the inside track of this dragon. You're right, Skytech has to use the Haymaker there. Pretty long cooldown. Now Trevor could be in some trouble, though. Oh! Yeah, that's a Bramble Smash right there from Winnie, but he gets rooted up, has to flash away, still burning down, and Crimson with the explosive cask snipe onto the backline will take down the enemy jungler. That means that CCG should theoretically have a free take of this dragon.
Crimson's low, they need to let the Zyra plants do a little bit of poke and let Gragas passive kick in before they start this up. I think CCG is hitting this a little bit early. I'd rather have them commit to the waves and commit to the poke, as Shochi has a BT so he can heal on up.
Yep.
This has been started.
Trevor backed. I guess he went down, and now he's back on the map. Shochi's trying to catch his mid-wave, and there's no contest. Denethor was
Trevor's
looking
here.
for some poke
Step
there.
charge.
Turn's been called, and now Trevor looking for the damage onto Darkwings. Step charge will land, but it's Skytech that will instead be the sacrificial lamb yet again. CCG picked up that kill, and now we're back onto the Dragon. Denethor still potentially looking for a steal, but just no chance with the enemy smite there. CCG win the fight, get a pick, and get the Dragon.
And Winthrop are kind of out of sorts in this. It's weird to me to see them be this split, because this is a team where the core, they've been playing together for a long time, right? And to see them really be split on some of these plays, like where are the Nature's Grasp to really kick things off?
Kryra's here. Denethor, this is a one-way trip. Can he kill Shochi on the way? No! The flash from Shochi's enough as Winnie will try and Twisted Advance. Nature's Grasp forward. Shochi in a lot of trouble, but body blocks. Kryra body blocks him, but the Winnie uses him as the express route, and this still just doesn't have enough damage. I thought the Bramble Smash for sure would do it. Aaron Redbuff does not kill Kryra. He does get out of there. As now Manui's walking up to Aaron, but here's Skytech. This is devolving into chaos.
They're going to go for Manui. They can do this.
Slow down, face breaker, flashed by Manui.
Good flash by Manui. Overextended, had to burn that one. Go to play defense now as bot wave gets in, but while that's going on, Crimson does get the top wave in to take top outer. And CCG, they take the Dragon, they take a gold lead. I think it's so important for them in this game because, again, we've talked about the scaling. Shochi has a lot of gold now. So I think that if he is able to really function in this game moving forward, like with the BT even, I don't see how Winthrop can win raw 5v5s against the DPS we have here. You're going to see Shochi, he has a really nice spell shield to actually stop the ultimate from set as he waits it out not quite long enough. And Skytech going to get dunked on for that a little bit.
Yeah,
Good deadly
if he had
flourish.
waited maybe half a second. He was trying to do it like instantly. I believe it's 2.5 seconds if I'm correct on the Sivir spell shield. He was very, very close to just perfect timing that one, but unfortunately not.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think CCG, they have the ability to hold on. The Sivir Jin, as this game goes on, the amount of control you get against Corki and MF, Jin can really control the terrain of these fights, especially with the Zyra going Rylai's. So CCG, for me, their game plan. Play slow, let the plants do the poking, make sure Kryra isn't the one taking the poke. Anyone else can really tank it and be okay. Manui has runes, will heal back up. Shochi has BT. He'll heal back up. Crimson, Gragas passive. He'll heal back up.
On the hunt. Trevor's looking for a depth charge onto Denethor. Good hammer smash. Oh, but the interrupt with the dredge line prevents Denethor from actually landing the hammer fall. And Shochi gets the kill.
Good setup from CCG. And man, I mean, game one was a really poor draft from CCG. It felt like that game was done so early. Game two, have a nice one. And now game three again. Playoff hopes on the line. Winnie gonna get picked. And more to follow.
Turn call slow onto Skytech could be enough. Dodged out though. CCG will not get more, but they are maybe just gonna go straight for the Baron. If there's action there, I'm gonna get this fact out quick. I have confirmation from Production's 1.5 second spell shield on the Sivir spell shield. But when it's slow motion like that, it felt like 2.5. So there we go. That's my defense. But here we go.
I respect it.
Baron started up by CCG.
No,
can Winthrop University get into their bullet times available for Aaron, but he just can't get close enough. Explosive cast is used. That means that this bullet time could go huge. There's no interruption available. Watch for Aaron's engage. Watch for Aaron's damage. He just can't find it.
Sivir's on him.
going to chase him down. And there it is, but not enough. Yeah, Aaron waited for the moment, but unfortunately that was not it. Denethor will have to jump back in. We'll at least get one, but it's only the enemy support and a double kill to Kryra along with the Baron.
CCG continue to get back into this best of three. They're in full control of game three and in control of their playoff chances here, as they pretty much needed to win this series to have a realistic chance at making playoffs, Kangas. And again, game one, that was not a good look to start things off, but the way that Kryra and the team has been able to bounce back in this one, Kryra's been massive in this game on the Zyra. And CCG, this is a team, they had to change late in the season. They need to win this series again to at least keep their playoff hopes alive. And man, to really step up down a game like this is huge for these guys who have struggled for the better half of the split.
And making a decision to field the rookie Kryra, who, yes, during tryouts, during off seasons, you and I watched him in Champs Queue, impressed us a lot. But putting a player like Chad on the bench, who's a known factor, who in tough moments you can lean on. Shows that CCG were confident in this young jungler, and Kryra is stepping up right now, but it's Trevor finding Winnie in the jungle, and Shochi plus Kryra are enough to take him down. Shoshi's looking for even more on the Denethor, just soloing the chase as Sivir. What is this champion, man? Oh, Crimson with a flash, and the barrel will get the kill. Darkwings tries to trade it back. Not quite enough damage in response. Crimson gets out of there.
Yeah, the damage that you can do as Sivir, very high if you do interact within the range, as we have
I like what Darkwings
Flank
is
coming
doing.
in.
Darkwings actually in a really good spot. Good damage on Manui, as now the engage comes in from Skytech, but Kryra got into a better spot. Crimson's been healing up. Skytech now with a showstopper, but it's not enough. The bullet time over the top, and yet again, it's just walked away from. CCG have not been afraid of this misfortune as a flash to safety.
Dragon on the back half for CCG if they want the Hexal. Very good with their composition as well. I think that's it. I really feel like Hexal breaks any chance that Winthrop has to get back into this. As Winnie trying to approach, can't even get in, and he's gonna get one shot.
Yeah, yet again, basically the same location. Slowed down. Darkwings is here, but he goes down to Crimson. Gets the ultimate off in time. Crimson almost falls. Darkwings is really trying his best here, man. I gotta say. Flash forward from Denethor, and he gets the snipe. Sometimes the Hail Mary play is the correct call. You gotta try to find some way back in. These rockets are hitting. Manui's gotta back away as Darkwings gets another kill. This is the Dragon Soul fight. Ooh, these shock blasts are almost just heat-seeking CCG right now. But Winthrop, they can't give up. They have to keep pushing for more.
They're way ahead, though, as Shochi is going to pop the R. They're going to try and secure the blue buff, which they do successfully, but Kryra is low.
Ooh, Shochi's got the spell shield, but the current call's been pulled, and with it, I think the chances of Winthrop in this game. Double kill to Manui, as Shochi will chase down Aaron. Surely can 1v1 the misfortune. And that was Winthrop's angle. That was their opportunity. They used everything to try and clean up those kills, but the 3 remaining members of CCG stand tall.
Sivir mid's looking pretty legit, actually. I mean, if you get to this point in the game, like, again, you can just match push early and then be Sivir later on in a comp like this. It's really, really strong for Shochi. And his champion pool, I mean, the Akshan and Sivir in these 2 games have felt so big, Kangas.
The Akshan, I'm trying to remember the first game. Was it Lucian? I want to say it was a Lucian game.
Yeah, we tried to forget about the first game, actually.
Yeah, let's just not talk about
it. It was
that
an AD champ, I remember that.
Either way, Shochi showing us his range, showing us his champ pool, showing us the creativity that you can approach a full Fearless drafting style with. This was the big conversation around full Fearless drafting when it was introduced to the league last spring. We saw a lot of handshakes where one comp would be played by one team, and then you would just swap comps in game number 2. Game 3 is when things would maybe get interesting. This time around, the players with the deep champ pools are really getting rewarded. And Shochi definitely one of those players that puts time into the non-traditional meta mid laners.
I mean, the Deadly Flourish connects again. Winnie forced to just ult as Crimson.
Oh, that's a bullet time. Still alive, though. And now they just turn it right on back. Haymaker's shield is not going to be enough to save Skytech. You got to imagine. Now the bullet time gets another one. Darkwings pulled back in. Body slam down. Shochi with that kill credit, though. Denethor's just split pushing. He's going to go for the inhibitor. He's got the turret for sure. Can CCG answer? They're sending Crimson back.
Oh, he's TPing.
And now teleporting from Denethor. Okay, I like that from Denethor. You got to find something.
Yeah, he got what he could. It's pretty clear they can't 5v5 anymore. But CCG just continued to roll as the Jhin Zyra combo from CCG in this game. It's been so good. Manui's Jhin has been really solid. And again, like Torky and MF, you're a bit limited on range outside of your R. And the ability for this Zyra Jhin to just really control the distance or the terrain in which you're taking these fights. And then Shochi with the ultimate for Sivir. It's made this game look so hard for Winthrop to play out, Kangas, with just CCG getting a decent start early on. It's been quite impressive. And, for CCG, we keep on saying that, playoffs can be decently competitive. We feel like we have some strong teams. But for them to really have this showing this late in the season, and just continues to build into what I've been talking about with NACL playoffs, which is I think we're going to have a really competitive bracket. It feels like we have 8 teams that on any given day can come to play and beat the vast majority of the other teams that are going to exist in the playoffs.
Especially when we look at the very young players on CCG,
Oh, this
players
is
like
deep.
Crimson, players like Kryra, but speaking of, Skytech actually from Winthrop University is not done with this game yet, looking for a flank, has the showstopper available, and they have no information that the set is here.
Not
This is
spotted
a
yet.
flank of all flanks right now, but they're just getting engaged on the front instead. There it is. Acebreaker onto 3. Is it going to be enough?
Oh.
Aaron can't get in position for the bullet time. That was the moment. But they did not
Triple.
pull the trigger. They did not find it. And that will be their undoing. CCG sweep the team fight with the quadra kill to Manui. An ace for the team. And that is the series. CCG keep their playoff dreams alive and in their own hands. They control their destiny. They control their fate just as they controlled this best-of-3 series. Clean and collected, CCG will topple Winthrop University.
Big win for CCG as they're going to look to do a little bit of bonus farming at the end. Skytech going to get knocked around, sacrifice himself for the cause. One more goes over, maybe 2. Yeah, that's
He's
2.
already
All right,
dead,
that's it.
man. Oh, they tried to give double-digit deaths to Winnie at the end there, but not quite enough time on the clock. Either way, CCG, what a performance, reverse sweeping the series.
I mean, just to give you guys a picture of the standings after that, CCG, they now go from sitting in tied for 8th, below the cutoff line, given games scored, actually sitting in 7th, above both Winthrop, who they have won more games than, just one more game up on them. And then they're up a series on Blue Water. Blue Water, they have won 7 games. So if Blue Water were to win a couple of their final series, that could be really big. And looking at their schedule, Blue Water, they play TLC and Disguise. Some tough tasks for them ahead if they want to really crack into playoffs and avoid that promotion relegation tournament. God, what a great series from CCG. I mean, that game 1 was so terrible. Like it felt like the draft, like again, that game was over like 15 minutes in. They go back to the drawing board for the next 2, come out with 2 really strong performances against a team that plays well in Winthrop University. And I gotta say, it's like special shout out to Kryra in this last one too. I think Shochi, easy for him to something to look out as he was kind of flashy with these marksmen mid, but I think Kryra had a really nice game this time around. Really helps lock things up for CCG. And man, things keep on getting more and more interesting in Challengers League in the back half of the regular season.
And I believe Kryra was unkilled in that game, unless he died at some point at the end and I just failed to notice. But towards that dragon fight when they're getting chased, I noticed 7 and 0, and I think 11 if memory serves, but maybe we can get confirmation because we will actually have an interview with the rookie jungler and his 2nd week of competition here in the NACL, shining bright in this series and being a big factor in the win for CCG. You want to stick around for the interview, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Hello and welcome everybody to our Rally Cry post-game interview. I have the jungler for CCG, Kryra, after a reverse sweep victory. Welcome to NACL, Kryra. I want to start off there because you're subbing in for the team. There was 2 junglers, you're behind Chad, but you get the opportunity to come in. What has this opportunity meant for you as a player who has been trying out? You've been in Champs Queue, you've been doing all the steps that a player needs to do to make it to this level.
I mean, yeah, it feels good, you know. I can prove myself. Yeah, it's really good. I've been happy. I've been happy with how I play, no cap.
And with how you're playing the AP junglers a lot. I also want to talk about some of your time coming up, because for anybody who might not know you, this is going to be their first time getting to see and hear Kryra. You're playing on Polestar in the OQs in spring. That's correct, right?
Yeah, I was playing, yeah.
Okay, how'd that experience go for you, and what made you want to get into competitive league in the first place?
I don't know. At first, I was just like a one-trick Evelyn in solo queue. And then I was like, I mean, there's some other fun champs. And I started just playing more, and I mean, I got like good at the game and just better than many people in a short time. So then I tried to go pro, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, when'd you start playing?
I think season 5, I was like 9, 8, 7, something like that, I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well, now I feel old, but that's all right. We'll get past that. Either way, it's awesome to have you in the league. What would you say your style is as a player right now? If people are tuning in and seeing you for the first time, me and Cubby were talking about you on the broadcast, of course, but I want to hear from your mouth kind of how you would encapsulate your style of League of Legends jungling.
I mean, I don't know if I have like a particular style. I think I can play most, like I can play like, but the one I like the most though is like farming and just out-tempo the enemy jungle and carry with gold. That's what I prefer, to be honest, but I can also play the little doggy and tank and engage for the team.
Okay, hence the Evelyn playstyle, right? You know, just power farm, then do what you want to do.
She's weak right now. I haven't played her in a while, I'm not gonna lie, but
yeah. And any chance we'll get Evelyn maybe against FlyQuest in 2 weeks? Because that's going to be your next and final opponent. A tough one to tackle, but not invincible, as you already just saw Blue Otter take them down this weekend.
I mean, FlyQuest lost to like what, Hecarim level 3 gank, so maybe they will lose to Evelyn. So yeah, maybe we'll need to cook this, we'll see.
What are your honest thoughts on that matchup, though, and your chances of making it into playoffs? Because you're making a good argument for yourselves right now with this win here against a team very close to you in the standings.
I'm not. Wait, can you repeat? I think I didn't hear you.
What's your honest thought about the matchup versus FlyQuest? How confident are you in the team that you're going to be prepared by the time that match comes up?
I mean, Brother lost, right? I mean, Brother won, so I mean, we can win too. I think we can win against them.
All right.
If we...
Easy enough, easy peasy. Well, Kryra, before you get going, I want to give you the opportunity to give any shout outs to anybody at home who might be watching, or any fans you have that you want to give a nod to.
I know, shout out to the team. Shout out to the coach. I don't know, shout out to everyone who supported me. Like, I've been getting... I mean, I just started, you know, playing in this league, so it can only get better, so... Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Well, we're excited to watch your journey, Kryra, and excited to see what preparation you bring into your match against FlyQuest. But for now, I'll let you get going and get ready for your next match 2 weeks from today.
I bet.
All right. We'll say bye to Kryra and bring back Cubby onto the broadcast. Awesome hearing from Kryra. Yeah, bet. He said no cap. I'm trying to think. For an 18-year-old, what other Zoomer lingo did I miss out on? I feel like some might have gone over my head.
I don't know. I don't want to get into Zoomer lingo. I feel like we get into sus territory there. I'll stick to sus as my old word of choice. But hey, good to see Kryra in the league and performing well. Again, he's a player that I consulted Supernova this past offseason. I got to sit in multiple combines and kind of like try and scout people. I legitimately thought that Kryra in the biggest combine was one of, if not the best player that was there. And so really good to see him step in and help boost CCG to potentially fight for a playoff spot.
Yeah, it's within their grasp. Their destiny is in their control. If they can just 2-0 FlyQuest, they're in. It's that simple, right?
Easy, Easy. It's 2-0 the defending champs, you know?
Yeah, something along those lines. All right, well, with that said, that means that we need to close things out by taking a look at some of our standings to close out the week. There's the line. We added a playoff line. Let's go. So if you're in the bottom 2, that means you're out of playoffs. Top 8 will make it in. Right now, CCG, like you said, Cubby, are sitting in that top 7.
I do want to say, diving in, Winthrop and CCG, they're tied in games 1. Winthrop have lost less, so maybe that's the tiebreaker.
Oh, okay,
but,
interesting.
I don't know if it's games 1 or win percentage. We might have to see as things continue. But Blue Water, of course, 2 games to play.
Win percentage from
win
production
percentage
as well. So
Thank you,
thank goodness
production.
somebody read the rulebook.
Yeah, that helps. But Blue Water, 2 series to play. They're going to need to find at least 1 win. They are 7-12 right now. For reference, CCG sitting at 3-5. They're actually 7-13. So Blue Water would have a higher win percentage if they can win a series, most likely. So very interested to see how those games go. They have Disguised and TLC to wrap up the split. So no easy tasks. But man, it's a pretty big clump in the middle. We got the Dragonsteel and AoE on one side, and then the middle 8 pretty close.
Everybody else just fighting for the seeding to see who they will go up against first in playoffs. So that's the playoff scenario. We're going to be keeping track of this going into week 8. Thankfully, CCG with this win are making things very interesting. Otherwise, it would have just been a battle for that 8th place position. Technically, we can have more movement now based on that result. But with that said, let's bring us to our next segment here, our end of the week Samsung SSD Fast 5 to celebrate all the fastest stats throughout the weekend. What are you looking at, Cubby, when you look at the big outliers?
Crimson greater than 30. Put the word out by a second. Put it out there.
That's the one you're looking at?
Yeah.
All right, fair.
Absolutely.
I was looking at Lens getting that fastest 80 carry kill. Was that in?
No.
Was that today? No.
Yeah, it would have had to been today.
Would have been?
They
Yeah,
only
no, it
played
would have
today.
had to been today. Yeah.
Yeah, it would have had to have been today.
Good point.
That's fine. Crimson greater than 30 by a second. That's big. That Sniper's got to be going crazy in the chat. It's been fun to see that family, continue to boost each other up. And Crimson, I gotta say, when I compliment him, it has absolutely nothing to do with his last name. I feel like Crimson has actually been playing very well.
Yeah.
Shown a lot of experience as a rookie top laner in that role, which is very tough to do. So credit to Crimson and everything else. Nothing else too interesting to me. Besides, maybe Skytech smurfing on the item transform. That's big time.
Okay. Yeah.
Big time.
732. Hey, I love the nods to supports. As 2 support mains, we got to make sure that there's representation here,
Actually, I'm going to derive something from this. Winthrop, DSG, they both went down today, and they evolved their items earlier. So actually, as support, you should get out of the lane, abandon bot lane, never go there, mute your AD, so if they complain, you won't even know. It won't affect your decision-making. Get out of lane, affect the map, and go take some objectives.
You know what? That is the most based string of thought that's ever come out of Cubby's.
That's what I figured out.
And this guy's a Braum main, by the way. Notorious for just sticking next to their AD carry. So I love this growth for you. Cubby's in his villain era.
I'm on my Leona arc,
You're on your Leona arc. All right, well, that's it for our Samsung SSD Fast 5. Those are the fastest stats from the weekend, but we will be back for another week of NACL next weekend. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. Thank you, Cubby, for being a fantastic co-caster. Everybody in production for keeping the gears rolling, and everybody for cheering on your favorite players who are, of course, competing in the league. You won't want to miss it for Week 8 action to determine who's making it into playoffs. We'll see you there.